Chapter 324. Registrar Zhang and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao were shocked by Zhang Zhong's expression and tone. They didn't know what was wrong with Zhang Zhong. Could it be that his son was in a coma and his father's brain was also not working well? Tell me, what do you think? Zhang Zhong still had that smile on his face and asked again. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao didn't answer. He felt that Zhang Zhong was really crazy. Registrar Zhang couldn't figure out why Zhang Zhong asked this question. He hesitated and said, "There are quite a lot of courtyards, and each of them is not small. It's just that I can't figure out what exactly they're going to do. I'm confused." Confused, that's right. Do you have the idea of coming over to take a look when they are finished? Zhang Zhong was more happy when he heard Registrar Zhang's words. He asked again. Registrar Zhang didn't say anything more, so he just nodded. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looked at Zhang Zhong and felt that something was wrong. Zhang Zhong shouldn't treat them with such an attitude. Did he come here just to ask what they thought of his courtyards? That's right. It's better than nothing. Then tell me, do other people also have the same idea when they see it? Zhang Zhong patted Registrar Zhang's shoulder with satisfaction. Registrar Zhang was still in a daze and didn't avoid it. Well, County Magistrate Zhang, you'd better be straightforward. Why did you ask us to come here? Don't tell me you want us to see what your future home will be like. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao wasn't used to this kind of thing. It changed too fast. Yesterday, they were cheated of a few thousand strings of coins and forced to release the people in prison. Today, it became like this. Zhang Zhong's smile became more sincere and said, "Actually, I asked you two to come here because I really want you two to see my future home and tell me your thoughts. Of course, you two are busy with official business and can't just talk about this kind of thing. The most important thing I asked you two to come here is to ask the question just now. Do you want to continue to wait for the completion of the courtyard? You have the idea, so do others." "Yes, County Magistrate Zhang. We admit that we have that kind of idea." Then, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao had to follow the conversation. He really wanted to know what Zhang Zhong was up to. And then, then it's simple. There are a lot of mountains on the east side of our Huayuan County, and there are even more dangerous places. If the river is connected, there will be more people coming and going. It's also not far from the capital. As for me, I was thinking if I could pull some people over for sightseeing. As long as we build up the place, the scenery there will be beautiful. When more people come here, there will be more places to spend money. The two of you can also let your family members start business. With a way to make money, you don't have to think of other ways. Whether it's greed or accepting other people's money, you have to be on tenterhooks. It's not worth it," Zhang Zhong said to the two with a sincere smile. However, the two of them had just been tricked once yesterday, so how could they believe Zhang Zhong's words? They thought that he might have found out about them going to the dock yesterday, so he found an excuse to scare the two of them. He was waiting for the two of them to retreat so that he could monopolize the other side. At the thought of this, the two of them became gloomy. Zhang Zhong also saw it. Wei Wei shook her head and continued saying, "Just now I only talked about making money and spending money. If we want to build up the place, we need a lot of people. We don't look for people from other places, but only the people in our Huayuan County, especially the farmers. The spring plowing is over, and they don't have any other income at home. We find them to do the work first and then reduce the rent. When the people have more food in their hands, they will spend money to buy things. Although this year's rent has been collected in advance, there is still next year where the yamen will give them some wages. Otherwise, they may not be able to survive until this year's harvest. County Magistrate Zhang, the yamen has no money now. How can we give them? What's more, even if we build the place according to what you said just now, when we build it, people will think about what this place looks like. But the mountain and the river are in the opposite direction. It's far away. Who will come here for no reason?" When County Magistrate Xiao heard Zhang Zhong mention the rent, a trace of impatience appeared on his face. He added, "Collecting rent is the former county magistrate Wen's business. It has nothing to do with us or you. Naturally, someone will take care of County Magistrate Wen. Do you think we don't eat and give the food to the people? Only you, County Magistrate Zhang, have the ability to do that. We can't." Zhang Zhong stopped laughing. He felt that the two of them were really not presentable. Didn't they know that calculation was calculation, and politics was politics? He frowned and continued, "Don't worry about the money. We will have it in 2 days. We don't need to worry about the lack of people coming. Of course, we can't wait for people to come, but we can ask them to come. My family has several small shops in the capital. There is a pear garden in the capital, and a similar place will be built next to the pier here. Many people come and go from the capital. No matter if they are from other countries or from other prefectures, they all want to come to the capital. They are not familiar with the capital. We can ask someone to show them around. They can go to my shop to eat, buy some trinkets, and walk around the pear garden. Let's talk about other places to visit here, such as the pier here, between the clouds and the water, in Shao Luoshui in Sanshui County, and the mountain in the east of our county. We can arrange everything for them. As long as they take out a certain amount of money, there will be someone to explain the legends and old residences to them. As long as they don't buy anything else, they don't need to spend more money. The money for the boat, the car, the accommodation, and the food will all be included. It will be much cheaper than taking the same boat, the same car, the same accommodation, and the same food. They will naturally be willing to come and take a look. They can't go back without seeing anything in the capital, right? They can save money and be safe if they follow our people. When they go to various places, if they are willing, they can spend money to buy something. Isn't that better? Zhang Zhong told the plan to the two of them, hoping to get their support. Before the two of them were removed, this matter had to be done. The people had started to eat wild vegetables and couldn't wait. Otherwise, they could remove the two of them and do it themselves. Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Zhao's eyes lit up. They didn't think that they could do this. If they really arranged according to Zhang Zhong's plan, Huayuan County would indeed have more income in the future. It might even become another Sanshui County. If the two of them thought of this by themselves, they would really give it a try. However, this matter was thought of by Zhang Zhong, so the two of them could only follow suit. The two of them felt uncomfortable and looked at each other. After understanding each other's thoughts, Registrar Zhan said, "County Magistrate Zhang, aren't you a little whimsical? How can it be as simple as you said? You haven't said where the money will come from. Also, can you do the kind of thing that involves others? How will the money be divided? You haven't said these." County Magistrate Zhang, many people think like you, but that won't do. It's better to do things honestly. If you think too much and can't do it, you will implicate the people in the county and make them suffer. Registrar Zhan is right. How can it be as simple as County Magistrate Zhang thinks? If it is feasible, why don't others do it? Could it be that everyone else is a fool? Deputy County Magistrate Xiao also echoed. The two of them gave advice to Zhang Zhong in a tone of experience. Zhang Zhong thought of the people who ate wild vegetables, so he had to continue saying, "I will take care of the money. Even if there is no money, I will pay for the things over there. As for the matter of pulling people here, of course, it will be done by my family. As for how to divide the money, we can talk about it slowly. This is a small matter. So do you two agree?" County Magistrate, I agree with this matter. How many places have you made to make money in Sanshui County? You have this ability. Others didn't think of it before because they didn't have this ability. Who would have thought that Sanshui County would change from a middle county to a Shang County? A Yamen runner next to them also listened and watched. He also knew that the former Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate didn't get along well with the new County Magistrate. However, even if they didn't get along well with each other, they couldn't fight with the lives of the people in the county. The County Magistrate was obviously thinking for the sake of the people. These two people who only thought of themselves actually opposed for the sake of opposing. If this continued, the lives of the people would not be able to continue. Thinking of this, the Yamen runner spoke out to help Zhang Zhong. With a leader, other Yamen runners and officials like Deputy County Magistrate Dao also began to support, including the people who were digging the hole and heard the conversation. They also made silent protests against Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Seeing that the two of them were a little isolated, Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao realized that this matter was not easy to handle. If they didn't agree, today's matter would be known by the whole county. Their reputation was not good to begin with. At that time, there might be people besieging the Yamen. If they agreed, today's matter would also be spread out. They would also lose their reputation, just less. However, once there was a political achievement, it would all belong to Zhang Zhong. It was very likely that before the two of them could get rid of Zhang Zhong, his political achievement would come out. This was difficult. No matter whether they opposed or supported, there wouldn't be a good result. The two of them pondered there. Zhang Zhong was not in a hurry now. He said to the people who supported him, or to the people on this side, "In the future, our county's life will be better. I plan to make Huayuan County a Shang County like what I did to Sanshui County. At that time, there will be more people and it will be lively. The Yamen will have money to do more things for the people." After Zhang Zhong said this, Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao finally couldn't keep silent. They knew that the people's hearts had been won over by Zhang Zhong. If they didn't say something, the two of them would be finished. Chapter 325. County Magistrate Xiao is right. County Magistrate Zhang, don't worry and just do it. Even if you do something wrong, we will take responsibility for you. Don't worry. Registrar Zhan understood what County Magistrate Xiao meant and echoed. Unfortunately, those people were not fools. How could they not understand why the two of them said this? Especially those who knew about Sanshui County. They did not believe that the county magistrate could not do a good job. After the two of them finished talking, they were ready to leave. They really did not want to endure those people's gazes. Some looked at them with disdain, some looked at them with disdain, and some looked at them with disdain. Anyway, none of them were good. Seeing that the two of them agreed, Zhang Zhong immediately struck while the iron was hot and said, "How about this? I will take out the money first. When the government office has money in the future, you can give it to me. I am an official and cannot use my own money to do things for the imperial court. I will be impeached. If the two of you agree, let's write a document." When Registrar Zhan and County Magistrate heard that Zhang Zhong wanted to take out the money first, they exchanged glances and nodded at the same time. County Magistrate Zhang is right. Then let's do it. I will write it right away. When I finish, you just need to stamp it. County Magistrate Xiao was happy. He felt that Zhang Zhong had finally become stupid at this time. When the government office has money in the future, then just wait. If they were to build on the mountain, the total cost would be at least a few thousand strings of coins. If they only relied on the government office's money, how long would they have to wait? Registrar Zhan was also happy. He thought about making money. There would be a sum of money in his hands soon. He would open a shop there and wait for Zhang Zhong to bring people over. Then, he would be able to benefit from it. When he thought of this, he also said, "Yes, County Magistrate Zhang can do this. The people in my county are really convinced. I can't help much here. Why don't we build a shop at the foot of the mountain and let County Magistrate Zhang do it more easily?" After the two of them finished talking, they hurried to the front to write the document. Zhang Zhong was finally relieved after he finished one thing. The Registrar Zhan beside him could not stand it and said to Zhang Zhong, "Sir, if you do this, what if the government office has no money? And that about the shop opened by someone else, my lord? Aren't you Sai? It doesn't matter. We'll have money in a few days. As for the shops, it's better to open more. It's not like people will go there just because we open more shops. When things are done, we can start doing other things. At that time, we'll need everyone to work together. Whether or not the people of Huayuan County can live a good life depends on everyone." Zhang Zhong wasn't worried about money, nor was he worried about others taking advantage of him. His precious son had already thought about these things, so he didn't need to worry too much. The people in the surrounding yamen had never heard such words before. They all excitedly promised. When the people who had stopped working started working again, they felt that they had more strength. Even if no one was watching, they would not slack off. After a while, the registrar and the county magistrate came back and asked Zhang Zhong to stamp the official seal. They happily said that they were going to take a look at the mountain, but they ran away again. In fact, they went home to sleep. Zhang Zhong didn't expect them to help him. He would be satisfied as long as they didn't make trouble to a certain extent. He found a servant and asked him to go back and transfer money to build the temple on the mountain. The mountain was actually quite famous. Sun Simiao lived there. Now that he was dead, many people would go there to build a temple. Originally, they were going to build a temple, but now that the Buddha was destroyed, they had to change it. When the time came, many people would go there to burn incense and pray that there would be no illness or disaster. At dusk that day, the yamen posted notice again. One was to recruit yamen laborers, and the other was to recruit laborers. The laborers would come to work. The first 20 days would be counted as normal, and the rest would be paid. As for the reduction of rent and transfer, it could only be discussed next year. The people in the county had paid double last year. After the spring plowing, there was no food to eat. Rent and transfer were not important. What the people needed most was money. Another advantage was that when they worked, the yamen would take care of their meals. In the past, they had to bring their own meals from home. The yamen laborers were naturally recruited from gangsters. The treatment was good, but at the same time, there were many restrictions. If anyone dared to do anything against the rules, they would be beaten dozens of times. If the gangsters didn't want to be yamen laborers, they could find their own jobs. The work of yamen laborers was most suitable for gangsters. They had enough brains and were familiar with some of the things in their industry. Now that Huayuan County was as chaotic as Sanshui County, they could only use this method. As for whether the gangsters were obedient or not, it was too simple. First, they would give them something, then beat them, and use the carrot and the stick. If the people didn't fight with the officials, no matter how powerful the gangsters were, it was useless. Moreover, the people now knew that the new county magistrate, Lord Zhang, came from Sanshui County and was followed by 20 guards from the prince's mansion. Who would dare to be disobedient? In the beginning, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan had the idea of using these guards. They wanted to write a memorial and say that Zhang Zhong had overstepped the boundaries. However, after thinking about it, they didn't dare to do so. When the time came, not only would they be offended, they could also say that they had sent someone to deliver something and had not returned. What else could they do? As soon as the notice was out, the people who had finished their work and returned home began to talk about what they had seen during the day. The elderly, women, and children at home all listened. As a result, from the next morning, the matter of County Magistrate Zhang's love for the people was exaggerated again. These two notices were the best proof. As for Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, naturally, they appeared in the mouth of the people as negative characters. When the two of them went out for lunch at noon, the people they met looked at them differently than usual. This situation made the two of them very depressed. They regretted that they had said that they didn't agree yesterday. Later on, they had agreed. They were forced to do so. Now, the people in the county town were the first to know about it. It wouldn't take long for the people in the county town to know about it. The two of them found a small restaurant and stopped the car. They went in and sat down. After waiting for a while, no one came to greet them. Where is he? Registrar Zhan had been suppressing his anger on the way here just now. Last night, when he thought that Zhang Zhong would lose money, his good mood was gone. He slammed the table and shouted loudly, "Oh, isn't this Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate? I wanted to do something just now. You two also know that I can't handle this small business by myself. What would you like to eat?" The shopkeeper, who had several positions, came over and asked, "Give me a serving of sliced lamb face and 2 pots of wine. Add more coriander in the sliced lamb face." Registrar Zhan ordered a dish. The two of them didn't intend to eat much. They just wanted to drink some wine. "Registrar Zhan, we don't have the sliced lamb face anymore. Would you like to order another one?" The shopkeeper said apologetically, "Then give me a serving of tofu mixed with spring onion and stir-fried bamboo shoots." Registrar Zhan ordered another dish. "Okay, please wait a moment. I'll be back soon." The shopkeeper began to transform into a chef and ran to the back of the restaurant. At this time, another 2 people came into the restaurant. They were 2 ruffians. When they came in, they took out a string of about 70 copper coins and waited there. After a while, the chef came back. The 2 dishes were placed on the table, and the wine was warmed. Only then did he look at the 2 ruffians who had just come in. As soon as he saw the 2 ruffians, the shopkeeper couldn't help but frown. He said to the 2 ruffians, "Fong Si, Fong Wu, get out. Don't think you can eat and drink for free in my restaurant today. I'm not afraid of you." The county magistrate has changed. If you want to find trouble, I'll go report it to the government office right now. Uncle Jiang, you're mistaken. How can we eat and drink for free? Earlier, my brother and I came here twice. We don't have any money on us, so we owe you 65 copper coins. Here's 76 copper coins. You can give me and my brother a bowl of noodles, and I'll give it to you. You can order whatever you want for the remaining 7 copper coins. After we finish eating, we still have to go to the yamen to be yamen runners. After we go to the government office, we'll go to the government office to serve us. One of the 2 ruffians said to the shopkeeper with a smile, which made the other people who were eating the noodles very surprised. The shopkeeper also didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. He looked at the 2 ruffians carefully and then at the money on the table. Fong Si, you're not lying to me? I'm not lying. Uncle Jiang, please take the money first. Seeing that the shopkeeper didn't believe him, Fong Si picked up the money on the table and threw it over. The shopkeeper hurriedly caught it. It was really heavy. Since the money was in his hands, he naturally didn't doubt it. The shopkeeper couldn't help but ask, Fong Si, Fong Wu, this is not like you. Uncle Jiang, in the county, it used to be County Magistrate 1. Now it's County Magistrate Zhang. My brother and I want to be government officers. The notice said that if we did something in the past and didn't make people forgive us, we can't be government officers. Uncle Jiang, my brother and I want to change. Can you forgive us? Fong Si begged. His brother Fong Wu also seemed to look at him eagerly. The shopkeeper looked at the 2 ruffians and sighed. Fong Si Wu, your father died early. Only your mother raised you. You know how to be a good person. Don't do stupid things in the future. Lord Zhang is the master of Zhangjia Zhuangzi in Sanshui County. He is very capable and can't tolerate sand in his eyes. It's good to be government officers. Your mother won't have to worry about money in the future. The shopkeeper didn't say anything about forgiveness, but everyone who heard him understood what he meant. The 2 ruffians also shouted happily. The shopkeeper took the money and went in. After a while, he came out with 2 bowls of noodles, a plate of lamb's face, and 2 pots of warm wine. He sent them to the 2 ruffians' table. I know you can drink, but I can't let you drink too much. If you say something wrong when you go to the government office, you can't be government officers. Eat well. Uncle Jiang, 7 copper coins can't buy lamb's face. You can't buy wine either. What are you doing? Fong Si was stunned when he saw the food and asked. Nothing. I'm just giving you 2 food. In the future, I'm counting on you to protect the safety of the county. Eat. After you're full, go to the government office and talk. When the people from the government office come, I'll ask them and I'll help you. Eat quickly. This money is nothing. You're a prodigal son who has turned over a new leaf. The shopkeeper said happily. He knew all the people around him. As long as the 2 ruffians could work hard in the future, giving some food was nothing. Chapter 326. Registrar Jean was furious. When he asked just now, he said that he didn't have it. Now he actually gave it away. Did he think that he and the deputy magistrate were not here? Deputy Magistrate Xiao pointed at the tofu mixed with shallots on the table and said, Why is this tofu a little sour? There are also bamboo shoots. It's hard to bite them. Registrar Jean, you're talking about the lamb's face. You really didn't have it just now. Later on, someone sent it over. If you want to eat it, I'll get it for you. Deputy Magistrate Xiao, it's not the tofu, it's the soy sauce. You will get used to it after eating it. The bamboo shoots are grown old, not me. The shopkeeper said calmly. In fact, he did it on purpose. His family had only paid taxes for 2 years. For example, the tax for setting up a stall was collected daily. For a small shop like this, it was collected monthly. He was afraid that he would not be able to pay the taxes. Last year, the yamen collected 2 years' worth of taxes in one go. He even had to borrow money to pay the taxes. In the past, he didn't dare to treat the registrar and deputy magistrate like this. But now he dared. There was a new county magistrate. Everything was different. Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Jean also knew what the shopkeeper was thinking. The news was spread this morning. If it was a new county magistrate, the people might not dare to treat them like this. But Zhang Zhong was different. Needless to say, he was the top scorer. He was also the head of Zhangjia Zhuangzi in Sanshui County and had 20 imperial guards following him. Comparing the two of them, they were naturally much worse. Of course, the people were not afraid. How could the registrar and deputy magistrate, who had no foundation, want to fight with the master of Zhangjia Zhuangzi? The two of them also couldn't explain this to the people. It didn't mean that you were powerful just because you had a foundation. Sometimes, even a small official could pull down a big official. The people didn't understand this. They only looked at their power and status. Forget it. Let's change to another restaurant. Registrar Jean stood up gloomily. He threw down his chopsticks and wanted to leave. Registrar Jean, you haven't paid for the meal. The shopkeeper couldn't stand it anymore and shouted at the other side. Everyone who wanted to eat all thought of these two officials. Deputy Magistrate Xiao was more stable. He took out his money and counted 15 copper coins according to the price of the dishes. He put on the table and didn't say anything. When he passed by Registrar Jean, he pulled Registrar Jean. Seeing the two of them leave, the shopkeeper cleaned up the table with a smile and muttered, "You collected my taxes for 2 years, and now the weather has changed. Brother Byong, are we going to let that shopkeeper go just like that? He's clearly doing this on purpose. Is he bullying the two of us?" Registrar Jean complained as he sat in the car. "What else do you want? Bring the lawsuit to Zhang Zhong? Or should the bailiffs come and arrest him?" The first one was a self-inflicted humiliation, but do you think any bailiffs will listen to us for the second one? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have treated them so well back then. Now all of them are like humans. They have done a lot of bad things in the past. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao also felt aggrieved. If Zhang Zhong did not rely on his reputation in Sanshui County, how could he make the people in Huayuan County become like this in just a few days? As for those bailiffs, they were all shameless. All he did was give some things and take care of a meal. How could they be bought over? If he had known earlier, he would not have kept those bailiffs. He would have kept those bailiffs who were capable and honest. He did not believe that Zhang Zhong could buy them over with those things. Registrar Jean also thought so. He took a few deep breaths and then felt better. He said, "Just bear with it for a while. It will be easy when we get the money. Haven't you sent the ginseng to those people yet? It's not that easy to find. Do you think you can get 100-year-old ginseng just because you want to? You may not be able to get it from the palace. Let's go home and eat. It seems that we can't eat good food outside. We collected too little tax in the past. They still don't know how to be afraid." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was still hungry. He only ate 2 mouthfuls just now and still felt uncomfortable. He decided to go home and eat. The two people's cars turned towards their own homes. All the people who saw their cars would mutter and spit at them, who asked them to not be the county magistrate. With the support of the new county magistrate, the people also became bolder. The bailiffs in the yamen naturally did not have to go home to eat. They did not have money in their accounts, but Zhang Zhong had money. At noon, he did not take them to Jinlai restaurant for lunch. There were too many people there, and they could not squeeze in. The rooms that were left were not suitable for the bailiffs to eat together. Among the servants who followed them, there was also a cook. Lunch was prepared by the cook with a few assistants. The cook used a big pot to cook 9 dishes. There were 3 meat dishes and 6 vegetable dishes. There was also a bowl of egg drop soup. The staple food was steamed buns and rice. Every person in the yamen could choose 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes. There was no limit to the amount of rice. These were the lunchboxes that Zhang Xiaobao sold. The only difference was that there were more types of lunchboxes and fewer types here. Even so, no one in the yamen said that they were not willing to eat. If they did not eat in the yamen, what could they eat at home? After the people in the yamen finished choosing, the rest were sent to the people who were working. If it was not enough, they would cook some more. Zhangjia Zhuangzi now had a lot of pork in storage. They had frozen it and asked someone to send a cart of it. It could last for a few days. Zhang Zhong also ate with the people in the yamen. As long as he was not working, he looked kind. When he was working, he would do what he should do. The only difference was that the dishes he ate were better than others. There were 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. There would also be some mushrooms or wood ears in a bowl of soup. The menu was not set by him. He had no choice. His son and daughter-in-law specially set the menu according to the season. They said that it was something about nutrition. He did not understand what it meant. Anyway, he could not refuse the dishes that his son and daughter-in-law asked to eat. Moreover, they had to eat the same dish for 10 days. After the meal, they had to eat a specially prepared fruit plate. Everyone, come try this. The food is sent here from Jean Lai restaurant. I have no choice. I am not allowed to eat other people's food. The food I eat every day was set on the first day. Zhang Zhong said to the people in the yamen. There were not only some officials, but also yamen runners and handymen. Everyone was either squatting or sitting in the yard to eat. Zhang Zhong looked at the food that others were eating and then looked at his own. He felt a little embarrassed to eat. It was okay to eat alone. If they ate together, others would be watching. The people in the yamen did not have the same thoughts as Zhang Zhong. Since when could the county magistrate eat with them? They could eat together and eat other people's food. No matter what, they could not be picky. Kangji was also here. The meat dish he ordered was chicken stir-fried with bamboo shoots. The two vegetarian dishes were roasted radish strips and stir-fried dried vegetables. At this time, there were no fresh vegetables. There were leeks, but he did not order them today. It was his first time eating like this, so he was a little confused. When he heard the county magistrate's explanation, he said, "Sir, you can't eat like us. What does your family do? There are restaurants one after another. If you eat like us, won't it weaken your family's reputation? What's more, sir, there are not many dishes. There are only 4 dishes. There are also rice, although the rice is a little different. Sir, you can eat at ease. Don't worry about us. 1 meat dish and 2 vegetarian dishes. Look, there's also a shrimp and cucumber slices over there. Can cucumber be considered a vegetarian dish now? That shrimp is also meat. Sir, you don't have to give us face. We are satisfied." While speaking, Kangji pointed at a person who was in charge of cleaning. That person's vegetarian dish was shrimp and cucumber slices. At this time, that person also raised his head and said, "Sir, if you let me eat with you, I will feel good even if I eat chaff, let alone such good food. I will remember this meal for a lifetime. When I go back, I will tell the child that the county magistrate treated me to a meal today." Zhang Zhong felt that this person was already taking care of him by cleaning in the yamen. He did not know how to speak at all. If other county magistrates heard this, they would immediately fire him. However, he felt comfortable when he heard this. A person who did not know how to speak was telling the truth. Some villagers in Zhuangzi were like this. Seeing that everyone was eating happily, Zhang Zhong also ate 2 mouthfuls of rice. In the future, this rule will be set. Not only lunch, but also dinner. If you want to stay for dinner, you can tell in advance. The cook will prepare it. In the morning, you can eat at Jean Lai restaurant. Those who are still waiting at midnight will also have a simple meal. It can be fried rice or wonton. You can choose whatever you want. Sir, there is still dinner at midnight. That's too troublesome. Chow Daobi said in surprise. It's not troublesome. In the future, there will be people who will be on night duty. You can eat like this, but it will be more troublesome for my 2 children. It has always been like this in Sanshui County. There are snacks in the inner courtyard of Zhuangzi. You can forget about eating them. Zhang Zhong now treated the people in the yamen as people in Zhuangzi. When everyone heard about snacks, they laughed. He was already an adult. Why would he eat snacks? Zhang Zhong said a few words and did not say anything else. He lowered his head and ate. The fragrance of the food floated in the courtyard. When everyone was eating, they felt that this was the best meal they had eaten in their lives. I have a question. Who is in charge of the recruitment of yamen runners? Everyone was eating, and there was no one guarding outside. In the end, a 17 or 18-year-old man came in. He stood there for a while and waited. Finally, he could not help but ask. The people in the yamen turned their heads to look. Zhang Zhong put down his chopsticks and asked, "You are from Huayuan County? What did you do before?" That person was obviously a little afraid. After entering the yamen, he looked around and finally stopped his gaze on Zhang Zhong. The look in his eyes immediately changed. He said, "Sir, I am here to be a yamen runner. I am from Huayuan County. I used to do this." As he spoke, his hand moved. No one knew how he did it, but there was a thin, small blade in his hand. Everyone understood. He was a thief. Judging from his hand movements, he was quite skilled. The Yamen runners did not recognize him, which meant that he had never been caught before. Chapter 327. Zhang Zhong looked at the person in front of him who was at a loss. He thought for a while and said, "Show us what you've got." "Here?" That person was a little uneasy and asked back, "Right here." "Everyone, stand up and stand close to each other. Let him come over and see whose things he can steal." Zhang Zhong felt that it was very good to have a thief as a bailiff. In the future, when he patrolled the streets, as long as he saw someone stealing, he would be able to find out. Now, what he needed to see was how this person was able to do it. The people who were eating all stood up and gathered together to see how this thief would steal. The person smiled embarrassedly and said, "Everyone is looking at me. How can I steal? When I came here just now, I stole from 2 people. I've decided not to steal anymore in the future. Sir, look, these are also the things of the people in the Yamen." As the person spoke, he took out 2 seals from his arms and waved them in front of the crowd. He said, "One is from Deputy Xiao, and the other is from Registrar Zhan." A bailiff immediately ran in front of the person and took the 2 seals. He breathed out and pressed them on his hand. He said, "They're indeed from Registrar Zhan and Deputy Xiao." "Ha!" No one knew who was the first to laugh, but everyone started to laugh as well. Even Zhang Zhong's mouth moved. That was to say, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan had already lost their seals. Put the 2 seals in the signing room first. When Deputy Xiao and Registrar Zhan come over in the afternoon, hand them over to them. Well, from now on, you're a bailiff in Huayuan County. Tell us about your family. After 3 days, someone will go over and verify it. Then you can do your job. Zhang Zhong knew that there were many people following Registrar Zhan and Deputy Xiao, but they lost the seals. It was not because they were careless. It could only be said that this thief was too good. Can I really be a bailiff? I don't need to take the exam anymore. My name is Lu Yi. I have grandparents, father, and mother at home. The man started to talk, and everyone started to sigh. No wonder he wanted to steal. One person couldn't feed 7 people. Apart from him, the elders and younger siblings in the family all had white spots on their bodies. He didn't dare to meet people outside, so he could only hide in the mountains and open up some land. He would depend on the weather to eat. Sometimes, he could eat for a few days when the weather was good. Normally, he would dig up some grass roots. When he came out to steal things, he would sell them. The money he stole would directly buy things. He lied to his family that he had found a good job and could earn money. His family didn't know. He was afraid that people would see him when they went down the mountain, so they didn't know what he was doing. Zhang Zhong couldn't help but sigh. In this world, there are always some things that can't be done by manpower. Well, you're now a bailiff, but you can only do things after 3 days. We have to send someone to your house to check. Really? That's great. Big brother, I'll return your money pouch to you. Lu Yi said as he took out a money pouch from his sleeve and handed it over to the bailiff who came to take the seal. The bailiff took the money pouch and looked at the county magistrate. "Your Excellency, from now on, as long as Brother Lu is on patrol, there will be no thieves." The others, including Zhang Zhong, didn't expect that the bailiff's money pouch could be stolen. This skill was amazing. Lu Yi's skill was immediately recognized, and everyone welcomed him. Since I'm a bailiff, can I eat something?" Lu Yi suddenly said. Seeing that everyone didn't understand, he said, "I came out this morning and saw the notice. Someone read it to me. I knew that the government office was recruiting bailiffs, so I wanted to come, but I was a little scared. Until now, I haven't eaten anything. Other than stealing the seal of the deputy county magistrate and the registrar, I haven't stolen a single coin." "Then why?" A bailiff asked. "I will be a bailiff in the future. I feel that with my skills, I can be a bailiff." "How can a bailiff steal things?" Lu Yi explained. "Then why did you steal from the deputy county magistrate and the registrar?" The bailiff asked again. "I heard from others that they don't listen to the county magistrate's orders. Even if it's a good thing, they still oppose it. That's why I stole it." Lu Yi explained again. Everyone understood that the deputy county magistrate and the registrar had angered the people. Zhang Zhong naturally wouldn't blame Lu Yi. He only needed to send people to the mountain to see if there was that family, and if that family knew Lu Yi. He said, "What do you want to eat? I'll get someone to prepare it for you immediately." Lu Yi rubbed his stomach and looked at the food boxes in front of everyone. He pointed at one of the food boxes and said, "I can eat this. I can eat even if others eat it. I'm too hungry." "Okay, you eat this." Zhang Zhong didn't say anything and took his food box in front of Lu Yi. Those people in the yamen didn't know what to say. They wanted to reprimand him, but they didn't know what was going on. Lu Yi took the food and ate it. After eating for a while, he saw that everyone was looking at him. He felt a little embarrassed and said, "I'm too hungry. It was difficult to steal things last night. Those thieves seemed to be staring at others. If someone didn't understand, they would grab them and beat them. Later, I found out that it was because of the notice. Everyone wants to be a bailiff. Yesterday, I was stared at by 4 people. It wasn't easy for me to steal, so I stole some steam buns and ran back home to give them to my family. I didn't eat it all. Why is there fungus in the soup?" When everyone heard his words, their first thought was that he was an expert. He was definitely an expert. He could steal steam buns while being stared at by 4 people. What level did he have to reach? What you ate was the county magistrate's food. His Excellency hasn't finished eating yet. A handyman said, It's fine. In a moment, I'll have someone send some snacks over. If you feel that the food doesn't taste good, tell me and I'll have them change it." Zhang Zhong didn't care about the food. If he wanted to eat, he could eat at any time. Talents were hard to come by. He didn't think like this before, but later on he gradually found out that people with skills, even if it was stealing, were also talents. This was called a sword with 2 edges. "Sir," Lu Yi didn't know what Zhang Zhong was thinking. When he heard others say that he ate the county magistrate's food, he didn't know how to express his thoughts. "Eat. In the future, do your job properly. Especially if you see someone stealing on the street, you must catch them." Zhang Zhong waved his hand and said. He could think like this, but Lu Yi couldn't think like him. His nose turned sour and he nodded. "Sir, you can rest assured. In the future, as long as I pass by a place, no one will dare to make a move." Zhang Zhong chuckled and approved of him. But in his heart, he was thinking, if my son makes a move, what can you do? If not for the fact that Xiao Bao was still young, who in this world would dare to make a move? Thinking of a scene where his son made a pair of chopsticks disappear in front of the 2 families, Zhang Zhong gently shook his head. Of course, he didn't know that his son, Zhang Xiaobao, had to pay such a high price when he was learning how to steal. He had to get soap with boiling water and narrow holes to catch oil droplets between his fingers. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wang were also eating lunch. The 2 people ate a lot of dishes, but the amount of each dish was very small. Zhang Xiaobao had a kind of strict devotion to food. He could eat expensive food, but he absolutely couldn't waste it. "Xiao Bao, the construction on the mountain over there started today. You haven't told me what attractive place there is. What if no one comes?" Wang Wan only knew that the construction on the mountain in the east was starting. She was worried that the traffic was too small and they would lose money. If they lost money, it would be better to directly change the money into things for the people. Zhang Xiaobao picked up the last piece of chicken on the second plate in front of him. When he put it to his mouth, he said to Wang Wan, "Do you know what this place was called at that time? Yawang Mountain. Sun Simiao was here. Now he is dead. In the past, he lived a good life. What kind of rich person was he? He wrote when he had nothing to do. How can no one come to such a good place? We have to help advertise and let the world know who lived here. Then we can find a few people who really study medicine. Then we can let them help treat the people who come here. As for us, we can open a candlelight shop at the foot of the mountain. Most people wouldn't think of it, right? When we make money, we can take out a part of it to give free medicine to those who don't have money to buy medicine. We have to promote this place. Then we can get a few scholars to write poems. We can also help advertise." "Ah, this is Yawang Mountain? That's not right. I have been here before. There was such a big lake here. Why is it gone now?" Wang Wan didn't expect that this was the place where Sun Simiao had stayed. At the same time, she was a little confused. Zhang Xiaobao put the chicken in his mouth. At that time, there was no water in the Dead Sea. We had to rely on manpower to pump water to replenish it. At that time, the Yellow River was cut off. You can go and take a look now. How can it be the same? Do you still remember what that lake looked like? We can make a lake. Su Sure can build a Su Causeway. We can make a Zhongwang Lake. That's fine too. If we make a lake, the scenery will be better. We can also raise things in the lake and collect more boat fares. Wang Wan understood after Zhang Xiaobao's explanation. Geography would change. For example, some rivers might not be there now. The one that changed the fastest was the desert. At night, one would sleep by the river. In the morning, the river was gone. That was how magical it was. Zhang Xiaobao didn't agree with Wang Wan's way of thinking, who said that we should collect boat fares. As long as we do all the work, the money will be very cheap. We don't expect to make a lot of money here. What we earn is the joining fee. If we don't pay, our tour guides will ignore those places. For example, during the free activities, if Jinlai Restaurant doesn't pay the joining fee, our tour guides can say a few words. If they eat and drink in places that don't have a unified signboard, they won't care if they eat and drink and get sick. What is the first impression of others? It's those places where it's easy to eat and get sick. In fact, people have eaten and gotten sick in the past. Xiao Bao, you are too bad. Wang Wan replied. Chapter 328. Zhang Xiaobao peeled another prawn and placed it on Wang Wan's plate. He continued, "You don't have to force me. I'll say it myself. Yes, it's not that simple of an arrangement. I still have a backup plan. Any industry has its own rules, and the tourism industry is the same. What makes the most money? The right to set the price when doing business, what can still make money, and the right to set the standards when the rules appear. We first proposed the concept of tourism and formed a series of tour guides. Then we're the standard setters of the tourism industry. If we say that a certain place is good, it will be good. Then how can we say that it's good? I know. If it's good for us, it's good. If it's not good, it's not good. Is that what you mean? Xiao Bao, I just realized that you have a gentlemanly demeanor. Oh, it should be called the demeanor of a gentleman. Then tell me, what's the next step after that? Don't look at me like that. I know you. If you take the initiative to say it, there must be something you're hiding. This is called avoiding the main points and attacking the weak points. Don't you know what the Special Second Department does? Do you know our purpose? Wang Wan was not blinded by Zhang Xiaobao's initiative. Even if the right to set the standards was indeed shocking to many people, and they were shocked by Zhang Xiaobao's calculations, she was an exception. To her, if Zhang Xiaobao said that he would pull down the moon tomorrow to take a look, she would also think that there must be Saturn or Mars hidden somewhere. She realized that during this period of contact, she had thoroughly understood the nature of an international swindler. That was the bottom line of people like them was not something they said, but something they did in the end. Until the last critical moment, no one could figure out what was in their heads. Even if Zhang Xiaobao had already explained a lot in the past, and it seemed that he had really exhausted all his ideas and was at his wit's end, she still could not be sure that this would really be the case. Comrade Wang Wan, let me solemnly tell you something now. When the last trump card is revealed, when the story ends, only regret is left. Is your purpose a policy? I understand that. Isn't it to punish the past to avoid the future and treat the sick to save people? I've already thought of this. All right, let me tell you. In the future, our tour guides have to prevent certain things, such as cheating customers, seducing customers, etc. We also have to have a team doctor who follows the tour guides. We can't let anyone fall ill because of illness, especially not in Sun Si Miao's house. Originally, I wanted to keep some secrets, but now that you've asked, I don't have any. I feel that there are actually two sides to this matter. To be specific, it's Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, tell us the truth. It's not a team doctor or a scammer. That's just an assistant, okay? It's about the details. As for your ability in this area, there's no need to think about it. It's just a matter of tactics. I'm asking about the strategy now. After Zhang Xiaobao had explained some things, Wang Wan still did not believe him. If others knew about this when she was older, they would definitely criticize her, but she still insisted on asking. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the prawns that he had just peeled for Wang Wan and muttered, I've peeled the prawns for you for nothing. I don't have a strategy. I'm just thinking that in the future, the tourism industry needs to understand the culture, geography, environment, special products, mineral resources, and so on. We can use the coal in Elm Village. Don't other places have it? Wouldn't it have been better if you said so earlier? Let the tour group get you some information about various places when they're earning money, just like the messenger. But that's social information, and this is resource information. You clearly had this plan, but you didn't say it out loud. You had to wait for me to ask personally. Is there a follow-up? I always feel that it's not that simple. Just like how you pushed Sanshui County to Shang County step by step, giving your father a kind of credit and a kind of competitive incentive during the speech. Who would have thought that the auspicious signs you made back then would be like this? I don't really believe what you said about chance encounters. I feel that even if you didn't encounter them, you could still do it. So now I want to ask you, Sanshui County's layout, is it really just to win the hearts of the people this time? As long as you're willing to spend money, won't you get the hearts of the people if you want to? Wang Wan looked at the real Zhang Xiaobao in front of her and recalled all the information about him. Suddenly, she felt that she didn't seem to know him well enough, or rather, she couldn't keep up with his thinking. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "In fact, I don't have any ideas. The main thing is whether Huayuan can become Shang County. If Huayuan can also become Shang County, then I can continue to push for the next step. It's too early to talk about it now. Cuckoo, when Huayuan also becomes Shang County, you can realize your dream. I know that you've always wanted to personally command an army and fight against the enemy. I will find a way to find such an opportunity for you, but you have to train the army in advance." Really? How can you do that? Wang Wan had always wanted to personally command an army. She felt that she was the best. She had learned this at the beginning. She didn't expect that Zhang Xiaobao's plan was to make her wish come true. She had learned it and won the championship in some exercises. However, no matter how realistic those exercises were, they couldn't be compared to a real battlefield. She had always wanted to play her role and be a female general, the kind who strategized. But now, she only saw Zhang Xiaobao strategizing. She really admired Zhang Xiaobao. He was indeed talented in this area and was willing to work hard. His ability to analyze information and figure out human nature could be said to have reached a superb level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deceive so many people. Now that she heard Zhang Xiaobao's plan for her, Wang Wan realized for the first time that sometimes some people's feelings for some people couldn't be expressed with words. If she didn't force him today, Zhang Xiaobao would never say. He couldn't possibly lie to her about this kind of thing. His deception was nothing more than hiding some things. Wang Wan admitted that lying had already reached the level of art for Zhang Xiaobao. The situation he was facing now made him feel disdain. He only needed to use normal methods to earn money. Looking at Zhang Xiaobao, who was eating like a child, Wang Wan suddenly understood that Zhang Xiaobao was actually very lonely. He was constantly searching for that trace of warmth and family, just so that he could live like a real person and not laugh at the wind and clouds. "Xiaobao, do you feel lonely at the top?" Wang Wan thought of this and suddenly asked. "Just so. I still have my family, the village, and you. I want to see the day when you can also feel this way when you command the army. The world is so big. Who else can do it but me? I'm looking forward to being a talented military commander." Seeing that Wang Wan did not continue to ask about the plan, Zhang Xiaobao finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also admired Wang Wan, this strong woman, for being able to give up her own ideas and endure it. "I feel that there's a problem with the era we appeared in. If it was the Southern Song Dynasty, I would definitely let those people around the country know how powerful they are. The true embodiment of military command is actually very simple. It is to make others unable to hit you, so you can hit others and form a large number of troops in every place." Wang Wan was happy in her heart and told Zhang Xiaobao the ultimate goal of military command. Zhang Xiaobao nodded after listening. "Brilliant. In fact, deception is the same. Don't let others deceive you, and don't let others deceive you. Let's eat." It seems that all things in the world that are targeted are like this. For example, football. You can kick into other people's goal, but you can't let others kick into your goal. What's the difference between saying it and not saying it? Oh, then let's continue to eat. In fact, there's really a difference. Take the current polo, for example. I always feel that it is not played well. Everyone is gathered together to grab the ball. Do you remember what the formation was at the beginning of football? Wang Wan ate a mouthful of water and said, she loved to eat this kind of food, no matter what season it was. What formation? Zhang Xiaobao really did not understand this aspect. The 1010 formation. There were various evolutions later, such as 442, 352, 541, and so on. There was even a scary formation, which was the 1353 formation. Wang Wan said next to him, are you lying to a fool? Can there be 12 people in a team? Even if Zhang Xiaobao did not understand the rules of football, he knew that a team had 11 people on the field. The goalkeeper came out. Don't think that the goalkeeper can't play football. Their ball control skills are even better than some midfielders. Do you understand what I mean? The tactical evolution of football took a long time to complete. At that time, no one dared to say that they could fully understand the changes of this formation. Then what about polo? Who is Li Longji? Literature, music, politics, sports, as long as it is something that people could be involved in, he is basically not ordinary. Polo is one of them. If you make a better polo field and give more rewards, then there will be fewer people who come to play polo. Wang Wan's thoughts were very active at this time. She was there giving Zhang Xiaobao ideas. Chapter 329. When Zhang Zhong arrived at the foot of the mountain on the east side, there were already many people gathered there. Not only were there people from Huayuan County, but there were also people from other places who came to visit their relatives or look for work. Some were holding shovels, some were carrying pickaxes, and some were carrying baskets. They all knew that they were going to build a better path up the mountain to prevent people from being squeezed down when there were too many people. Zhang Zhong had already sent people back to Zhuangzi last night to deliver things here, including all kinds of tools, ropes, and so on. He paid for it first. When the time came, he would take the money from the yamen and naturally sell the things at home. The grocery store couldn't always keep the goods in stock. When he arrived, it was already 3 p.m. Fortunately, he was riding a horse. Otherwise, he would have to wait for a while. The people who delivered the goods here would probably have to wait for an hour or two. In order to wait for them, Zhang Zhong asked the yamen runners to be in charge of choosing people. First, they could use people from the county. If there weren't enough people, they could use people from outside. The young and strong people were in charge of building the road, and the slightly weaker people were to assist at the side. If there were women, they would be in charge of cooking and boiling water when the weather was hot. The yamen runners walked to the front of the crowd. They didn't bring a register, so they couldn't recognize everyone. They could only let the people look at each other. After all, this project was for the welfare of the people of Huayuan County. Sir, if you do this, won't it be a waste of money and manpower? He Kangji also followed over. He also rode a horse. He felt that the other side hadn't prepared for the matter mentioned in the morning, and it would be a waste of energy to do it here first. Zhang Zhong knew what he was thinking. He had already arranged for someone to go over and give instructions. The rest of the matter was to find some elderly people here and ask them about their legends, stories, and so on. When the time came, the tour guide would recite them for others to hear. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to clean up his grocery store, he wouldn't have prepared to take things out from home. When he heard Hikangji's question, he said, Hikangji, I don't want to work so early. The dew in the morning and evening is still a little cold. Then why does Sir still want to do this? Hikangji naturally couldn't think of what it meant to stimulate domestic demand. Many of the commoners have already run out of food. If it weren't for the wild vegetables, they wouldn't have any food to eat. Let me do the math for you. I'm planning to hire 2,000 people to work on the mountain. The yamen is building my house 24 hours a day without rest. At night, they will carry lanterns and work. Rotating back and forth, I need 800 to 900 people. These people were paid. The candles for lanterns and other things had to be bought in the county. Food had to be bought in the county as well. If there wasn't enough in the county, they could get some from elsewhere. My family could get some, and some merchants would also come over to sell. Merchants had to pay taxes when they sold things, and they also needed people to help transport their goods. The tax money was collected by the yamen, and the people who transported the goods also received their wages. The people in the county raised some chickens, ducks, and pigs, and usually kept them for themselves. I have already asked Zhuangzi to send some chickens and piglets over to let the commoners raise more of them. The commoners were afraid that they wouldn't be able to sell them, so they were waiting for the people here to start working. At least they would have meat every day. When the commoners see this situation, they would realize that the people working in the county didn't eat enough. When the people outside come over to sell, they would also send some of their poultry and livestock to sell for money. After selling all of them, I will send out another notice. 1 month later, the roads in the county will be built. This road can't be finished in a short period of time. In the entire county, as long as there are people, the roads will be built there. Zhang Zhong stopped talking and looked at He Kangji. He waited for He Kangji to speak. If He Kangji could follow this train of thought, he was prepared to put him in an important position in the future. He Kangji didn't know that the county magistrate beside him had the idea of putting him in an important position. He wouldn't specifically think about this, but he did try hard to think about it. In the past, he really didn't think about this kind of thing. At this time, after Zhang Zhong mentioned it, he felt as if he had seen something new, something very magical. After a quarter of an hour, He Kangji woke up from his various thoughts. He looked at Zhang Zhong with admiration and said, "Sir, I understand. As long as the notice says that when the roads are being built, more poultry or livestock will be used to let the commoners raise them, the commoners will believe it. After all, there's an example here in the mountains. There will be more people raising them, and they won't only keep them for their own families to eat. The chicks you catch will only take a few months to grow up. If they don't wait to lay eggs, they can be killed and eaten in more than 4 months. As for the pigs, we directly catch half of them and raise them. In less than 10 months, they will grow up in 6 or 7 months. When they are sold, the commoners will have spare money in their hands. They won't buy things. This year's rent has been collected in advance. When the time comes, there will be more food, and they won't have to worry about food. They had to buy other things, or save up for their children to choose a wife or build a house. As long as a portion of people were willing to spend money, there wouldn't be enough things here. Merchants would ship things here, and the docks would be more prosperous, and the taxes would be higher. I just thought about it. As long as we do this for 2 years, the yamen won't be short of money, and the commoners' lives will be better. Sir, you are the real parent official. For the sake of the commoners, you actually took out money first. I don't know when you will be able to make up for it. Sir, if you're promoted in the future, let me, He Ling Wan, follow you. I don't want to be a small official anymore. I will just follow you and help you copy documents." As He Kangji spoke, he made up his mind. In the future, he would follow Rinpochian and see what else Rinpochian could do. It was really amazing. In such a difficult time, as long as he took out the first sum of money and invested it, he could move the whole county. If every county magistrate of Huayuan County was not greedy and followed Lord Zhang's path, what would become of Huayuan County after 10 years? Zhang Zhong did not expect He Kangji to think so much. Although he was not completely right, it was not bad. Especially when He Kangji surrendered before Zhang. Zhong asked him to put him in an important position. This saved him a lot of trouble. In the future, he would need someone to help him do things, so He Kangji was useful. "Sir, do you think I am still lacking? Can I follow you?" He Kangji was full of hope. When he saw that the county magistrate did not speak, he asked anxiously. Zhang Zhong smiled at him and said, "Just follow me. Let's settle this Huayuan County first. In the future, you can follow me to other places. You will still be an official. If I am promoted, you will also be promoted. If I change departments, you will also be with me." He Kangji was happy at first, but later he was confused. Whether he could be promoted or which department he would be in did not seem to be decided by the county magistrate. Now, the county magistrate could change his position. Could it be that he could go to the capital in the future? Zhang Zhong also knew this, but he was not afraid. He had a good son. If he said that he was the best in the state, then he was the best. If he said that he was the top scorer, then he was the top scorer. If he said that he was the county magistrate, then he was the county magistrate. The most surprising thing was that he could decide where he was going to be. It was as if the imperial court was his son's restaurant. Looking at Ikangji's puzzled eyes, Zhang Zhong laughed heartily. Ikangji, you don't have to worry about this kind of thing. You will know in the future. As you said just now, you are still lacking. You need to learn more. If you don't understand, you can ask. The people's livelihood is a college examination. It is much more difficult than being the top scorer. Sir, you are right. It is difficult, but I feel that the top scorer is not easy. There's only one person in each field. Sir, you are still young, but you have already passed the examination. Sir, what should we do next? When Ikangji heard the county magistrate say that he was lacking, he was not angry at all. Zhang Zhong used his hand to point at the road they had come from. The next step is to distribute the goods. The commoners can't work without good tools. I transferred some from the farmstead and earned some money while I was at it. Ikangji looked back. Sure enough, there was a fleet of carriages there. They must be carrying tools. He did not care where they were from or who made the money. He just wanted to see what this place would become in the future. It was fine as long as it could catch up with Sanshui County. There were many rich people who wanted to build houses there. Living there was comfortable. Master, last night, you sent someone back to the manor to deliver a letter. The family is ready, and the things have been transported here. There is also a letter from Madam. Madam asked me to tell Master to quickly finish the construction of the house here and move the family here. Madam can help Master take care of trivial matters. A servant who followed them here handed a letter to Zhang Zhong and said to Zhang Zhong at the same time, Soon. If you work 24 hours a day without rest, the house will be finished in about 10 days. Lead the people over there to distribute the goods. Don't be in a hurry to go back tonight. Rest in the Jinlai building here. I still have something for you to do tomorrow. Zhang Zhong ordered again. He waved his hand and let the servant go. Ikangji watched and listened at the side, seeing the county magistrate's servants dressed well and following the rules. He admired Zhang more and more. The commoners had already made their own choices and assigned the work to them. Those who did heavy work would naturally receive more wages. At this time, when they saw that the county magistrate had prepared people to work for them, they stood in line and came to receive their work. There weren't many people here today. Perhaps there would be more tomorrow. There weren't many outsiders either. Even if they joined, they couldn't stop them from working when they didn't have enough manpower. As long as the people were not forced to a certain extent, they were very obedient. Even if there were wild vegetables to fill their stomachs, they would not think of rebelling. Now that they had taken the tools, they immediately started to work. Originally, Zhang Zhong planned to start tomorrow. After more than 2 hours, the sky would gradually become dark. Looking at the people working there, Zhang Zhong realized that something was missing. He didn't ask anyone to prepare food, so he hurriedly asked someone to go back and get the ingredients so that they could cook here. The firewood was taken from mountain. With a rake, they could get a lot of firewood to start the fire. Chapter 3:30. While the people at the foot of the mountain were busy, Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao were also busy at home. They were busy looking for something, and the seal was gone. Who saw my seal? Deputy County Magistrate Xiao kept repeating this sentence. No matter how hard he tried to recall, he could not remember where the seal was lost. It was still used at noon. How could it be gone in the blink of an eye? The servants at home were afraid that the master would vent his anger on them if they went over at this time, so they all hid and let Deputy County Magistrate Xiao struggle. The servant who accompanied him last night was also helping him. Seeing that the master was anxious, he advised, Master, why don't you go to the Yamen and tell the Yamen runners and ask them to help you look for it? Or you can ask Registrar Zhan. No, I can't go to the Yamen. If the people in the Yamen know that my seal is lost, they will definitely tell Zhang Zhong. I am afraid that Zhang Zhong will use this matter to make trouble. Let's go and ask Registrar Zhan first. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao did not have time to sleep at this time. He changed into casual clothes and went out to Registrar Zhang's house. He was worried that Zhang Zhong would need to report to the imperial court first after he knew that the seal was lost. Then he could only wait for the imperial court to issue another seal. This would waste a lot of time. Without the seal, there were some things that could not be done. If those merchants bought land and he did not have the seal, it would be easy for him to not get any benefits. When Deputy County Magistrate Xiao reached the door of Registrar Zhang's house, the door was suddenly opened from the inside. Registrar Zhang was also coming out. The two of them looked at each other and asked at the same time, "Did you see my seal?" "What? Your seal is also gone?" The two of them said at the same time again. "What should we do?" "Brother Byong, you have to think of a way. The seal is gone. We can only ask Zhang Zhong to report to the imperial court. If he gives the land away now, we will not get any benefits. We can't do anything bad to him. If we want to report to the imperial court will not recognize it if we don't have the seal." Registrar Zhang was anxious now. He also thought of the issue of the land and asked Deputy County Magistrate Xiao to think of a way. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao didn't have any good ideas. He was also anxious. He paced back and forth in front of Mr. Zhang's house. From time to time, he would stop and say a few harsh words, saying what he would do after he found out who took the seal. While the two of them were fretting, the copywriter who used to have a good relationship with them came over and said, "Sirs, is it because you can't find the seal?" "What? How do you know? Did you take it?" Shun Yuan, to think that Registrar Zhang and I have treated you so well. You actually took away our seals. Fine, tell us, what do you want?" Deputy County Magistrate Xiao thought that Shun Yuan wanted to get some benefits from them by taking away their seals, so he asked angrily. Shun Wen Dan was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly explained, "My lord, my two lords, how would I dare to take your seal? It was stolen by a person called Lu Yi. When the two lords came out of the restaurant after eating, he is now a bailiff, and the two lord seals are still in the signing room." "Who is Lu Yi? Bailiff? Good. He dares to be a bailiff. See if I don't. Since the seal has been taken back, then let's leave it at that." Shin Yuan, to think that Registrar Zhang and I have treated you so well. Thank you for telling us about this matter. Otherwise, we would still be anxious. When Deputy County Magistrate Xiao heard that the matter of the seal had been settled, he originally wanted to take revenge. However, he suddenly changed his mind. After all, he had to go through Zhang Zhong to deal with a bailiff. He could only find an opportunity in the future. He had just criticized Shun Yuan, and now he praised him. Shun Yuan didn't dare to argue about the matter just now. His purpose of coming here was not just because of this. He smiled and said, "My lord, it's good that you are not anxious. My lord, I have an idea. What do you think will happen if we steal the seal of the county magistrate? Didn't we help a person who specializes in stealing things before? He is now living in the county. Let's find him and let him steal the seal of the county magistrate. Then we can do more things, and we don't have to worry about the county magistrate. What do you think, my lord? This is not appropriate, right? If someone finds out, the crime will not be small. If not, his head will fall to the ground. Why don't you go and arrange it? After the matter is done, you will be rewarded. If it fails, you can take the money and go far away." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was really tempted, but he didn't want to do it himself, so he pushed it to Shun Yuan. Shun Yuan had done a lot of things with them, so he had no choice but to agree. Shun Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect that his idea would get him involved. Looking at the two people's eyes, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I will arrange for someone to find that cat burglar. Once he is found, I will let that person leave Huayuan County. But he can't leave without taking a single copper coin, right? I don't have that much money. Let's do this. Brother Shang Yun, since it's in your house, you can take out 100 strings of coins and give it to that person. Take a few strings of coins and give the rest of the money." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said to Registrar Zhang. Registrar Zhang had no choice but to agree. He turned around and took out 50 taels of silver and 2 strings of copper coins. He said, "Silver is easier to spend. Copper coins are heavy if you take too much. We only have this much silver in the house. 50 taels is enough. We can even set up a small house outside. Shen Yuan wanted to keep a portion of the 100 strings of coins for himself, but he didn't expect Registrar Jean to only take 50 taels of silver. If it was given to the person who did the deed, it was not a small amount. After putting away the silver, he picked up the copper coins that weighed more than 10 kilograms and left with both of them. After Shun Yuan left, Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao were no longer in the mood to sleep. Both of them went to the Yamen together to take back their seals. After asking the Yamen runners, they found out that Zhang Zhong had gone to the mountain. Both of them smiled sinisterly. They felt that they could teach Zhang Zhong a lesson soon. Zhang Zhong was still at the foot of the mountain doing business. How would he know that someone was plotting against him? In fact, even if he knew, he wouldn't be afraid. At this time, the sky was a little cloudy. Zhang Zhong looked at the sky and said to He Kangji, "It seems that it will be raining for the next 2 days. We need to get people to prepare some straw raincoats and bamboo hats. Buy them and let the people make them themselves. If they can make it, we will buy them for them to wear. Also, people who live far away can't travel back and forth. Set up some tents here. Tell the people at the docks to tell them that we need 500 tents that can accommodate 4 people. Let the merchants name their price. Whichever tents are good and cheap will be used. Forget it. Ask if there is anyone in the county who specializes in this, and let them hire people to do it. We will only give them 2 days, 500 tents." "I understand. I will arrange it now. They have to pay taxes when they sell tents. Hiring people can make more money for the people." At this time, Hikangji didn't need to be reminded to understand why the county magistrate changed his mind. He agreed and turned around to find someone to make the arrangements. The people who were working didn't know how much the county magistrate had thought for them, but the people who were waiting to cook were at the side. They finally understood how good the new county magistrate was to them. They whispered to each other, and all the topics revolve around the new county magistrate. Zhang Zhong also asked people to tell the people who were working that they couldn't have a safe place to sleep for the next 2 days. He asked them to hold on a little longer. They could light more bonfires to warm themselves. At night, they would be given more pancakes and bone soup. After doing this, Zhang Zhong thought for a while and said to the servants at home, "Go back and tell Cuckoo that I won't go back tonight. I will stay with the people. Let her read Arya by herself today. That's all for now." The servants knew. When they went back, they told the young master and young lady. But when they thought of this book, they felt a little scared. This book was all about explaining some words. It was so boring. Only the young master and young lady could read it. Night fell quickly. The clouds in the sky became denser. The stars and moon couldn't be seen. Bonfires were lit one by one. There were also curtains to block the rain. The rain hadn't fallen yet. Looking at the sky, it seemed like there was going to be a big one. The cooks had already prepared the food. There was only one rice dish, rice. There was only a stew dish with some meat and bones. There were also some wild vegetables from the mountain. Zhang Zhong asked people to bring the eggplants, but no one was willing to eat them. They dug the wild vegetables themselves. There were also some mushrooms that were added to the stew. The garlic sauce was also prepared. A big bucket was placed there. When it rained later, they would scoop it out and dip it into the fatty meat slices. The people were willing to endure hardships. Originally, Zhang Zhong wanted to let them eat when it was dark. In the end, none of the people ate. They lit torches and continued to work. They would eat when it rained. The appearance of the people made Zhang Zhong decide that he must build Huayuan County as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would let down the people and his official robes. After waiting for another 2 hours, the rain finally fell under Zhang Zhong's expectation. The people who were working finally stopped and came to eat. Those who were in charge of cooking quickly filled the bowls for those who were working. Zhang Zhong also came over with a bowl. Those who were filling the bowls did not dare to move. A servant of the Zhang family also came over and said, "Master, shall we eat something else? We'll eat this today. We usually eat too much other food. It's only one time. Let's eat more. I'm hungry too." Zhang Zhong held the bowl and said he wanted to try the taste of the food. If it didn't work, he would ask someone to come over and teach him. A dish with meat should not be bad. He also added a lot of oil and seasonings. Zhang Zhong felt that his method was normal, but the people didn't think so. The people who served the rice were so moved that tears flowed down. They specially picked some fatty meat slices for the county magistrate. Zhang Zhong frowned. He didn't want to eat this. He wanted to eat some wild vegetables and mushrooms, but he couldn't refuse. Otherwise, what would the people think of him? Zhang Zhong's actions instantly closed the gap between the commoners. When the commoners saw that the county magistrate was also eating this and was enjoying it, they also ate happily. Today, they completely understood what kind of official the new county magistrate was. Chapter 331. In the mountains, pickaxes fell one after another. The sweating did not stop. Mud trucks came and went, and the rain poured down. It was just dawn, and the rain was still falling. It seemed to be getting heavier. The people put on the straw raincoats and bamboo hats that were sent to them, and hurriedly ate breakfast before throwing themselves back to work. Zhang Zhong, who had stayed with them all night, also got on the carriage and headed to the county office. Horses could not be ridden anymore. Zhang Zhong gained a lot from this night, and the people approved of him from the bottom of their hearts. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also got up. The two of them really did read area yesterday. In fact, it was like reading a dictionary. After reading for 4 hours, their minds were muddled. The two of them ate tofu pudding. There were 3 long brocade boxes on the table, each with a ginseng in it. The long whiskers were as thick as a strand of hair at the bottom, but they were not broken. There was even a red string at the top. This was the ability of those merchants. Zhang Xiaobao did not know where they found these 300-year-old ginseng. Last night, in the middle of the night, in the rain, 3 ginseng. With 3 ginseng, Zhang Xiaobao could go out to play. 3? They don't want money. It seems that they want father to do something for them. All right, keep it. You must keep it. After a few hundred years, it will become a 1,000-year-old ginseng. Then our plan can begin. Zhang Xiaobao did not know how to read ginseng, so he was not sure if it was a 100-year-old ginseng. He thought that the merchants did not have the guts to cheat his father. He could not accept the ginseng for free. Otherwise, wouldn't it be bribery? Zhang Xiaobao decided to help the merchants think of a way to make money after they bought the land. I have never seen you calculate like this. What 1,000-year-old? It's a fossil. Let's go to Yushu village tomorrow. It's time to dig the coal there. Do you think there will be oil where there is coal? Wang Wan closed the 3 boxes and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "How would I know? Even if there is oil, I don't know how to refine it. I'll be satisfied if I can burn coal in the winter. In a while, get someone to call my father back. We have to get back the money we invested as soon as possible. Invest more. It's best if we invest the money for the road as well. When that time comes, it'll be too late even if someone wants to object." Zhang Xiaobao finished the last mouthful of the bun, clapped his hands, and jumped down to find someone to call for his father. Because of the rain, Zhang Zhong took the bus back again. He set off from the mountain in the morning and arrived at his destination at noon. The wheels of the bus broke down twice on the way. Zhang Xiaobao was a little anxious while waiting. Those merchants were even more anxious than Zhang Xiaobao. They were waiting for the county magistrate to come back from a tea stall opposite the yamen. They drank tea from morning until noon. Once they saw the tea, they would feel salty and astringent in their mouths. They ate some snacks, but they didn't know whether they were full or hungry. The owner of the tea stall poked the middle of the shed with a stick to get rid of the rainwater on top of the shed. He brewed a new batch of tea and added some salt, ginger, and other things. He brought it to the merchants who were waiting here and said, "It's very wet outside. Why don't you come in and have a seat?" "No, we'll wait here. Can't you not put so much in the tea? I don't know how it tastes in my mouth. Go to the docks and have a look. There are only tea leaves and water. It's much better than this tea." A merchant said this for the 4th time. Ever since they drank tea at the docks, they didn't want to drink this tea anymore. Unfortunately, the docks didn't sell tea leaves, only tea water. It was very expensive, and they didn't know where it came from. He didn't know, but the owner of the tea shop knew. This time, he explained, "Everyone, it's not that I don't want to sell that kind of tea leaves. I've also tasted it. The taste is indeed different from this tea. but that tea was made by Zhangjia Zhuangzi and sold to the docks. I don't know how to make it. There are many kinds of tea dumplings and tea cakes in my shop. Even if you don't put the salt and directly soak them in water, the taste won't be the same. If you can find a recipe, I'm willing to pay 500 strings of coins. Don't even think about it. With the recipe, I won't sell it even if it's 50,000 strings of coins. I'll open my own tea stall. The merchant replied. At this time, a person beside him stood up and looked towards the east. His face showed a happy expression and said, "Don't worry about the tea. The county magistrate is back." Everyone turned their heads and looked. Sure enough, the county magistrate's carriage appeared in the rain. Several merchants didn't care about the rain outside and rushed out. The last person threw down the tea money and ran while shouting, "Wait for me! Wait for me!" Zhang Zhong stopped at Jinlai Tower before coming over. He knew that someone had sent the ginseng and could proceed to the next step. "Sir, you're back? How's your son?" A merchant rushed to the side of the carriage and asked with concern. In fact, he was reminding Zhang Zhong that the ginseng had been sent. Zhang Zhong lifted the curtain and said to this person, "Yes, I just want to see him. He has already woken up. The medicine last night was really good. Did you send the ginseng? Tell me, what do you want?" "My lord, I want the recipe for that tea." The merchant suddenly changed the topic they had agreed on before. "Oh, the recipe of the tea? That can't be done. It doesn't belong to my family. It belongs to the Wang family. How about I send you some tea? 50 kilograms. What do you think?" Of course, Zhang Zhong wouldn't give him the recipe. The tea was not only for money, but also as a gift. When a merchant heard that he only wanted to send tea, 50 kilograms was indeed a lot, but it would be used up one day. Moreover, there was also some tea at the dock. He shook his head and said, "Sir, then we want to change it. We want to buy a piece of land near the dock. What do you think?" "Oh, that's easy. Buy a piece of land? Is it a piece of land without an owner?" Zhang Zhong asked deliberately. At this time, the carriage had already arrived at the entrance of the government office. Someone held an umbrella for them. Zhang Zhong got out of the carriage and motioned for the merchants to go in and discuss with him. At this time, a fast horse galloped from the side. A person wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat was walking on the road. It seemed that he didn't hear the sound of the horse's hooves. The people around him immediately shouted at this person. Seeing that the horse was only a few zhang away from the man finally reacted. Shocked, he suddenly jumped to the side and bumped into Zhang Zhong. Only then did the guards of the prince's mansion come to their senses and protect Zhang Zhong. When they got off the carriage just now, Zhang Zhong was surrounded by merchants. The guards had been outside the carriage the whole time. In a moment of desperation, the man rushed quickly and didn't have time to block them. Seeing that Zhang Zhong was fine and that person was not an assassin, they were relieved. They secretly decided to protect him more closely in the future. Otherwise, if the little prince found out, it would be troublesome. "How is it? Are you hurt?" Zhang Zhong asked the person who was almost trampled by the horse. "No, I'm not hurt. I'm just scared." "Sir, you do your thing. Don't worry about me." The person seemed to be frightened and said with a trembling voice, "Why don't you rest in the government office?" Zhang Zhong saw that the person was fine and invited him. The person shook his head so hard that the water on his bamboo hat splashed onto Zhang Zhong's face. After saying this, he lowered his head and left in a hurry. Zhang Zhong didn't care. He took the person into a room in the government office and asked someone to bring tea. He sat there and repeated what he had just said. The leader of the merchants said honestly, "Sir, there's a field over there. It's owned, but we can buy it. He will agree if we give him more money. But there's a field over there. Sir, do you think we can buy it for other things? Here is what we will do in the future. Ernie has already told us." As the merchant spoke, he took out a lot of envelopes and put them on the table. It was the proposal that Zhang Zhong asked them to write. Zhang Zhong casually took out one of the envelopes and looked at it. He nodded and said, "This is not bad, but there's a field over there. You will have to pay more money. Are you willing to do that?" Yes, we are willing." The merchant thought that the penalty would not be too high. A field used to grow rice would only produce once a year. A few strings of coins per moo was not a small amount. It was a few times more than the cost of growing rice. Zhang Zhong nodded again. It's good that you are willing. We will see what is suitable for growing in that field. We will pay according to the price. We will pay once a year. But this matter is not decided by me alone. The Registrar General and the Deputy County Magistrate also have to agree. Agreed, sir. Registrar General Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao have agreed. They told us about it the night before yesterday. You said that the two of them agreed. Do you think they will agree just because they agreed? They have not come to me before. How about this? Let them come to me and I will ask. If they really agree, you will take over the land. Do you know that there is a difference in the local tax? Zhang Zhong said with a look of disbelief. We know. The tax will be higher. We will pay. We are willing to pay. County Magistrate, we will go to the Deputy County Magistrate and a Registrar General now. We'll let them talk to you then. Is that okay? The merchants knew that the tax was high, but they could earn more. Seeing that the matter was settled, they agreed immediately. They were afraid that the county magistrate would change his mind, so they went to look for Registrar General Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Both of them were exhausted. Zhang Zhong was not back, so they could only help to solve some cases. Usually, they could solve cases according to their preferences, but today they could not. There were still bailiffs and the Deputy County Magistrate at the side. Both of them had no choice but to solve the case seriously. It was not a big matter, but just a small matter. But they had to solve it. Luckily, they had hired many bailiffs. For example, whose house was washed away by water, whose chicken was lost, who took over whose land, etc. It was good to have bailiffs. They could continuously send them out to solve the case. Just now when the rain was heavy, there were fewer people. They took some time to rest, and the merchants came to look for them. Registrar General Zhan, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, the county magistrate has agreed. I would like to ask for your opinion. The esteemed person found the two of them. As he spoke, he gave them 10,000 strings of coins, 5,000 strings of coins each. With the money, they could exchange it for real money or silk. Chapter 332. County Magistrate Zhang. I heard that you agreed to let those businessmen buy the fertile land? County Deputy Xiao and Registrar Zhan came to Zhang Zhong because of the 5,000 strings of cash. Zhang Zhong naturally wouldn't say whether he agreed or not. Instead, he asked, Do you think that the fertile land should be sold? The two paused and exchanged glances. Registrar Zhan spoke first. County Magistrate Zhang, I don't see any fertile land there. It's clearly a wasteland. Leaving it there won't produce any crops. Why not sell it? Who said that it's a wasteland? Just now, those businessmen also admitted that it's a fertile land. They are willing to pay a fine every year according to the amount of crops that can be grown in the field. Registrar Zhan, don't tell me that you can't even differentiate between fertile land and wasteland. Zhang Zhong didn't follow Registrar Zhan's words. He rebuked and reprimanded him. Registrar Zhan didn't expect that those businessmen were willing to pay the money now. He thought that it was like what they had agreed on. In that case, Zhang Zhong could decide by himself. Why did he need to ask the two of them? County Deputy Xiao was also puzzled. He wanted to guess what Zhang Zhong was thinking, but he couldn't. He could only cough softly and said, County Magistrate Zhang, since it's like this, then sell it. You can also collect more taxes. When the time comes, you can make up for the money you paid. When County Deputy Xiao talked about the money, he realized that Zhang Zhong wanted to get back the money. Although the money from selling the land and the fine couldn't be compared to what Zhang Zhong paid, at least they could get back some of it. At this time, Zhang Zhong said, since everyone has agreed, then write a written agreement. When the higher-ups pursue the matter, we can also advance and retreat together. When they find the owner of the field, spend money to buy it and let them do their own thing. Lord Zhang is straightforward. We will write it now. Registrar Zhan didn't expect Zhang Zhong to be so straightforward. He even changed the way he addressed him after getting the 5,000 strings of cash. Deputy Xiao didn't have much to say and agreed. The three of them each had a copy of the written documents. When the case was investigated, the three of them had to bear the responsibility together. After talking about this matter, Registrar Jean and District Deputy Xiao thought of the land on the other side of the mountain. There was no one there, and it belonged to the government. Both of them wanted to buy it first and build a shop as soon as possible. They didn't know what kind of shop to open and would think about it in the future. They didn't expect Zhang Zhong to bring it up before they could say anything. There's one more thing. It's about the mountain. The land on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain is like this. I want to rent out the land on the mountain, for example, to build a pavilion. If people do business in the pavilion, they will have to take some money. What do you think? Good? County Magistrate Zhang is right. There will be more and more people there in the future. Naturally, we will have to rent it. What about the land at the foot of the mountain? County Magistrate Xiao really admired Zhang Zhong's thinking now. He even thought about this. Zhang Zhong knew what both of them were thinking. Anyone who knew about that place would try to occupy it. Just now, when he was waiting for the Registrar Jean and District Deputy Xiao, the nephew of the former Minister of Revenue, Bai Go, had sent someone over to talk about it. It was a pity that although the place was good, he couldn't give it to his nephew. Not to mention him. Even his own house couldn't occupy it. That was the place where Sun Simiao used to live. There were even going to be tombstones there. How many medical doctors were studying there? How many doctors and apprentices were yearning for it? His son had said that the place would be very prosperous in the future. There would be countless people coming and going. There was also going to be a Taoist temple there. No one could monopolize this kind of place with humanistic thoughts. It was like a pilgrimage. They could only give up the benefits and return the income to the county. The only thing they could occupy was the water bubble there. In the future, they could make it into a lake. It was connected to the river not far from there. They could have some ideas on it. As for the mountain, they could give it to the people in the imperial court, including the emperor. Zhang Zhong knew what his son meant. He wanted to sell the land to the two of them very cheaply. At that time, the two of them would be unlucky. But it would take a long time. How much money could the two of them have? Losing 2,000 or 3,000 strings of coins was enough to make them go crazy. How much money could the businessmen give them? How could they build the place quickly with that little money? It wasn't their own house. They didn't care about thousands of strings of coins at all. Just the title of Zhuang Yuan cost them more than 100,000 strings of coins. Of course, this was impossible. His son and daughter-in-law were full of such things. Lord Zhang, say something. Just as Zhang Zhong was thinking about something, Registrar Jean couldn't hold it in any longer and approached him to ask. Zhang Zhong came out of his thoughts and said, I know what the two of you mean, but that place can't be given to the two of you. He's like this. Zhang Zhong said part of what he was thinking about just now. He didn't say the part where he made money. The two of them broke out in a cold sweat. They didn't expect there to be so many things, but they couldn't figure out why Zhang Zhong didn't take this opportunity to harm the two of them. At that time, no one could save the two of them. Sir, what are you? Even if Registrar Jean had always wanted to get rid of Zhang Zhong, he couldn't help but admire Zhang Zhong's magnanimity. He clearly had the opportunity to harm the two of them, but he didn't. Instead, he said it. Zhang Zhong didn't answer him. Instead, he said, here's what I'm thinking. The government office will pay for the construction of shops there. When the time comes, we'll rent them out and rent them again every 3 years. Whoever pays the highest price will be able to rent it. Whoever has the most ability will be able to rent it. When the time comes, everyone will do business together. Even if I'm no longer the county magistrate, the new county magistrate won't dare to have any ideas about that place. There's no money in the account now. I can pay for it. When a yamen has the money, they will give it to me. In the future, when they rent it for 3 years, the minimum price for each shop will be 1,700 strings of coins. As for the bigger shops, the price will be higher. If the two of you are willing to rent them, I can rent a few rooms to you first. You don't have to compete with others for this. My family is also planning to build a few. As for the other people in the yamen, as long as they can afford it and don't rent it for others, they can be set aside first. As for those shops, whoever rents them can run them for 3 years. During these 3 years, they can't rent them out. This is to prevent the price from being too high. If the people who come can't afford it, then the place will be wasted. Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao listened to Zhang Zhong's words. They were speechless for a long time. They really couldn't understand what benefits Zhang Zhong's family would get from doing this. They could even give up such a big benefit. It seemed that everything was for the sake of the people of Huayuan. This kind of thing was impossible for the two of them. If it didn't take the opportunity to make more money, what was the use of being a good official? Was this the difference between the rich and the poor? That's right. The Zhang family didn't have to work hard to make money. They opened their own businesses, but they couldn't. They had only made some money in the past few years. Registrar Zhan was a little shaken. He didn't want to continue to deal with Zhang Zhong. He looked at Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. He was suppressed by Zhang Zhong's magnanimity and his dignity of wholeheartedly serving the people. He felt that Zhang Zhong was a gentleman and he was a villain. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was also thinking about it. However, he didn't feel that there was a difference between a gentleman and a villain. He just wanted to live a better life. He wanted to be above others. What he thought was, didn't the current emperor get the position after the Xuanwu Gate? Thinking of this, he made a decision. County Magistrate Zhang, since this is the case, let's write another document. He wanted Zhang Zhong to take out more money. Anyway, the Yamen couldn't have money immediately unless those businessmen were willing to give Zhang Zhong money. Now it seemed that they wouldn't. The Zhang family was rich and had given him ginseng. Zhang Zhong nodded and said, "Okay, let's write it." The two of them wrote the document as fast as they could and pressed their own seals on it. Zhang Zhong reached into his pocket to take the seal. When he touched it, his face suddenly changed. There was no seal in his pocket. Where did it go? Well, that matter hasn't been settled yet. Let me go back and think about it. That's all for today. When the businessmen buy other people's land, we could do business there. Zhang Zhong took out his hand from his pocket and said to Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Both of them were stunned. Seeing that Zhang Zhong didn't want to say anything else, they could only leave. Brother Baiyong, are we still going to deal with Zhang Zhong? He helped us today. Otherwise, if we really bought that land, we might even lose our lives. Registrar Zhan said to Deputy County Magistrate Xiao after walking out of the door and dozens of steps. What? Are you afraid of him? Don't think that I don't know that he didn't say those words for us. He was afraid that we would be delayed for too long. If he really wanted to harm us, he would have to wait for us to fix that place first and for him to bring a lot of people over. When would that happen? He can't wait. He wants to bribe us and make us listen to him. Both of us are older than him. His family is just a little rich. If he wants us to listen to him, he can dream on. After this year, you'll be 30 years old. Are you willing to be his assistant? Deputy County Magistrate Xiao obviously thought differently from Registrar Zhan. He was used to being domineering. Even when County Magistrate Wen was here, his words had a certain effect. County Magistrate Wen just wanted to discuss with him. Registrar Zhan didn't have much of an opinion. When he heard Deputy County Magistrate Zhao's words, he immediately explained. No, I don't think so. I just think that it's too difficult to defeat him. Let's give him a boost and let him get promoted. At that time, won't we have the final say in Huayuan County? Dream on. At that time, Huayuan County will be like Sanshui County. The one with the surname Chung left, and the one with the surname Jia came immediately. We can't let him do his job well. Otherwise, we won't have another chance. Let him get promoted? Why don't we get promoted? Even if he gets promoted, he will still have a higher position than us. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said angrily. He was afraid that the people around him wouldn't continue to do things with him. My lord, my two lords, you are here. Look, what have I brought? Suddenly, a person ran in front of them. It was Shun Yuan. When he arrived in front of them, he put his hand into his other sleeve. Chapter 333. Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looked at Shun Yuan in confusion. When Shun Yuan took out a piece of the seal from his sleeve and saw a touch of yellow light, they finally understood what it was. Put away. Don't talk. Let's go. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao pushed Shun Yuan's hand and let him put the seal back into his sleeve. The three of them hurriedly came to a place where there was no one, and then they felt relieved. Shun Yuan took out the seal again. The two of them hurriedly looked at the word seal of Huayuan County Magistrate on it and quickly let Shen Yuan put it away. Shen Yuan, have you arranged for the two people over there? Deputy County Magistrate Xiao asked cautiously. Yes, the two of them left together. The person who delivered the seal told me that after this matter, he didn't owe us anything anymore. He was alone and wouldn't come back in the future. He also told us not to think of ways to find him. Shen Yuan had an indescribable feeling of excitement. He found this matter was so exciting that he stole the seal of the county magistrate. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao finally felt relieved and said, "No one will find him in the future. You keep the seal well. It's better to hide it in a place where no one knows." Humph. Let's see how he can carry out the government order this time. Registrar Jean's expression changed, and he also said, "When the businessmen buy that place and come here to exchange the deed, Zhang Zhong won't be able to do anything. Of course, people like us can report to the higher-ups if we lose the seal. The higher-ups won't care about people like us. But if a county magistrate loses the seal, he might lose his official position." Shen Yuan felt that he had done an earth-shattering thing, so he also said happily, "Hurry up and let those businessmen talk about the matter of buying the land." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao felt that he couldn't control himself and wanted to shout. Now he knew why Zhang Zhong had changed his mind when he went to take out the seal. The seal was gone. A county magistrate had actually lost his seal. How capable was he? Could he do anything for the people? That was when there was a seal. Now, let's see who can save you. The three of them returned to the front with similar but slightly different feelings. They still had to continue to solve the case in the afternoon. This was not Sanshui County. Everyone in the Yamen could only stroll outside and chat with the people. There were still many things to deal with in Huayuan County. However, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao no longer felt unhappy about helping the county magistrate deal with these things. He had already regarded himself as the county magistrate now. Many things in Huayuan County had not been completed yet. Now that Zhang Zhong had stepped down, it was natural for him to take over as the county magistrate of this county. Zhang Zhong was very anxious now. How could the seal be gone? He called the guards of the prince's mansion to ask them. After some analysis, they finally figured out when the official seal was lost. It was the person who was startled by the horse and stole the seal the moment the horse bumped into him. Zhang Zhong wanted to seal the whole county and only allow people to enter but not leave. He also wanted to check everyone's body. However, he knew that it was impossible. Once he did that, everyone would know that he had lost the seal. That would be the end of him. Besides, if that person hid himself, where could he find him? Huayuan County was so big that there were not so many people. After thinking about it, Zhang Zhong had to send out 18 of the 20 guards of the prince's mansion. He asked them to think about what the person who bumped into him looked like. They would ride around and look for him. If they found him, they would catch him. Although he knew that there was little hope, he had to put his last hope on it. When the 18 guards left, County Deputy Xiao and the others also knew about it. They were secretly happy. The businessmen were also urged by them to hurry up and buy land. This was a small matter, and they did not need the official seal of the county magistrate. This made County Deputy Xiao slightly disappointed. The sky gradually darkened. Zhang Zhong looked at the drenched guards and asked. Everyone shook their heads. Go back to Jinlai Restaurant. Zhang Zhong had no other choice. He called out and walked out. When he walked to the door, he saw Registrar Jean, County Deputy Xiao, and Shun Winnie were also preparing to leave. The three of them looked very happy. It seemed that they were going to have a gathering outside. County Magistrate, you're going too? Why don't the four of us go and have a meal together? County Deputy Xiao saw Zhang Zhong and changed the way he addressed Zhang Zhong. He was so confident that he could win. He said to Zhang Zhong with a smile of exultation, "No, I have to go and see my son." Zhang Zhong was not in the mood to chat with them. After saying a few words, he quickly got on the carriage and left. Humph, let's see how long you could be the county magistrate. Bah! County Deputy Xiao looked at the carriage that he could not get on now and spat fiercely. On the way, Zhang Zhong was in a trance. He really did not know what to do. What would happen if he lost his official seal? After a while, the carriage finally entered the courtyard where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan stayed. Zhang Zhong walked out of the carriage as if he had lost his soul. He walked into the house of his son and daughter-in-law. The moment he entered the house, he smelled a fragrance. Unfortunately, he was not in the mood to eat. He went to the study and found no one. He went to the bedroom and found no one. He went to the side hall and found no one. He smelled the fragrance and went directly to the kitchen. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy there. They were steaming something in the pot in the kitchen. The two of them were also pouring soup into the steam buns. The two of them were chatting while they were cooking. Xiaobao, it's too troublesome to do this. Why don't you put in frozen stuffing? Other people use crab stuffing. Do you think the shrimp stuffing is delicious? I don't care about that kind of cooking method. Let's make the best ones. At this time, the shrimp stuffing is the most fragrant. If you don't taste it carefully, the taste is actually the same. When my father comes back, I have to teach him how to eat it. Otherwise, it will burn his mouth. Who says it's the same? There is someone. Wang Wan was talking when the two of them turned around at the same time. The sound of steam in the pot and the comfortable environment here affected their perception of the outside. At the same time, Zhang Zhong did not have any malicious intentions. Otherwise, the two of them would have discovered it earlier. Father, you're back? You haven't eaten yet, right? I made a new dish for you, soup dumplings. It's delicious. You could try it later. Father, what's wrong with you? When Zhang Xiaobao saw that his father had come, he said happily. Suddenly, he found that his father's expression was a little strange. No, nothing. I will try Xiaobao and cook who's cooking in a while. You go ahead with your work. Zhang Zhong's mood was better at this time. Looking at the two children busily making food for him, he felt that no matter how difficult the days were, he would be able to persevere. Whose family's children could make such delicious food at such a young age? He had never seen such a thing before. So what if he lost his official seal? With his identity as the top scorer, he would not be beheaded. In addition, he had offered something. Even the emperor had to think about it carefully. At worst, he would quit being the county magistrate and go back to Sanshui County. So what if he was the county magistrate? He still had to listen to his family. It was not too difficult to find a chance to start again in the future. Well, let's eat first. Let's taste the food made by my son and daughter-in-law. Thinking of this, Zhang Zhong's mood was much better. He turned around and went to the dining room, waiting for the soup dumplings to be ready. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao continued to cook, waiting for the soup to be poured in. When the pot was ready, Zhang Xiaobao began to stir-fry. He had a very small pan with a flat bottom. He put the things cut with a small kitchen knife into it to stir-fry. Wang Wan was watching the pan. After busying for half an hour, the soup dumplings were ready. Zhang Xiaobao also made two dishes. One was stir-fried shredded beef with coriander, and the other was stir-fried prawns. The two dishes were made at the same time. The beef had been blanched with water first, and the two dishes were served one after another. Zhang Xiaobao put the dishes on the tray and held it with one hand. Wang Wan used a bamboo clip to pick up the soup dumplings one by one on the plate with vegetable leaves. The two people came to the dining room one after another. Father Zhang was sitting there. He had already thought it through. He would report this matter directly to the capital and not ask for help. He believed that there would be people in the capital who would help. If it really didn't work, he would go back home. As for the death penalty or exile, it was impossible for him. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan put the soup dumplings and vegetables on the table and sat together opposite Zhang Zhong. Father, try the soup dumplings made by your son. Father, when you eat this soup dumplings, you have to first make a small bite of the soup dumplings, and then... Forget it, Father. Let's put it this way. The soup in the soup dumplings is very hot, and there's a lot of soup. Be careful when you eat it. Don't burn it. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to tell his father how to eat the soup dumplings, but after saying a few words, he felt that it was unnecessary. Wasn't it just too hot? He just had to be careful. Hearing this, Zhang Zhong picked up a steamed bun and placed it on the plate. He carefully made a small bite of the steamed bun with his chopsticks, looked inside, and blew on it again. A burst of hot steam rose up, and he nodded. It was indeed hot, so he made the bite bigger and blew on it again. Only then did he put his mouth on it and suck it. Sure enough, there was a lot of soup. His son and daughter-in-law had just poured it in. After drinking the soup, he stuffed the steamed bun into his mouth and slowly chewed it. When he swallowed it, Zhang Zhong exhaled. "Father, is it edible?" Zhang Xiaobao asked as he picked up a shrimp and placed it on his father's plate. "Yes, it's delicious. It's even better than the frozen dumplings." Zhang Zhong was not praising it because of his son's cooking. It was indeed delicious. He had never eaten it before. The dumplings were made with hot noodles, while the steamed bun was made with dough. The taste was different. Zhang Xiaobao laughed happily. "Father, if you like to eat, eat more. There's a pot in the kitchen. It's enough. In 2 days, your son will make a small vegetable box and cat ear soup for you. All right, there's also wine. I'll go get some." Zhang Xiaobao said as he jumped off the chair, ran to another room, and came back with a jar. Zhang Zhong had no worries at this time. He picked up the wine bowl and drank a mouthful. He looked at his son and daughter-in-law with a gratified smile. Chapter 334. Zhang Zhong's chopsticks and prawns fell on the table at the same time. He stared at his son and asked, "Xiaobao, how did you know?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan, and Wang Wan also looked back. The two of them showed an expression of as expected. Wang Wan jumped down and took back a pair of chopsticks. Zhang Xiaobao also peeled off the shell of a prawn and put the meat on his father's plate. Then he said to his father, who was in a daze, "Father, I was just guessing. Think about it. What can make you worry? Zhang Kaijin and Xiao Qi, those two idiots, are not worth your trouble. We don't lack money. Little Luo Shui still has between the clouds and the water. We are making money every day. Plus, we have other businesses. It won't take much effort to get tens of thousands of strings of coins. You don't have to worry about the officialdom. In the capital, we have taken care of all the people who should be taken care of. Money, tea leaves, fungus, and so on. If there is any trouble, even if they don't help, they should at least send a message. You are good to my mother, and it can't be because of other women. You pity the people, and we are doing something to help them. After thinking about it, other than losing the official seal, there is no other reason. It must have been stolen by those two people. Father, to be honest, I really don't like this kind of method. Did someone suddenly bump into you, and you don't know what happened? Are you waiting for the seal to disappear?" Zhang Xiaobao said. If Zhang Zhongxin's chopsticks were not in his mouth, they would have fallen again. He was dumbfounded. It was as if his son had seen it with his own eyes. "Father, don't keep thinking about the seal. Let's eat." "Forget it. I'll give you the seal first." Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks, jumped to the ground, and ran again. After a while, he came back with the seal in his hands and tiptoed to put it on the table in front of his father. He sat back down on the chair and said to his father, "Father, this is the real one. Don't lose it again. If you lose it again, we'll have to use a fake one. I borrowed a seal from you that day and made 2 fake ones when I got back. One is for you to carry with you at all times, and the other is placed somewhere else. This one has really been kept under cuckoo and your son's couch all this time. Father, let's eat. This method is really too old-fashioned. Your son originally thought that it was superfluous, but I didn't expect that someone would actually use it." Zhang Zhong put down his chopsticks and picked up the seal. Looking at the words Huayuan County Magistrate's seal, he was stunned again. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued eating. It wouldn't taste good when it got cold. After waiting for about half a quarter of an hour, Zhang Zhong finally came back to his senses. He slammed the official seal on the table and laughed. "Ha ha! Who can compare with me? Who could? I have a good son. It's just a small trick. My son doesn't like it at all. Ha ha ha, let's eat. Today's steamed buns are really delicious." Zhang Zhong was very happy. When he got the official seal that day, his son borrowed it for one night. He thought that his son was really curious, but who knew that his son actually made a fake one? He thought that the seal had already been prepared, and the only thing left was to engrave the words. It was nothing more than preparing for a rainy day and anticipating the enemy first. Looking at his son and daughter-in-law's indifferent appearance when they were eating, he felt that this was the real demeanor of a general. After being busy for a while, those who should be worried were worried, and those who should be laughing were laughing. Those people actually brought back a fake seal. The real seal and the fake seal were the same, but they were made in batches, so there was still a difference. When the time came, whoever took out the fake seal would have to wait for bad luck. Zhang Zhong was in a good mood. He didn't want to praise his son anymore. He picked up a soup dumpling and threw it into his mouth, not caring if it was hot or not. He exhaled as he chewed. "Father, why don't you put the real seal in the hands of the guards and take the fake seal out? Tonight, you still have to go to that mountain. You can sleep there at night and come back in the morning. Leave the work to the two of them. You have won the hearts of the people, and they will suffer. In the future, you can come back at night to eat something. When you reach there, you can take a nap. Wake up in the middle of the night and have supper with them. You can sleep after eating. Tomorrow, I will go with Cuckoo to walk around. We have to choose a good place for the lake. After a few days, the dock will be able to build boats. I will ask them to build a few boats for pleasure. When the lake is ready, we can put them in the lake. On the other side of the mountain, we can build a road that connects to the lake. Our family can also earn more money. Father, don't you think so?" Seeing that his father was happy, Zhang Xiaobao began to talk about the next step. Wang Wan listened and gave Zhang Xiaobao a smile. When Zhang Xiaobao said to make a fake seal, she didn't think it was necessary. Now she knew that Zhang Xiaobao had thought of everything that could happen. His plan was almost perfect. If there was a little flaw, it would be the sublimation of art. Others would feel proud when they came up with a plan, but Zhang Xiaobao had already returned everything to normal. This was the style of a person who was wanted by countless countries. His existence was a legend. Zhang Zhong didn't think as much as Wang Wan. He didn't know his son's past. He only knew that it would be difficult for the Zhang family not to become a big family in the future. He couldn't imagine what the Zhang family would be like in the future. He stuffed another steamed bun into his mouth. Looking at the official seal on the table, he swallowed the steamed bun and said, "Xiao Bao, Cuckoo, I can't teach you for a few days. Take a good look at area. If you can memorize it, try your best. After a while, I will leave. Let the guard take the real seal. I will take the fake one. Father, don't worry. We will take good care of ourselves. Don't forget to come over for dinner tonight. I promise that you will eat different things for a month. If there are enough materials, you can eat different things for a year." Zhang Xiaobao liked to see his family happy, so he came with his father and resolved all possible crises in advance. Zhang Zhong couldn't tell what his mood was at this time. It was just like when he lost the seal. It was like a dream. He picked up a piece of beef, ate it, and said, "Well, I will come back every night to eat the food cooked by my son and daughter-in-law. Be careful. Don't burn it." The three of them ate a pot and a half of soup dumplings. Zhang Zhong ate the most. He ate one after another and drank 2 bowls of wine. He left his son's place a little shakily. Before leaving, he didn't forget to touch his son's head. At this time, the guards had just finished eating and thought that they didn't have to go out. However, Zhang Zhong found them and handed an official seal to the leader of the 20 guards. He said, "Take it. This is the real one. I have a fake one in my arms. Come, ride with me to the mountain to have a look." The leader of the guards took the official seal in a daze. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He actually wanted to ask if the one he lost was also a fake one. He weighed the seal in his hand and said, "Sir, don't worry. Even if I have a breath left, I won't lose the real seal. Brothers, get on the horses." It was still raining outside. Zhang Zhong didn't care. He was in a good mood now and didn't care about the weather at all. He got on the horse and galloped towards the mountain under the protection of the guards. Those merchants had already listened to County Deputy Xiao and Registrar Zhan. They went to find the owner of the land. The owner didn't know the value of the land. After the merchants offered him 30 strings of coins per mu, he agreed happily. The merchants sent someone to the county town to report that night. Registrar Zhan, County Deputy Xiao, and Shun Wendian were still awake. The three of them found a small shop and ate and drank inside. In order not to eat yesterday's food, Shun Wendian went in first to order the dishes. Registrar Zhan and County Deputy Xiao went in after the dishes were served. The three of them ate and drank in the shop while waiting for the news from the merchants. "Well, from now on, this place won't be Zhang Zhong's world. Wait for me to get promoted. At that time, you won't be short of benefits. County Deputy Xiao, who drank too much, said loudly. There were only 6 diners left. Hearing his words, they couldn't help but frown. It seemed that the new county magistrate was going to be unlucky. In the past, they didn't care about this. But this time it was different. The new county magistrate was a good official who was willing to make decisions for the people. If he really quit and let the original registrar take over, Huayuan County wouldn't be able to have a good life. The 6 of them still remembered how Registrar Zhan, County Magistrate Xiao, and those people in the government office treated them when the person surnamed one was the county magistrate. When the 6 of them were frowning, Registrar Zhan seemed to be unwilling to do so. He said to County Deputy Xiao, "Brother Byong, we lost our seals." The county magistrate didn't say that he wouldn't give it to us. So what we do now is not good. After all, we need to rely on him to make a fortune in the future. What's not good about it? What's not good about it? You can say it louder. I can't hear you. Make a fortune? Do we still need him to make a fortune? I can do it. I know. Isn't it just fixing the mountain and sending people to the capital city to say how good this place is? It's simple. After I become the county magistrate, I'll send people over. Brother Shangyun, you can't hesitate at this time. You can easily get yourself into trouble. Listen to me. When you understand, let's see what ability Zhang Zhong has. He dared to make us lose our money. Don't you want to take revenge? Don't think that he can make Huayuan County good. In fact, it's all fake. I can do it without him. I know it. I just didn't have this opportunity before. Give me a chance, and I can do better than others. Wen is not a surname, and Zhang is not a surname either. County Deputy Xiao said. He held the bowl, and some wine spilled from time to time. He didn't seem to notice it. With a special smile on his face, he put the bowl to his mouth and drank. Most of the wine flowed into his clothes, a small part went into his mouth, and some went into his nostrils. He choked and covered his head. Chapter 335. Zhang Zhong rode his horse in the heavy rain. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he found that the people had not eaten and were still working. It was so dark that he couldn't see the situation there clearly. "The Lord is here! The Lord is here!" A sharp-eyed child shouted, and other people also found the county magistrate coming through the rain. Zhang Zhong dismounted and wiped the rain on his face with his hand. He looked at the people under the shed. At this time, there were not only people working, but also some children with their families. Some of them gathered together and looked at him with curious eyes. "Where's the person in charge? What's going on? It's so dark, why aren't you eating? Why are you working?" Zhang Zhong shouted loudly as he saw the flickering figures under the shelter. Immediately, a person in charge ran over and said respectfully, "County Magistrate, everyone is not tired and wants to work more. Don't worry, we didn't go up the mountain at night. In the afternoon, someone gave an idea to let everyone just dig before dark and only transport at night. It's easier to transport the soil than to dig, and it can be transported even if you can't see." Who gave the idea? Zhang Zhong didn't expect that the people in the county could use this method to work. "It's Brother Pan. Come here, Brother Pan. The Lord wants to see you." The person in charge shouted to the crowd, and a 12 or 13-year-old girl squeezed out. She didn't know what was rubbed on her face, but there were streaks on her face. She was wearing a pair of straw sandals. The front part of the sandals was open, revealing her big toe. Her pants were shorter and were patched up like her clothes. In her arms was a naked 2-year-old child. The child grabbed the clothes around the girl's neck with one hand and waved the other hand curiously with a half-clenched fist. "Brother Pan, come here. Lord, this is Brother Pan who gave the idea. Her family name is Zhu, and that child is her younger brother. She has an older sister and 2 younger sisters. One is 9 years old, and the other is 7 years old. One is called Brother Wong, and the other is called Brother Dai." The steward beckoned for the little girl to come over and introduced her to Zhang Zhong in great detail. Zhang Zhong immediately understood. There were 4 sisters in the family, and one of them had a younger brother. From the name, one could tell that there was a boy in the family. "Yes, sir." The little girl Pan took a few steps forward and called out timidly to Zhang Zhong. "Oh, okay. Brother Pan, how did you come up with that idea? Zhang Zhong tried his best to make his voice as gentle as possible. He waved his hand and asked the person who was preparing the clothes for him to come over. He took the dry clothes from the person's hand, pulled off the blue silk shirt inside, and wrapped it around the naked child's body. My lord, how could I bear to do that? Brother Pan, the lord is asking you a question. Hurry up and answer. The steward felt a little distressed for the torn clothes, but at the same time, he was grateful to the county magistrate in his heart. He urged the little girl who didn't dare to speak. Brother Pan touched the silk cloth with her hand and felt the smoothness of it. Finally, she mustered up the courage to say, My older sister is married. When I am at home, I have to take care of my younger sister and younger brother. I also have to work. I can't do it alone, so I thought of some things to do first and then to do later. That is, when I'm chopping firewood, I let my third sister take care of my younger brother when I'm picking vegetables, and let my fourth sister do the laundry. In the courtyard, I can see them. When I go in to cook, I let my fourth sister take care of my younger brother and wash the pot, and let my third sister light the fire. When I am cooking, I can see them. Brother Pan couldn't explain it too clearly. She gave a simple example, which seemed to have nothing to do with the idea of working over there. Many people may only understand the general idea, but Zhang Zhong could understand the things contained in it. This was what his son and daughter-in-law talked about when they were arranging things in the family. Thinking that his son and daughter-in-law would always spend a lot of effort to cultivate some smart children, Zhang Zhong decided to keep this little girl. Good, well said. Reward. Zhang Zhong nodded with satisfaction and gave a look to the person next to him. That person immediately took out a dozen copper coins and handed them over to Brother Pan. Darren rewarded you. Quickly take it, otherwise Darren will not be happy. The steward saw that Brother Pan didn't dare to reach out his hand, so he urged again. Zhang Zhong watched Brother Pan take the money and asked the steward, Why are there so many children and old people? Darren, they're all working people's families. You let people eat a lot of food every day. Everyone found that as long as some wild vegetables are mixed in, more people can eat. The children can pick the wild vegetables, and the old people can help to repair the household furniture, weave baskets, and so on. In the morning, the people close to the family call their families over. Darren, these people don't need to be paid. The food we eat every day is still the same food, oil, and salt. We won't let Darren spend more money. The steward was a little worried and explained to Zhang Zhong, emphasizing that they didn't need to spend more money. He was afraid that the county magistrate would drive them away. When Zhang Zhong heard this, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. It was not caused by him, but now that it was under his control, he could not just grab the person surnamed, one from the capital, and make him spit out the money without a single cent missing. Well, let's do it like this first. Tomorrow, let people send food, oil, and salt. Add a little bit, and we'll be fine after this period of time. Zhang Zhong could only arrange like this. Driving people away was absolutely impossible. Thank you, Darren. Everyone is relieved now. Darren, you haven't eaten yet, right? Let's eat here in a while. The steward said happily. The people around him, who were also worried, were now relieved. I've eaten. You guys eat. I came over to take a look. Eat early and rest. I still have to continue working tomorrow. Zhang Zhong felt uncomfortable when he thought that there would be fat slices for him when eating. The steward waved his hand and asked the people around him to disperse. Darren, I'm not tired. Usually when I find something to do, I can only get one meal. Once I work, it will take an entire day. Zhang Zhong nodded and didn't say anything more. He followed the steward, who took a set of dry clothes to a corner and pulled up a curtain to change his wet clothes. This night was another night that made the people happy. The mark of the county magistrate as a good official had been deeply engraved in their hearts. The next morning, Zhang Zhong woke up and ate breakfast with the people. He prepared a little and looked up at the sky. The light rain was still falling. He knew that today was the time to face some things. He flipped over on his horse and led a group of guards. Under the respectful farewells of the people, he splashed the water and left. Registrar Jean and Deputy Xiao also woke up early in the morning. After freshening up, They took a carriage and went to the yamen. The merchants also brought the sellers of the fields over. The door of the yamen was half opened and propped up with a stick. They began to deal with the things that would happen today. Maybe it was because of the rain, or maybe the people really didn't have anything to trouble the yamen. After waiting for more than 2 hours, no one came. When the sound of the horses' hooves came, it also told the people that the county magistrate was here. Zhang Zhong came to the entrance of the yamen. He dismounted from the horse and landed on the ground. He straightened his official uniform, which was already wet, and stepped in. There were also people who prepared dry clothes for him to change into. After a busy period, Zhang Zhong finally came to the signing room, while Registrar Zhan and Deputy Xiao were anxiously waiting. "What happened to the two of you today?" "Last night, I went to the mountain to have a look. The progress is good," Zhang Zhong said to Registrar Zhan and Deputy Xiao indifferently. Deputy Xiao looked at Zhang Zhong's appearance and thought to himself, "You can just pretend here. Let's see what you will do later." Then he said, "County Magistrate Zhang, the people in the county live and work peacefully. There is nothing to do today. Oh, those businessmen have come and bought the land. Why don't we deal with their land first? Isn't it a little too rushed? It's still raining outside. Even if we buy the land, we can't immediately build the house," Zhang Zhong said so deliberately. Sure enough, his words made Registrar Zhan and Deputy Xiao reveal an expression that said they already knew it. Deputy Xiao wouldn't let go of the opportunity. He continued, "It's raining now, so we can't build the house. But we can do other things. The main thing is to let the businessmen rest assured. Look, Registrar Zhan, and I have written down what you said. As long as they come and read it, we three will stamp it, and it will be done." When he spoke, he deliberately emphasized the word stamp and looked at Zhang Zhong with a smile. Zhang Zhong cooperated with him and hesitated for a moment. He said, "Why don't we take a good look at it? If there is something not suitable, won't someone suffer losses? Whether it's suitable or not depends on what the businessmen say. County Magistrate Zhang, I think you won't think it's not suitable." "Why haven't you come yet?" Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looked at the door when he was talking. Zhang Zhong thought that when he came in, Shen Wendan passed by behind him. He should be looking for the businessman. Seeing Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looking at the door, Zhang Zhong also looked at the door. Speak of the devil. In less than 10 breaths, the sound of footsteps could be heard. After waiting for a few breaths, Shen Wendan came with a group of businessmen. First, the person who sold the land and the businessman made a deal. In this kind of deal, it didn't have to use the county magistrate's seal. There were 3 people in the yamen who could take care of things. Any one of them would do. Therefore, Zhang Zhong didn't take out his seal. Deputy Xiao didn't force him. He stamped with his seal and waited for the person who sold the land to go out. He said to the businessman, "This is the document drafted by the county. Take a look. Is there anyone who disagrees with it?" A piece of paper was sent to the businessmen. They just went through it. Yesterday, they already knew what was written on it. Each of them had a copy. After glancing at it, they shook their heads to show that they didn't disagree with it. "Put your fingerprints." Deputy Xiao stamped the paper with his seal one by one. Registrar Zhan also followed suit. Then the businessmen put their fingerprints on the paper. One by one, they put their fingerprints on the paper and put their red fingerprints on the paper. After the fingerprints were put, everyone's eyes were on Zhang Zhong. Deputy Xiao finished a piece of paper and handed it to Zhang Zhong respectfully. "County Magistrate, it's your turn." Chapter 336. Zhang Zhong took the paper and looked at those businessmen. The businessmen didn't know what was going on with the people in the government office. They were expecting the county magistrate to stamp the paper. This was something that they could exchange with ginseng. Zhang Zhong then turned his gaze to Shen Wendan. Xin Yuan jumped in fright, thinking that the county magistrate already knew that he was the one who hired someone to steal the seal. He quickly lowered his head, his hands trembling by his side. His reaction made Zhang Zhong's eyes light up. He was worried that he couldn't find the person who stole the paper. Unexpectedly, there was someone who looked at him with fear. This meant that this matter at least had something to do with him. Wei Wei nodded. Zhang Zhong then looked at Registrar Jean. Registrar Jean returned a complicated look and said nothing. Of course, he wouldn't tremble either. The last one was Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looked at Zhang Zhong fearlessly with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Zhang Zhong smiled and deliberately said to County Deputy Xiao, "Can I stamp the paper?" "Are you kidding, sir? How can this kind of thing be taken lightly?" County Deputy Xiao sneered. "Oh, in that case, I will stamp it." As Zhang Zhong said, he put his hand into his chest and slowly took it out. Under the eyes of the people with different thoughts, Zhang Zhong held something wrapped in silk cloth in his hand. He pulled the ink pad closer and slowly undid the silk cloth. When the last button was undone, a golden paper appeared in front of everyone. When Zhang Zhong picked up the paper and was about to dip it in the ink pad, Shen Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "This is impossible. How can the paper be in your hand?" "Shut up. What are you talking about?" County Deputy Xiao didn't expect Shen Yuan to be so immature. He scolded him and said to Zhang Zhong with a smile, "Sir, Shen Wendian means that you didn't ask your subordinates to take care of your paper." Zhang Zhong was finally sure. He nodded. "Yes, Shen Wendian must want to know why I didn't ask my subordinates to take care of it." "Guards." The last three words were shouted to the outside. Immediately, 2 guards came in and waited outside. "Shen Wendian wants to know why the seal isn't in someone else's hands, but in my possession. Take him out and tell him why. You must tell her that you understand," Zhang Zhong said with a sullen face. He hated this Shen Yuan to death and wished that he could strangle him to death right now. If it wasn't for his son's preparations, it wouldn't have been easy to handle this time. The 2 guards who came in immediately understood what was going on and replied, "Yes." The 2 of them reached out with one hand each and grabbed Shen Yuan's shoulders. Like a little chick, they carried Shen Yuan out of the room. Shen Yuan finally reacted and shouted, "It's none of my business. Deputy Xiao, help. Registrar Jean, help. It's none of my business." Zhang Zhong didn't seem to hear him and continued stamping the seal seriously. Registrar Jean and Deputy Xiao didn't know what to do now. They stared at the seal in Zhang Zhong's hands and seemed to be trying to figure out what had happened. Could it be that someone saw Shen Yuan hiding the seal? Zhang Zhong ignored Registrar Jean and Deputy Xiao. As he stamped the seal, he said to the merchants calmly, "I came to Huayuan County to be the county magistrate because I want to let the people in the county live a good life. I know what you all wanted to do a few days ago. Originally, I wanted to do a good job, but I feel that it's the nature of merchants to pursue profit. There's no right or wrong in making money. So, I'll let you all stay and let Erniu take you to see the land. I hope you can understand my good intentions." The merchants were frightened when they heard this. If they didn't see the county magistrate stamping the seal one by one, they would have thought that this matter was over. A clever merchant immediately said, "Sir, don't worry. We understand. If there's a chance in the future, we will definitely help you to let the people in Huayuan County live a good life." Zhang Zhong finished stamping the last seal and put away the seal that belonged to the yamen. Then, he said, "There's no need for that. There's a chance in the future. There's a chance in front of you now. You all have a lot of money. There are 16 of you. Let's start with 5,000 strings of cash each. With 80,000 strings of cash, you can do a lot of things." "Ah, sir, isn't that too much? That ginseng." A merchant couldn't help but say. A merchant couldn't help but speak up. 5,000 strings of cash was too much, and he had to mention the ginseng. Zhang Zhong smiled and said, "The ginseng? 3 of them are here. My son's illness has been cured long ago. It's just that he's naughty and pretended to be ill. If you all want it, I'll ask someone to get it and return it to you all." No, no, no. "Sir, we don't mean that. We just want to ask if the ginseng is enough. If it's not enough, we will go and get more. Sir, we know that your family is not short of money. The money will be used on the people in the county. Sir, you are a good official, but you should have a name." Another merchant pulled the one who spoke just now to the back. He stood up and explained to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong was prepared for this. He was still as polite as before. "Name? Yes. Didn't the document say that you will be fined for the land you occupy? You will pay according to the highest price of the things that can be planted on the land." "Sir, Are you talking about planting flowers? But that is a field. We need to plant food. Sir, tell us what kind of plants will cost the most. We are willing to pay. This merchant should have thought of this. He thought that the most expensive thing to plant was the rice from the Zhang family. He sold the seeds by caddy. Even if he could produce 5 dan of rice from 1 mu of fertile land, it was only 500 caddies. 100 coins per caddy was only 50 strings of cash. So what? Of course, we can't plant flowers. You know that my family grows black fungus, right? Then let's calculate according to the amount of black fungus. I still have about 10 dan of dry black fungus at home. When I plant them, I only took up slightly more than 1 mu of land. If we calculate less, 1 mu of land will be 5 dan of dried black fungus. How much would that cost? Zhang Zhong said slowly. His words were like thunder in the merchant's ears. This was still considered less. 5 dan of dry black fungus would be 500 caddies of dry black fungus. How much would a caddy of dried black fungus cost? The cheapest place would cost about 10 strings of cash. When there was a shortage, there was no market. Even if it was priced at 20 strings of cash, there would still be people fighting to buy it. If this was the case, each of them occupied about 2 mu of land. How much would that be? 20,000 strings of cash. It couldn't be calculated like this. Not only were the merchants confused, Registrar Official Zhan and District Deputy Xiao were also confused. They didn't want to think about the stamp for the time being. They were thinking about how much money Zhang Zhong's family had. Zhang Zhong knocked on the table and said, "How is it? Do you understand? Have you thought it through?" Yes, yes. In the future, the land will be calculated according to the price of the vegetables in the winter. You only need to pay a few hundred strings of cash per mu of land. It's close to the capital. If you occupy that land, don't tell me you want to make a lot of money in the past. Understood, understood. Sir, we understood just now. Each person will pay 5,000 strings of cash. We will send it to the Yamen in 2 days. Not a single coin less. According to the rules, there should be 40% of the silk. Sir, don't worry. We will choose the better silk and send it to you. The merchants wiped their sweat. They just exchanged glances and knew what to do. Paying 5,000 strings of cash was better than paying 20,000 strings of cash every year. It seemed that they wouldn't be able to make money this year. It would be good if they could break even. Zhang Zhong also didn't want to ask for copper coins. Silver, copper, and silk were all used as currency. His son said that the imperial court had mandatory requirements for currency. With 80,000 strings of cash, his family could withdraw money first and then repair this and that. It was enough. How much money did the imperial court have this year? 80,000 strings of cash. It was a huge amount of money to spend on a county. Zhang Zhong was in a good mood on this matter. He comforted them. 5,000 strings of cash is not a small amount. When you finish repairing things over there, I will give you a few pointers. You will benefit a lot. Yes, sir. We will go back and prepare. When the time comes, please give us more pointers. The merchants were relieved. The Zhang family's ability to make money was needless to say. The county magistrate didn't seem like the kind of person who didn't keep his word. One by one, they happily said a few words and then left one after another. After the merchants left, only Zhang Zhong, Registrar Zhan, and Deputy Xiao were left in the room. Zhang Zhong smiled and said to the 2 people, "This time, I have to thank the 2 of you for facilitating this matter. If the 2 of you hadn't been busy there, how could I get so much money for the Yamen? I don't know how Shan Windy's side is going. Let's go and have a look." As he spoke, Zhang Zhong got up. Ilua's contract was in his hand. He didn't want to put it in the Yamen. What if someone stole it? Even the official seal was stolen. What else couldn't be stolen? Registrar Zhan and Deputy Xiao were most afraid of Zhang Zhong mentioning this matter. However, Zhang Zhong still mentioned it. Registrar Zhan was the first to compromise. He said to Zhang Zhong, "County magistrate, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You could get 80,000 strings of cash for the Yamen in one go. That's great. In the future, our Huayuan County will definitely catch up with Sanshui County. My lord, when this lowly one does things in the future, I hope that my lord can give me some pointers like what you just said to the merchants. This lowly one is prone to making small mistakes. If I accidentally offend my lord, "My lord, please be magnanimous and not hold it against this lowly one." Registrar Jean had to say this. He wasn't sure if when he could handle it. If he confessed everything, what should he do? Well, not bad. Registrar Jean has seen things clearly. If you can still do things in the Yamen in the future, then do it well. The Yamen is short of money. Zhang Zhong didn't want to let Registrar Jean off so easily. If he didn't let him know how powerful he was, he wouldn't have time to deal with him if something happened again. Registrar Jean understood and said, "You're right. Those merchants gave me and Deputy Xiao 5 strings of cash in advance. Actually, it was for the Yamen. I forgot to mention it yesterday. I'll get someone to send the money over later." "That's good. What did Deputy Xiao say?" Zhang Zhong asked Deputy Xiao. Chapter 337. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was ready to take a gamble. He believed that the seal in Zhang Zhong's hand was fake. If no one investigated this matter, it would be the truth. Anyway, the words on the seal were the same. If he still had a real seal, no one would dare to say that it was fake. But the real seal was not in his hand. It was in Xin Yuan's hand. As long as Xin Yuan said that he picked it up, he and Registrar Jean could report it to the imperial court. Why can an official have 2 seals? What was with the fake seal? At that time, even if Zhang Zhong did not die, he would lose a layer of skin, and he and others might not have an easy time. What was he thinking? Usually, some deputy county magistrate could even use the seal of the county magistrate to do things. Did the county magistrate want to use the seal and you don't return it to him? Even so, it was better than him and others suffering. Zhang Zhong was complacent. Well, he must pull Zhang Zhong into this. Thinking of this, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said those words to Zhang Zhong and then ran out of the signing room. He saw Xin Yuan being taken to that direction just now. Zhang Zhong looked at the door and then turned back to look at Registrar Jean. He asked, "Don't you want to go and have a look?" "Sir, I will follow you. I won't go there." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was so anxious that he wanted to keep the money that should be given to the government office. "I don't think so." Registrar Jean looked at Zhang Zhong's fearless face and did not dare to follow him. He had lived for almost 30 years and had never seen such a strong person like Zhang Zhong. He also had never seen anyone who could be better than Zhang Zhong. He had only been in Huayuan County for a few days. He had done what he should do. He had won the hearts of the people he should win and earn the money he should earn. He had been busy following Deputy County Magistrate Xiao for a few days. As a result, the Yamen runners who used to be obedient were gone. The money that was given out could not be collected. The people who were locked up were released. It was not easy to go out for a meal. What was the point of fighting? County Magistrate, one was not at the same level as Zhang Zhong. No wonder he went to Zhangjia Zhuangzi and never came back. Zhang Zhong looked at Registrar Jean and hesitated. He didn't know if he should get rid of him or protect him. Either way, it was easy to handle. Both had their pros and cons, sir. What else can I do? Oh, there's still work in the mountains. I could take some money from my family to buy some things and send them there. What do you think? How could Registrar Jean not know that a single thought from Zhang Zhong could decide his future? He thought of an idea and asked Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong did not expect Registrar Jean to surrender so quickly. He thought for a while and said, "Registrar Jean, you can't continue to be Registrar Jean. You can submit a letter of apology to your superiors and be a copywriter. Registrar Shun and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao will not be working in the future. You can take the position of copywriter. Keep some of your 5,000 strings of coins for yourself. When the time comes, rent the place at the foot of the mountain for 3 years. As for the rest of the money, just like what you said just now, buy some things for the people in the county. You know what the people lack, right? It can't be more expensive than the usual business." Registrar Jean knelt down in front of Zhang Zhong and said gratefully, Sir Xia, I will write it later. I will be a copywriter and buy things for the people. What the people lack most now is food. It's all my fault. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and County Magistrate Wen's fault. We collected an extra year's rent and didn't give them a reduction in rent when we worked more hours. Even if I were to be cut into pieces, it would be a light punishment. "My lord, I didn't keep a single copper coin and use it all to buy food." "Keep it. You can't have no money at home." A poor official is not necessarily a good one. Only when your family is stable can you put your mind on the people. In the future, you will be in charge of the matters on the mountain. Half a month later, if any of the people says that you are not good, you don't have to do the documents anymore. The reason why Zhang Zhong did this was to put on a show and make preparation for the future. He wanted to tell his future opponents that as long as they didn't go too far, there was still room for negotiation. He wanted to keep one alive and fight the other. Registrar Zhan did not care about what he was used for. He just wanted to protect himself now. Shen Wendy and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao were finished. If they were to report, they would have to report it to the Ministry of Personnel first. The officials that would not let them off easily. As long as they were in charge, they would have their own deputies. If they did not teach these two people a lesson, what if their deputies learned from them in the future? What would happen then? Well, you can do it now. Zhang Zhong finished speaking and walked out with his hands behind his back. Registrar Zhan stood up and ran to the desk. He started to write a letter of apology. In a house in a courtyard behind the yamen, two bodyguards were listening to Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan did not need to be forced to confess. He just said it directly. However, what he said had nothing to do with the seal. The two guards were not in a hurry and sat down to listen. "It's like this. Just now, I said that when the county magistrate came to the county, only 3 people went to welcome him. I didn't go. This may have offended the county magistrate, but I had no choice at that time. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was waiting for me there. Let's not talk about this first. Let's talk about that first. Why didn't the county magistrate let others take the seal? I think that a person as powerful as the county magistrate should have people around him who have done everything well. As long as the county magistrate says something, everyone can do it. After all, the county magistrate is capable. For example, Zhangjia Zhuangzi, Shen Yuan talked to the 2 guards. Seeing that the 2 guards did not torture him, he was relieved. He thought that he could leave later. As long as he went home, he would give the seal to Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. He would not do this anymore. While he was talking, the door of the room was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao came in and said to Shen Yuan directly, "Don't say so much to them. The county magistrate's seal was picked up by us. The one he is using now is a fake one. You and I will report it together." Looking at Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, who rushed in and listened to his words, Shen Yuan was dumbfounded. The 2 guards, however, laughed. One of them winked at the other. The other stood up and caught Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. "Separate them. Ask what kind of seal the county magistrate used and where he picked it up." A guard said. The 2 guards covered the mouths of Shen Yuan and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao at the same time in case they colluded. At this time, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao felt that something was wrong. When he looked at Shen Yuan, there was an inexplicable sadness in Shen Yuan's eyes. He did not say anything just now. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao thought about it carefully and understood. He regretted in his heart. Why did he rush in? When he was dragged out by the guards, he did not struggle. He closed his eyes and let them do whatever they want. After Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was taken away, Shen Yuan, who was released by the guards, did not need to be asked. He said directly, "I will tell you everything. You are such a good-for-nothing. We arranged for someone to steal the county magistrate's seal. Shen Yuan, accepted his fate and told them everything that had happened. Not only that, he also told them what he had done in the past. In any case, he was only forced to participate. If he was sentenced to death, the other 2 would not have a good ending either. It was too cowardly to follow these 2 people. They could only get a little money every time. They had to do all the dirty work. At the critical moment, they were in a mess. If they had to die, they would die together." After listening to Shen Yuan, the guard found a scribe and asked Shen Yuan to repeat himself. There was someone there who was easier to remember. After Shen Yuan finished writing, he asked Shen Yuan to put his fingerprint on the scribe and threw him into the prison cell to accompany Jean de Motzi. That way, he would have company. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was different from Shen Yuan. When the guard asked him to speak, he just kept his mouth shut and didn't say a word. He was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. The guard waited for a while. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he didn't make things difficult for him. He also threw him into the cell. When they entered the cell, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was locked up opposite Shen Yuan. They could still see each other and talk. However, Shen Yuan didn't have any intention to talk to Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. He just stood there motionless, facing the wall and smelling the unpleasant smell of the cell that hadn't been cleaned for many years. Shen Yuan, what did you say to them? Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was full of anger. He asked Shen Yuan loudly. In fact, he wanted to use this voice to suppress the fear in his heart. Shen Yuan was still the same. He was not moved at all. Shen Yuan, tell me. I still have a way to get us out. Registrar Zhan is still outside. Tell me quickly. I will give you a large sum of money, 500 strings of coins. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao did not give up. He lowered his voice and persuaded him again. Shut up, Xiao Qi, you bastard. I am working for you. Now that I am in, you don't want to save me. Now you're in, right? Haha, I have a companion. Come on, Xiao Qi. Tell me, what wicked things have you done these years? Pockmarked Zhang's voice came from the cell next to him. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao turned his head and found that Pockmarked Zhang was in the next cell. He was reaching out his hand to him. It seemed that he wanted to touch him. Moving to the side, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao stayed away from Pockmarked Zhang. Then he said, Pockmarked Zhang, I helped you to suppress the crimes you committed in the past. Otherwise, you will not be able to get out of here. Bullshit. I only needed to be locked up for a few months for those crimes. It is you who are cruel. As long as I don't give you money, you won't let me out. I gave you 2 strings of coins. If I had known, I would have been in here that year. Now all the others are out. You even give me 3 strings of coins a day. Now that I have so much money, I will have a few strings of coins. None of you are good. Son of a bitch, you deserve this. Come here, son of a bitch. Let me have a good look at you. Have you made any progress these days? Pockmarked Zhang stared at Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. He even dug out the things that happened in the past. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was originally afraid. When he heard Pockmarked Zhang's words, he turned around and said, Bah, let me tell you, I will be able to get out in a while. I will find someone to deal with you. At this moment, the door opened with a crash. A Yamen runner came in and shouted, Pockmarked Zhang, the Lord said that you can't occupy a cell by yourself. 2 more people came in. Who do you want to be with? Chapter 338. Half a day later, Zhang Matzi walked out of the cell happily. He had become an honorable bailiff in Huayuan County. Deputy Xiao also walked out. He looked up at the night sky after the rain stopped and said to a bailiff beside him, I want to ask Zhang Zhong, which one is the fake one? The bailiff didn't know either. He turned around and looked at the guard. The guard had already gotten the document he wanted. He smiled at Xiao Qi and said, What is the real one? Which one is the fake one? And Shen Yuan, didn't you ask why the official didn't give the seal to others? You are wrong. Look, this is mine. As the guard spoke, he took out a seal from his bosom and flipped it over for the 2 of them to see. On the seal was the seal of the Huayuan County Magistrate. Let's go. Don't be silly. You cheated me of 2 strings of money. I will go to your house. Zhang Matzi pushed Deputy Xiao hard when he was about to figure out. Humph. I'll let you be a bailiff. Zhang Zhong will be in trouble. Xiao Qi sneered and said. Zhang Matzi pushed him again. Pockmarked Zhang pushed him again and said, Bullshit. I did do bad things in the past, but only a few people. You could be the deputy county magistrate, so why can't I be the Yamen runner? Don't die. I'll do my job properly in the future, and I'll visit you when the time comes. That night, countless bailiffs surrounded the house of Xiao. There was still a lot of money in the house. They couldn't let others take it away. The county magistrate didn't have the right to confiscate the house of the deputy county magistrate. They could only report it and let the higher-ups decide. Zhang Zhong finally put down all his worries today. He only waited for the money to come. He started to do civil works in Huayuan County. He started to build roads and some houses in the county. In this way, he could help the people get some money. With the food bought by Jean Wendy, the people could wait until the autumn harvest. The people who had no labor at home could send food directly. It was a benefit of Huayuan County. He couldn't let them starve to death. As for the business matters, except for the shop at the foot of the mountain, he didn't care about the other places. He just waited for the foreign businessmen to invest. Feeling the coolness after the rain, Zhang Zhong was prepared to return to Jinlai restaurant to have a meal with his son and daughter-in-law before heading to the other side of the mountain to take a look. As soon as he arrived outside Zhang Xiaobao's courtyard, a fragrant wind blew in through the open door. Zhang Zhong took a deep breath and walked directly to the kitchen. At the entrance, he saw his son and daughter-in-law sitting there. Between them was a basin filled with stuffing. Each of them held a small piece of bamboo in one hand and a piece of dough in the other hand. They used the small piece of bamboo to scoop up the filling and smear it on the dough. With a move of Wei Wei's hand, a wonton was ready. There was soup boiling in the pot, waiting to be used to cook wontons. Beside it were coriander, sesame oil, chopped green onions, pickled mustard, seaweed, and shrimps. It seemed that they were all prepared to eat wontons. "Father, you're back? How much did you cheat? Oh, how much did you earn?" This time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard Zhang Zhong's footsteps. Zhang Xiaobao turned his head and asked, 80,000 strings of coins. How is it? Zhang Zhong was happy. He pointed at the various things and asked, Are these all for wontons? It's a little too much. It's better to ask for less. Now they'll feel bad. Father, take out a few thousand strings of coins and build some buildings around the shops or warehouses that can serve as a foil to them. When they are done, we will cooperate with them. We have to let the other businessmen know that Huayuan County values them the most. Zhang Xiaobao was afraid that the other businessmen who wanted to come to Huayuan County would not dare to come after knowing the situation. After wrapping another wonton, Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the things and said, Father, the preparation was too rushed. Originally, there should be some other things. The wontons that I made are different from others. This wonton does not have salt. I only put pickled mustard at the bottom of the bowl. This wonton is filled with pork and shrimps. It must be fresh, so I use dried scallops, fish, and lamb bones to boil the soup. Later, I will mix it with chicken mince. We still have to wait for an hour. When the time comes, I will put seaweed, shrimps, and other things on top. Today, I made in a hurry. There is still some pickled mustard, vinegar, and soy sauce. You can put whatever you want. Father, next time, I will prepare more things and make more dishes for you. When Zhang Zhong heard what his son said, he sighed in his heart. After so much preparation, he still said that it was not enough. If it was prepared, how much would a wonton cost? A big bowl of wonton that cost 2 copper coins outside was directly boiled in boiling water. Who would boil soup for you? After it was boiled, you still had to mix the soup. Zhang family's restaurants did not have this kind of method. It seemed that his son and daughter-in-law had left the good things for themselves to enjoy. Well, when those businessmen finished building the place, you tell me what to do. Zhang Zhong agreed. He sniffed twice, swallowed his saliva, turned around, and went to the dining hall to wait. Half an hour later, 1 big bowl and 2 small bowls of wonton were carried by Zhang Xiaobao. The soup that was about to overflow the bowl did not spill a single drop. Zhang Xiaobao walked quickly. Zhang Zhong dipped one in vinegar and ate one in soy sauce. When he looked up, he saw that his son and daughter-in-law did not touch anything. They directly scooped up a wonton with a spoon and ate it with the soup. He also ate one. It was indeed different. It was fresh without touching anything. These 2 little guys, why didn't they say so earlier? They brought him vinegar and soy sauce, but they did not eat it. The 3 of them ate dinner happily. When Zhang Zhong was about to go to the other side of the mountain, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each carried a bag and followed him. What are you 2 doing? When Zhang Zhong walked to the gate of the courtyard, he found that his son and daughter-in-law were following him. The 2 of them did not make any sound when they walked. It felt like they suddenly floated over. Father, since I ate the ginseng, I'm not in a coma anymore. It's a good opportunity to walk around. Zhang Xiaobao stood up straight and walked 2 steps before he heard the sound of footsteps. If other children said so, their parents would definitely not agree. Zhang Zhong was an exception. He nodded and said, "Be careful when you go there. There's digging and padding there. Don't fall into the pit." When the 3 of them walked out of the courtyard, the guards also came. When they saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they led an extra horse. They knew that these 2 little guys could ride horses and their riding skills were not bad. They also stared at them, wanting to see the 2 of them fly on the horse one after another. But Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not intend to do that at all. They opened their arms and let Zhang Zhong carry them one by one. Under the guard's disappointment, Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao, "This time I am in front, and I am not running fast." The speed at which the group moved was indeed not very fast. It was much slower than the speed at which Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had sprinted back to the manor. After 2 hours, the group arrived at the foot of the mountain. Just as Zhang Zhong had expected, the people were still working. Even some of the slightly older children were working together under the light of the torches. They were dragging baskets filled with mud to other places. The younger children were holding small torches in their hands to light up the adults. There were many similar torches on the side, and they would change the torches after a while. The old people who could not do physical work gathered together and chatted while weaving baskets with vines and other things cut from the mountain to hold the soil. In the pot, there was still food stewing. The cook kneaded the brown rice, noodles, and wild vegetables together and sent them into the pot to be steamed. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan grabbed the reins and slipped out of the horse. Holding hands, they strolled around the cooking area. Looking at the vegetable dumplings, Zhang Xiaobao frowned. He then went to the pot and smelled the stewing food. He said to Wang Wan, "The stewing food is not bad, but there is meat in it. The rice is a bit wrong. Of course it can't compare to the wontons we make ourselves, but for others, this is already not bad. To make food that normal people can fill their stomachs, this is a skill." Wang Wan looked at the children who helped and felt uncomfortable in her heart. In Zhang Xiaobao and Zhuangzi, it was impossible for such a thing to happen. But looking at the smiles on those people's faces, she felt that this was already very good. Those expressions were not fake. Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan and walked around again. He found that there was no other dish, only a stew dish. Zhang Xiaobao thought that there were a lot of wild vegetables in it, but he felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaobao stopped and said to Wang Wan, "I understand. Look at the children. Don't you feel that something is missing? What is it? Look at the children's necks. They seem to be a little thicker than normal. They lack iodine, so we have to think of a way quickly. Otherwise, it will affect their intelligence. There's still some dried kelp at home. Ask someone to go back and get it quickly." "This thing seems to be missing. Do you have a way to make iodized salt?" Wang Wan also found it. It was dark, and there were only torches. It was not obvious when she looked at it just now, but now that she looked carefully, it was different. There were a few children in their teens, and their necks were obviously thicker than other children of the same age. If I can make iodized salt, then I can make a lot of things. The fish by the sea is not valuable, and so is the kelp. In the future, I have to send people to the sea to buy it. There is no need to wait for a sea boat. A bigger boat will do. It will be close to the sea. Find some local fishermen as guides, bypass the reefs, and dry the sea goods. The size of the sea goods can be reduced a lot. Zhang Xiaobao began to think about how to make the people in the north like to eat fish, especially things in the sea. The disease of iodine deficiency was really disgusting. Everything else was fine, but it affected people's intelligence, which was unbearable. Wang Wan also agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's plan. It was not that he had seen it, and there was obviously a way. He could not pretend that he did not see it. Chapter 339. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went over and told Zhang Zhong about the matter. Zhang Zhong thought about it and said, "Actually, there have been books about this, but the people here basically don't like to eat other fish except for shark's fin and abalone. They are okay with shrimp and crab, but they are even more unwilling to eat fish from the sea." When Zhang Xiaobao heard his father's words, he began to worry about this matter. Wang Wan also lowered her head and tried to think of a solution. Xiaobao, I can't think of anything. Besides letting Li Sun help promote the fish, can we let him do this kind of thing again? Even if he does, others may not be able to adapt to the taste of seafood. Xiaobao, I believe you can do it. Show us what you can do. Wang Wan couldn't think of anything, so she had to let Zhang Xiaobao come up with a good idea. Zhang Xiaobao couldn't think of a solution at the moment. The main thing was that when he thought of a solution, he never thought of a single existence. He had to consider the follow-up together. He was already used to this way of thinking. The two of them held hands and could only continue to stroll, thinking as they walked. As they walked, they came to the side of a pot that was stewing vegetables. The wooden lid of the pot wasn't tightly closed, revealing a gap about 2 inches wide. A child of about 10 years old, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, let a child of 5 or 6 years old into the pot. In his hand was a peeled branch with a few mushrooms strung on it. He carefully put the branch into the pot and said to the child next to him, "Little sister, these mushrooms are ready to eat in a while. There is still the taste of meat in them. Wait a little longer, and I will let you eat it." Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao watched and listened. Wang Wan suddenly had a warm feeling. A big brother was cooking for his little sister, and he had to do it secretly. How could he not know that when the two of them came over, the old man and old lady sitting there had already seen what they were holding in their hands? If the mushrooms were poisonous, they would definitely be stopped. They wouldn't lose anything by boiling the mushrooms with the soup in the pot, so no one cared. But when Zhang Xiaobao saw this scene, he thought differently. He held Wang Wan's hand tightly and said to Wang Wan, "I have a way to make them eat seafood." "What is it?" Wang Wan didn't expect Zhang Xiaobao to have an idea in such a short time. "It's simple. They don't like to eat fish. Let's make the fish into fish balls, shrimps, and so on. We can also make shrimp balls and crab balls from crab shells. Let's just buckle the kelp and string it up with a small stick. We could buy spicy skewers. It's not easy to make spicy. We can ask people to make the sauce lighter. The main thing is the spiciness. The numbness is simple. It's just pepper. If we fry it, it will be pepper oil. It's also called sesame oil, not sesame oil. Our side is good. Shaanxi. Do you know where Shaanxi's pepper is good? Hacheng. It's about 3 hours to the east from here to Beijing. If you head slightly north, the Sichuan peppercorns there are the best. But I still decided to use our local peppercorns first. I don't care if it's good. I don't have any obligation to improve their production and marketing of Sichuan peppercorns. The people here don't like to eat seafood and fish because they treat those things as main dishes. Let's change our way of thinking and treat those things as snacks and dishes with wine. We could do big food stalls. It can solve some of the people's work, make money, and let more people like those things. When Zhang Xiaobao saw 2 children eating mushrooms, he thought of this. Many people usually don't eat kelp, but it's different when it's in Malatang. There will always be people who will choose 2 skewers and various kinds of balls. Wang Wan blinked her big eyes. She also felt that this method was good. She usually doesn't eat fish balls, but she will eat some when it's in Malatang. In this way, it can solve some of the people's work and let the people here replenish their iodine. And then, Wang Wan suddenly asked Zhang Xiaobao, "And then what?" Zhang Xiaobao was puzzled. "How many times have I told you? Don't play dumb with me. You know what I'm asking. What kind of benefits can it bring to us in the future?" Wang Wan now likes to interrogate Zhang Xiaobao. Every time Zhang Xiaobao comes up with an idea, he has a backup plan. She thinks this is very interesting. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly understood. "Oh, you're talking about this. Then the people here can sell it. Our ships can transport it first and make a lot of money. The kelp is used to feed the ducks at the seaside. In our restaurant, we can also make a better Malatang and widen the gap with the ordinary Malatang." No, Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, you have to know that I can also think of this kind of thing. It's definitely not the last resort. Go on. Wang Wan was not swayed. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head helplessly. I can't live with you. You always doubt my words. We have to trust each other, you know? Well, then, when more people like to eat, they will go there to buy seafood. Rich businessmen can use big ships. How much do you think a ship can carry? They can't afford to wait. So what should we do? Let's use small boats. From a yellow river to here, there's only one way for small boats to go. The fastest, most convenient, and the safest way that is the river that connects here. The more people use it, the more money the government office earns, and the more money we earn. Not bad. Zhang Xiaobao, good plan. Then what? Wang Wan felt that she hadn't gotten everything out of him yet. So she helped him finish the rest of the story and asked another question. Zhang Xiaobao was depressed. He patted his forehead with his small hand and waited for Wang Wan to reach out and help him. Finally, he said, "There are also Tubo and Tujue. Don't they lack iodine? Don't they want to eat malatang? Especially the Tujue. The weather on the grassland changes quickly. When it's cold, they can eat malatang and drink our wine. Isn't it good? But they don't have seafood. Let's tell them a method, sell them the chili sauce, and let them buy seafood in exchange for their cows and sheep. It's good for our farming here, and we can also have more milk for the children to drink. You know, I have a special feeling for children." Well, that's pretty good. The two children scalded a bunch of mushrooms, and you connected all these things. You can promote the development of several industries and also improve the livelihood of the people. Then what? Wang Wan did not give up. She continued to pat Zhang Xiaobao's forehead. "Okay, I'll say one more thing. There's really nothing else. You have to believe me. When there's rapid exchange of business and goods, whether it's intentional or not, we can always exchange information with other places. Many times, the victory of a war is related to logistics and information. We can obtain more information. Don't ask me anymore. I won't say anything even if you ask me again. It's against the harmony of the heavens. It's crueler than Zhuge Liang burning the Rot-Tan armor soldiers. If I really do it one day, I will use oil to light up the 7-star lantern." Zhang Xiaobao said another beneficial thing and refused to say anything else. Wang Wan understood that Zhang Xiaobao still had a killer move on this matter. It was the kind that was very lethal. If it was someone else, she might not believe it, but Zhang Xiaobao was always an exception. "Okay, I won't ask anymore. If there's really a need to do that one day, bring me along. Now we have to send a message to Li's son. It's most convenient for him to do this. He's really a good kid. Sometimes he's childish, sometimes he's mature. Later on, he's always been sincere to us. It doesn't matter whether he's using us or not. We're also using him. As long as we don't have too big of a conflict of interest with him, he will help us. He's better than some of the princes now. If we really cooperate with those who have a chance to fight for the position, we have to worry about being stabbed in the back." Wang Wan was already very satisfied. She did not want to continue asking. She was not satisfied with forcing Zhang Xiaobao to say one backup plan after another. She was satisfied with Zhang Xiaobao as a person. He was really different from normal people. It was fine when he was not moving, but when he moved, everything was linked. It was just a simple malatang, but he could think of so many things. It was hard to believe. But who would have thought that Coca-Cola could occupy such a big market? Who would have thought that KFC could make so much money for so many years? The things they sold were still calculated according to the international price, but the price they bought was the local price. She believed that with Zhang Xiaobao's operation, the malatang would become popular. As long as there was no real chili, then no one would refuse the sauce made with mountain chili seedlings. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were here because they saw the two children eating the hot mushrooms. After a while, the mushrooms were finally cooked. The older brother swallowed his saliva, smelled it, smiled, and handed it to his sister's mouth. He said, "Little sister, you can eat now. See if it's delicious. Brother will find more for you tomorrow. It's too late today. Brother, you eat one first." The little girl stared at the string of mushrooms without blinking and said a very normal sentence that made people feel emotional. "Don't eat first. Wait a minute." Wang Wan shouted, pulled Zhang Xiaobao, and ran over. She opened the package Zhang Xiaobao was carrying and took out a small bamboo tube. Under the watchful eyes of the two children and the others, he unscrewed the lid of the bamboo tube and took out a small brush. There was still something stuck on the brush. He gently brushed the string of mushrooms twice, put it away, and took out another bamboo tube. He pinched some salt and pepper inside and sprinkled a small amount on the mushrooms. Then she said to the two children, "Well, eat it. How about you taste it?" The two children didn't know the two children who were younger than them. They were just stunned and didn't think to hide. Seeing the little girl put so many things on the mushrooms, they hesitated and didn't know whether to eat it or not. There was a steward next to them who knew Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Seeing that the two children didn't eat, he quickly came over and said, "This is the young master of the county magistrate's family, and this is the young master's. They are together. Eat it." Chapter 340. When the older brother took a bite and said that it was delicious, Wang Wan was relieved. It seemed that this malatang was still edible. At this time, the people who were working also stopped. They casually washed their hands in the basin and wiped their hands on their clothes. They were considered to be hygienic. One by one, they lined up and went to the various cooking places to get food. There weren't so many metal utensils, so they used wooden bowls. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already eaten, but children digested quickly. At this time, they felt that they could still eat. The two of them didn't eat and directly asked someone to serve them a bowl of stew. The person who served the stew washed the bowls again and again before serving them a bowl. It was the same as what Zhang Zhong had eaten before. There were many pieces of fatty meat inside. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were more tenacious. The stew was also stewed for a long time, so it wasn't greasy. They picked up a piece, dipped it in the garlic sauce, and stuffed it into their mouths. It was quite fragrant. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate a few pieces and began to observe the others. Those people were eating more happily, but they were not willing to eat the food. After eating a mouthful of food, they would bite a few mouthfuls of rice. "Xiaobao, it seems that we still don't have enough food. Tomorrow, ask the family to bring some radish strips and pickled vegetables. Those things go well with the rice and are not expensive. Also, prepare some salted eggs for the children." Wang Wan discovered the problem and immediately wanted to solve it. The food and drinks here were paid for by the yamen. Why didn't they use that money? Bring some tomorrow. I have a small jar of stinky tofu in my backpack now. Take it out for them to eat. Ask the people nearby to give it to them. Later on, get people to make more fermented bean curd. Make some improvements and grind it a few more times. 1 gene of beans can make 4 gene of tofu. At that time, only bean cakes can make 5 gene of tofu. Then, directly make fermented bean curd. There are a few salt pans here. Salt is not that expensive. According to the way they eat, they can eat well with 2 more pieces of fermented bean curd. It's better than eating salted beans and sorghum rice directly. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the most common things. If possible, it could be made into salted tofu. That would be good with wine, not to mention eating. Wang Wan didn't hesitate. She opened Zhang Xiaobao's backpack and found the jar containing the stinky tofu. The two of them had prepared a lot of things in their backpack before coming here. He had come here to see who was suitable to give it to and help Zhang Xiaobao's father get closer to him. In addition to these things, there were also candies. He would give them to him tomorrow morning. The stinky tofu was not expensive, but these people could not buy it with their own money. If they were really rich, who would eat wild vegetables? When the stinky tofu was taken out, the people who were further away did not know. But when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were submerged in the stench, they knew. One by one, they looked over. Those who got the stinky tofu were too embarrassed to eat it all by themselves. They divided the 1-inch wide piece of stinky tofu into 4 pieces and gave it to others. They used their chopsticks to poke a little bit on it and put it into their mouth. It was a kind of enjoyment. Zhang Xiaobao also had a piece of stinky tofu in front of him. He also used his chopsticks to poke a little bit and put it into his mouth. "Xiaobao, can you be more serious? Why are you learning from others?" Wang Wan said helplessly. "Learning from others? I didn't learn from others." Zhang Xiaobao looked up and understood. "I really didn't learn from others. If you give me a piece of stinky tofu or fermented bean curd, I can eat it for 3 days. If you give me a salted egg, I can eat it for a week. These two things have become a habit for me. At that time, I was rich. I asked someone to make salted goose eggs with salt water. I ate them for half a month and still had some left. I didn't have time to eat those, so I accompanied you here. What if it's an ostrich egg? Wang Wan asked. Then you have to use more salt water. Otherwise, it will go bad in the end. Actually, it doesn't matter if it goes bad, as long as it doesn't grow hair. I like to eat stinky eggs. It's better than stinky tofu. You should eat some too. Otherwise, you will feel uncomfortable when you smell it. Zhang Xiaobao seriously explained to Wang Wan. He even pushed the stinky tofu in front of Wang Wan. Wang Wan used her chopsticks and picked up 1/10 of the stinky tofu. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaobao felt a little heartache. She ate too much in one bite. What's wrong? Are you feeling heartache? Xiaobao, I really don't know what to say to you. You are usually so generous, but when it comes to food, you become so harsh, especially to yourself. Do you really have to be like this? Don't you know that this is also a flaw? It's easy to be used by others. Wang Wan swallowed the stinky tofu and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the remaining stinky tofu and used his chopsticks to touch it. He put it into his mouth and said, "No one has ever used this flaw of mine. In fact, I have always been waiting for them to use it, but who dares to? Are you doing this on purpose?" Wang Wan felt that this was a weakness that Zhang Xiaobao left for others to use. No, but it's not good for people to use this to attack me. I'm a kind of nostalgia. You also know how I lived when I was young. I'm very devout about eating things. It has nothing to do with how much money I have. I like to eat the bones of fish in tomato sauce. When I was 9 years old, I entered a movie theater for free. I saw a war movie that was filmed more than 100 years ago. They fought and fought until there was nothing to eat. On the battlefield, there were only 3 people left. They found an enemy tank. There was a salted cucumber and 2 fish bones inside. When they were eating, they said that they had never eaten such a fragrant fish bone before. At that time, I already thought that it was delicious. Other fish bones were not easy to bite, but I found that the fish bones of the fish in tomato sauce were edible. I stole some money and sold some canned food. After 5 meals, there was still a lot of soup left. Do you know what I'm trying to say by saying so much? Zhang Xiaobao suddenly asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan thought for a moment and nodded. You're saying that when a person likes to eat something, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's that delicious. Instead, it's because under certain circumstances, the person is left with a psychological cue. It's similar to self-hypnosis. You're thinking, I want to use this point to promote our Malatang. Li Longji created a drama. So why can't we create a drama? If we want to use a drama to promote our food, we will need to promote our Malatang first. We need to find a representative. Otherwise, Li Longji will ask about this, and that when he has nothing better to do. If we ask about this, he will be targeted. Also, we can develop our crosstalk, skit, and even storytelling. What do you remember so far? When do I have the time to listen to storytelling? Do you remember? Wang Wan felt that this idea was good, but she only cared about learning things in the past. Yes, I have heard of 2. One is the 7 heroes and 5 righteous men, and the other is Bao Gongzhuan. Do you think it will work? Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly. Wang Wan also felt depressed. It is the Kaiyuan era now. If they really create Bao He Zi, how many plots will they need to change? If they have the time, they can also think of one. Xiaobao, why don't we change Journey to the West? Or Romance of the 3 Kingdoms, Water Margin, and Dream of the Red Chamber. I have read these 4 books a few times. Wang Wan thought of these 4 books. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. Let's talk about Journey to the West first. What is he promoting? Tang. Oh, it's Chun. What does he do? Monk, it's fine in the past. But in the current era, do you dare to mention Journey to the West? Also, the 3 Kingdoms. In the early stages, Zhuge Liang was portrayed so well. But later on, it's over. The orthodoxy is gone. Will Li Longji admit that he is not orthodox? You don't want to mention Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. That's fine. But can't he read the books himself? Also, Water Margin is a story from the Song Dynasty. You can change it to suit the Tang Dynasty environment, but can you change the thinking of Water Margin? As for Dream of the Red Chamber, it will be difficult to change it. The main problem is the language. The Beijing accent is not Mandarin, nor is it similar to Cantonese and Hakka. The reason why we can understand it is because I have been in many places. You might have specially learned it. That Beijing accent is also called Sijio accent, which means Beijing Sijio City. The Beijing accent of Dream of the Red Chamber is different from ours. It should be called Qing Beijing accent. Why don't you ask if you have eaten? How should you answer? Have you eaten? There's food could also be considered a Beijing accent, but that was not the case for the Red Chamber. The most common saying in the Red Chamber was I've eaten Momo or I've eaten Momo. When you answered, you could not say there's food or I've eaten Momo. That was not the Red Chamber's style. You had to say I've invited or I've ordered. That was the Red Chamber's style. How do you arrange it? How do you match the plot? Wang Wan was dumbfounded, especially when it came to Dream of the Red Chamber. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao speak so clearly, it was really difficult to distinguish. Xiaobao, do you think the style of Dream of the Red Chamber is real or fake? What is fake is real, and what is real is fake. Who knows if it is real or fake? Understanding the affairs of the world is knowledge, and experience in human relationships is literature. Don't you think so? Zhang Xiaobao gave a specious answer. Wang did not care about whether it was real or fake. She stared at Zhang Xiaobao and said, Zhang Xiaobao, I couldn't tell. You're opening and closing your mouth. You're using the words of Dream of the Red Chamber. Does that mean you have some research on Dream of the Red Chamber? What research? I'm annoyed. It's like today you love me. Tomorrow I love her. Later she dies. Later I become a monk. Come, go, leave, stay. It's always the same feeling. There's also one time I said disgusting. Hurry up and eat. Those 2 pieces of fat, one for each of us. I'll eat the big one. You can eat the small one. Zhang Xiaobao's mind was not on this at all. He gave a perfunctory reply and started eating again. Wang Wan blankly picked up the small piece of fat and pressed it hard on the plate of garlic sauce. When a lot of garlic stuck to the fat, she opened her mouth and stuffed it in. Xiaobao, on the other hand, was much smarter. He crushed the fatty meat on the plate and poured some soup onto the plate. He raised his head and drank it in one gulp. He grabbed a piece of ginger and threw it into his mouth. After chewing for a while, he finally felt much better. The commoners didn't know that what the 2 children were talking about could become a reality. They only knew that the county magistrate had driven his guards to the side to eat and even brought the children along. It seemed that he had never treated himself as an outsider and brought his family and the commoners together. Was there a better county magistrate than him? The commoners ate happily. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also ate a lot. Zhang Zhong was willing to see this kind of thing. Just as he was about to say something, 2 fast horses came from the direction of the county. Reporting, 20 li downstream of the pier, a merchant fleet was intercepted. 20 ships of goods, don't rob them. The person who came did not even get off the horse and shouted loudly. Zhang Zhong was shocked. He turned his head to look at his son and daughter-in-law. Zhang Xiaobao put down his chopsticks and said, I gave you face, but you don't want face. Tomorrow, let's go and see who is so bold. It shouldn't be someone from Huayuan County. Chapter 341. Catkins flying, people on the water surface. Flying in the sky, fishing for fish and prawns. Branches swaying in the wind, geese and ducks are free. Dad, come and see a basket of prawns. Last night, brother fished all night, and we got a basket of prawns. Dad, look. Not far from the pier, in a family that treated boats as their home, a 5-year-old girl with 2 horns on her head jumped into the cabin from outside. She pulled a middle-aged man whose exact age could not be determined from his face and walked inside. Be careful. Don't fall and climb back up wet. Go. A basket of prawns can be exchanged for 2 buckets of rice. It can also be used to make clothes for Weiwei. The middle-aged man touched the little girl's head lovingly and said as he walked. He was pulled by the little girl to the deck of the boat outside. At this time, there was a 15-year-old boy at the bow of the boat. He had already put away the line to catch prawns and was guarding beside a basket of prawns, grinning. Fonger, did you catch a lot yesterday? The middle-aged man looked at his son and asked. Dad, look, we chose a good place last night. We can catch one in a while and fill a basket. The boy called Fong, or happily pointed at the basket of prawns. The middle-aged man walked closer and looked at the prawns jumping in a basket. He quickly took a large wooden basin, filled it with water, and poured the prawns in it. Dad, I just poured the prawns from the net into the basket. Why did you pour them out again? Aren't you going to sell them at the dock? Fong was a little distressed about the fruits of his labor just now. The middle-aged man saw that only 2 prawns were dead and breathed a sigh of relief. We're selling them, but not to the dock here. If we sell them here, we can only exchange for 1 bucket of rice. If we sell them at between the clouds and the water, we will sell them at high price. Fonger, go rest first. Dad and your mom will support us. We will reach there in half a day. Brother, go to sleep. Dad said that he will make clothes for me. He won't buy them here. The little girl also tried to persuade her brother. She ran in front of her brother, pulled his big hand, and dragged him into the cabin with all her strength. With the combined efforts of the parents, the boat that was their home sailed upstream. They would wait until between the clouds and the water to sell it for a higher price. The people at the docks didn't stop them. The price they charged was indeed low. The restaurant wasn't finished yet, and they only had a simple house to cook for the people passing by. The food couldn't be sold at high price. They could only learn from between the clouds and the water in the future and buy some special seasonings from the Zhang family. The pier on this side was indeed not far from between the clouds and the water. If one were to row a boat from upstream, it would take less than 4 hours to get there. Sailing against the current would only take a little longer. The husband and wife had a tacit understanding of each other as they rowed the boat forward. The speed of the boat was not considered slow as it faced the water. After sailing for nearly 4 hours, when they were about to reach their destination, the 2 of them began to rest while the other rowed. They would switch later. At this moment, 20 people suddenly appeared on both sides of the river. Just like that day, a rope was thrown to the opposite side, blocking the boat. A person on the right bank shouted, "People on the boat, throw 20 live fish over here. If you don't have any live fish, give us money. If you want to go over, give us 10 coins. The man who rowed the boat was stunned. He didn't expect these people to be so bold. Their family didn't go down because it wasn't safe. It was only a section of the road between the pier and between the clouds and the water. Today, there were people who dared to block the boat at this place. I asked you to take the money. Why are you in a daze? If you don't take it, don't blame the stones in our hands for not having eyes. A person on the left bank threw a stone up and down and shouted at the middle-aged man who rowed the boat. The middle-aged man looked at the wooden basin on the boat and sighed. Everyone, do I have spare money? There is still a basin of prawns here. Why don't we take half of it and sell it? It won't be more than 10 coins. Move the boat over here. Let me see. The person on the right bank heard that there were prawns and waved his hand. He had already made up his mind to take all of it. Next to him, a person holding a stone started to flatter. Boss is really amazing. These days, you found more than 200 people. The night before yesterday, you also intercepted more than 20 boats. The goods on those boats were worth 300 coins. The river that the boss chose is really profitable. Since someone said first, others followed suit. Flattering voices rang out from the shore on the right. The middle-aged man rowed the boat slowly to the shore. Immediately, someone jumped onto the boat and looked down at the prawns in the basin. He shouted to the people below, "Another person, the prawns are good. Later, sell them to others and take away the basin." This little brother, you can't do it. Just now, you said that you would take half. Leave some for my family. You can't take away the basin. The middle-aged man didn't expect that they were going to take away the prawns along with the basin. He anxiously said, "Do you want to die or live? If you want to live, don't move." This person didn't care at all and shouted at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was so scared that he took 2 steps back. His eyes were full of helplessness and fear. "Do you want to die or live? If you want to live, don't move." Another voice sounded, the same as the person on the boat. The people on both banks looked in the direction of the voice and saw that there were nearly 100 horses on both sides of the river between the clouds and the water. The bailiffs of Sanshui County were sitting on the horses. In the distance, they could vaguely see a few boats sailing down the river. The bailiffs of Sanshui County pulled their bows and pointed the cold arrows at the robbers on both sides of the river. The robbers really didn't dare to move. Some people wanted to jump into the river to escape, but when they saw the boats getting closer and closer, they gave up the idea. You have guts. A few days ago, you just stopped the boats and asked for less money. I thought you couldn't find a way to live, so I didn't have time to deal with you. I didn't expect that when there are more people, you dare to rob and come here. You've grown up. A bailiff rushed out and sneered at the people on both sides of the river. They received the news the night before yesterday. Yesterday, they came to between the clouds and the water from the Yamen. Today, they wanted to patrol here, but they met the robbers as soon as they arrived. Being pointed at by the bows and arrows, the robbers didn't dare to move. The leader's expression changed. He was unwilling to be caught, so he said, "You are bailiffs of Sanshui County. You have guts to do things in Huayuan County. Did you forget what happened to the bailiffs of Huayuan County who went to Sanshui County?" Ha ha! All the bailiffs laughed at the same time. The bailiff who shouted before said to the leader of the robbers, "You know a lot. You still remember what happened in the past. Then why don't you know who the county magistrate of Huayuan County is? Are you pretending to be confused with us? Tie them up. If anyone dares to resist, kill them." Yes. All the bailiffs put down their bows and took out their knives. They rushed forward and beat those who still dared to stand on the ground with the backs of their knives. The robbers didn't dare to resist, but it seemed that they were not too scared. They were tied together with ropes. They stood there and looked up at the bailiffs who got on their horses again. "Tell me, who else? Where are they? We can solve them all at once. No one is allowed to make trouble on this river." The leader of the bailiffs put his knife on the head of the robbers and asked, "If you want to catch them, come with me. Let me tell you, it won't do you any good to catch us. It will bring you trouble." The robbers' leader said with a gloomy face. He led the way and walked downstream. For the convenience of guarding, the bailiff's patrol boats came and sent the robbers from the left bank to the right bank. They guarded the robbers from the left bank together. "Brother, please go ahead. We won't stay with you," the last bailiff said to the middle-aged man on the boat and rowed away. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the departing figures, he shouted to the cabin, "It's okay. The bailiffs of Sanshui County are really powerful. They look mighty. In the future, we won't go anywhere else. With their protection, we won't be afraid." A small head with two horns on its head popped out of the cabin. It looked around and then jumped out. It patted its chest with its small hands and said to the middle-aged man, "Dad, it was so scary just now. I thought my prawns would be snatched away. Don't be afraid. The bailiffs are coming. When we get to between the clouds and the water, it will be safer. I want to send you to the school in Zhangjiazhuangzi. You can learn something in the future. You can be better than others. I will go there every day when I sell things and give them some money. You can eat and live there." The middle-aged man thought of the bailiffs of Sanshui County and thought of Zhangjiazhuangzi. He felt that his daughter should also go there to learn so that she could marry into a good family in the future. The little girl blinked her big eyes and nodded. She didn't know about the future. She only thought that there would be many children playing together. When she learned something, she would teach it to her brother. It was said that if she learned well there, she would be given some things that could be used in daily life. When the bailiffs escorted the gang of bandits to the dock, Zhang Zhong also came here. When he heard that a merchant ship was robbed the night before, he wanted to send people from the county to take a look. However, he was afraid that the bailiffs in the county were not well trained, so he had to send people to Sanshui County. The bailiffs, they were much better than those in Huayuan County. Today, before dawn, he set off from the foot of the mountain to see for himself. Unexpectedly, when he just arrived at the dock, he saw the bailiffs of Sanshui County catch some people first. Under the protection of the guards, he walked forward and looked at them one by one. "Sir, this is their leader. It seems that he was ordered to come here by someone. When I asked him, he didn't say anything." The leader of the bailiffs was Chundong. When he saw Zhang Zhong coming, he respectfully went forward and pointed at the bandit leader and said, Zhang Zhong was now somewhat accustomed to his official position. Since he dealt with Shao Qi the day before yesterday, he also became ruthless. He looked at the bandit leader and said to the guards, "You guys ask him. If he really doesn't say that he was killed, just say that he tried to assassinate an imperial court official and was killed on the spot." Yes. The two guards untied the bandit leader's head. At the same time, they pulled the bandit leader's shoulder and twisted it hard. When the bandit leader screamed and the clear sound of molars breaking sounded at the same time, his arm was already broken and he was dragged to the side by the two guards. Chapter 342. After a quarter of an hour, two guards came back with the bandit leader, whose arm had been reattached. "Sir," they said, that there's a trading company supporting them. They came from other places to make a living. As for which trading company it is, they don't know. That trading company will send different people to contact them. In the beginning, they were given some money so that they could eat their fill. Later on, they were told to stop people on the river. When there were more of them, they would start to rob the goods. These goods would be shipped away by boat, and they would be given less money than the value of the goods. Those people said that when there are more of them in the future, they won't have to do this kind of thing anymore. They will find better jobs for them to do. They can earn at least 200 copper coins a day. The guard told Zhang Zhong what he had just interrogated. He didn't know what the guard did just now. The bandit leader's face was pale, but he didn't seem to be injured. Zhang Zhong couldn't figure out which trading company was behind this. Since they hadn't shown up yet, he would wait and solve the problem in front of him first. Have you found out where they are staying? Go and arrest them directly. The river can't be chaotic. We still hope that there will be more merchants. These people will be detained at the dock first. When the others are arrested, they will be sent to the Yamen of Huayuan County together. Zhang Zhong instructed the Yamen runners of Sanshui County. To him, the Yamen runners of Sanshui County were no different from the Yamen runners of Huayuan County. In fact, they were even more useful. The Yamen runners of Sanshui County also thought the same. They felt that they were the Yamen runners of the Zhang family. Instead of being angry, they were very happy when the Zhang family asked them to do something. The Yamen runners patrolling the river didn't only patrol, but also occasionally helped to transport goods. They didn't need to give the money to others. They just needed to divide it among the Yamen runners. After arranging the arrest, Zhang Zhong found the person who was waiting at the dock and had his goods stolen. The boat was fine, but the goods were stolen. This person had also teamed up with others to form two fleets. They had set off from a port and were preparing to sell their goods in the capital. After their goods were robbed, everyone discussed and ran to the docks. They told the people at the docks what had happened, and the people at the docks quickly passed the news to the county. Zhang Zhong's arrival made them feel a little flattered. They didn't expect the county magistrate to come in person. Each of them respectfully told Zhang Zhong about how they were robbed that day and how many things they lost. They didn't expect the county magistrate of Huayuan County to compensate them. They just wanted the county magistrate to catch the robbers and retrieve as many things as possible. However, Zhang Zhong knew that those things had already been transported away. If he wanted to follow this line, he wouldn't be able to find anything. Nobody knew where the ships that transported the goods had gone. Moreover, many ships looked the same. There were all kinds of goods that were transported to the capital every day. After thinking for a while, Zhang Zhong said to these merchants, "The goods are gone. The approximate price is 420 strings of coins, right? This money will be paid by the Yamen of Huayuan County. In the future, you can rest assured that if you encounter the same thing, the goods will be taken care of by Huayuan County." After all, it happened in Huayuan County. "Sir, you were really good." A merchant heard Zhang Zhong's words and knelt there and shouted, "You don't have to do this. Continue to do business in the future." Zhang Zhong had his own plans. These bandits had more than 200 people, and they could be used to work. He didn't need to give them wages. As long as they didn't starve to death, he would give them whatever they lacked. There would be enough wild vegetables. It was easy for the Yamen runners to catch the bandits who didn't have weapons. He just needed to wait at the docks. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan received a large sum of money today. It was 80,000 strings of coins. There were silver, copper coins, and some silk. They took out what belonged to them first and put the rest in the warehouse. They sent more people to look after them. They picked out the best silk and divided it according to the population of Elm Village. Regardless of the size, each person was given 10 feet of cloth to make clothes. There were 322 people, so they needed 80,000 and a half silk bolts. 81 bolts were enough. The silk used as money was not all that accurate. Some of them were even worn out and worm-eaten. After picking and choosing again, he finally found 81 bolts of silk that were of better quality. As for the rest, he would use them when he paid the tax in Huayuan County. In order to maintain the monetary value of the silk bolts, the imperial court could let the heavily damaged silk bolts continue to have the same purchasing power, which was equivalent to 200 copper coins. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't plan to keep the silk bolts. Usually, when they bought things at home, they would use the silk bolts if they could. They were all large transactions. If they were exchanged with others, not only would they take up space in a warehouse, they would also be worried that they would rot or be eaten by insects. The two of them packed up, called their family members, and took a car to Elm Village. After half a day, the two of them arrived at the outskirts of Elm Village. As expected, there were many elm trees. Because of the rain 2 days ago, some coal had been washed away on the road. The black and yellow color mixed together, making people uncomfortable and very muddy. If there's a big fire here, will there be an explosion? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got off the car. Looking at the mud and coal on their feet, they imagined that when the wind blew these coal bolts into the air on a hot day, there would be some sparks. With a bang, the whole village would be gone. Impossible! If there was an explosion, so many coal fields would have been blown up into the sky. We just need to walk forward and take a turn to reach the village. Wang Wan wanted to take a good look. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao and walked forward with difficulty. After turning the corner, he could see from afar that there were many people working there. There were also children running around. When he got closer, he could finally see clearly that the people of Elm Village were repairing the road there. They were pushing carts of sand and stones from who knows where in the village. When they arrived here and piled up on the road, a few people carried shovels and spread them out. They filled the gaps with sand. Some people found stones and pebbles and repeatedly pressed them there. The children were in charge of bringing water and towels to wipe the sweat of the adults. The slightly older ones were in charge of sweeping behind with brooms tied with bamboo leaves. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's car turned the corner, the people in the village finally realized. For the past few days, there would be people driving carts to deliver meat to them every day. It was not easy to preserve meat, so they could only deliver it every day. Today's carts had not arrived yet. They thought that the carts that appeared were for meat delivery. When the old man saw the carts, he called a few young men to welcome them. When they got closer, he saw that there were actually 2 children. The people driving the carts had never seen them before, so they were puzzled. They are from the Zhang family. Look at the rice seedlings on the cart. They are similar to the ones sent by the Zhang family. It's just that there is one more, and the drawing is different. A sharp-eyed person saw the rice seedlings on the cart that belonged to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said to the people beside him. The few people were relieved. It was fine as long as they were from the Zhang family. The old man took 2 steps forward with the stick and asked, "Meat delivery?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not say anything, but a person beside him said to the old man, "It's not meat delivery. It's cloth this time to make clothes for the people in the village. It's time to work, so we need to make 2 sets of clothes." "Work? Good, work is good. We are waiting for you to call us. We can't eat your food for free." When the old man heard that there was work to be done, he said happily. He waved to the people behind him, and those people came forward to help carry the things down. The road ahead was under construction. Many large gaps in the stones had not been filled, so the carts could not pass through. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also walked into the village hand in hand. The others helped to carry the things together. A few more villagers ran over. The old man looked at the two children strenuously walking on such a road and asked the person from the Zhang family who had just spoken, "Who are these two?" "This is the young master of the Zhang family, and this is the young lady of the Wang family. This time, they are here to play for a while." The person from the Zhang family introduced them to the old man. "Hey, you can't walk. Go and find some people to bring the frame that is prepared to carry the county magistrate and carry the two little ancestors." The old man was surprised. The two children who came were of such high status. How could he neglect them? He asked the people to take the things. No, we can walk by ourselves." Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand there. "That won't do. We have to carry them all the way. If they bump into something and can't explain it, the villagers will feel guilty." The old man did not give in at all. They had agreed that as long as the county magistrate came, they would carry him all the way and not let his feet touch the ground. Even the children had to do the same. The old man blocked in front. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang could not play the game of eagle and chicken with the old man, so they had to stand there. After a while, 4 strong-looking young men came, including Dog Tian. The 4 of them each had a piece of wood as thick as an arm on their shoulders. 2 were in the front, and 2 were behind. In the middle of the wood was a big chair with a shed. "Put it here. Why don't you go back and tell the cook in the village to take out the dried meat we made in the first 2 days to cook. Take out everything else that can be eaten. Kill the chicken of Big Cat's family." The old man pointed on the ground with the stick and called a person who carried a cloth to pass by. The chair was placed half a foot above the ground. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang went up and sat side by side. The 4 people stood up steadily at the same time and lifted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang up. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang were pretending to be children, so they could not say too many words that adults should say. They looked around and let people carry them all the way to the village. When they reached the place where the road was being repaired, the villagers stopped what they were doing and looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang with respectful eyes. Everyone continued to work. "We'll eat together at dinner time. You, come here and call a few people to wait for orders." The old man there ordered a 13 or 14-year-old child to come over and wait to serve Zhang Xiaobao and Wang. Chapter 343. It's here. The old man led Zhang Xiaobao and Wang to a small hill behind the village. There was a dark pothole here. Above it was some water mixed with coal to form a coal slurry. Below it should be coal. Around the pothole was a wall built by the villagers with mud and grass. It surrounded the pothole. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang didn't understand the purpose of building a wall. This was a small open pit mine. They could dig out coal by digging around it. The old man explained, when the coal flows into the fields, it can't produce any food. The people in our village built a wall outside to block it. But when there is a heavy rain, it can't stop it. Sometimes it overflows the wall, and sometimes it directly breaks the wall. We can only block it a little. When the old man said this, his face was full of helplessness. The 4 people carrying Zhang Xiaobao and Wang also looked sad. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang didn't know how to laugh when they saw their expressions. Living a hard life in a coal mine. Well, this kind of thing was quite common. Many people didn't know that their poor hometown had something that others were jealous of. It was not suitable for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang to directly discuss business with the village chief, so they signaled the person who followed them with their eyes. The person began to talk about what he had learned before coming to the village chief. "Tamuramasa, it's like this. This coal, our family wants it that, if you want it, take it. Ask the county magistrate to issue a document. This is your place. If you don't have enough people, our village will help you." Without waiting for the Zhang family to finish, the old man waved his hand and said generously. The person from the Zhang family waved his hand. "Tamuramasa, we don't dare to take this place for ourselves. It's fine if it's farther away, but this place is too close to the capital. We can only mine. This place is still your elm villages. We don't have people to dig, so we'll ask your villagers to help. For every 20 dan of coal dug out, we'll give them 10 coins. Or we can give 1 coin for 2 dan of coal. For every 20 dan of coal dug out, the Zhang family will give 1 coin to Elm Village and 1 coin to the county. What do you think? The old man was stunned when he heard the amount of money. It was too much. They would give 1 coin for every 2 dan of coal dug out. If they dug out 20 dan of coal, they would give the village 1 coin. People like Guzi Tian in the village could dig out hundreds of coins a day. The old man, who thought that digging coal was too easy, shook his head vigorously. No, it's too much. We'll help you dig. You don't want the county's money? Doesn't it belong to your family? Tamuramasa, Mr. Tian, Huayuan County doesn't belong to the Zhang family. It belongs to the imperial court. The money we'll give is not much at all. We have a big use for this coal. We can make more money. If we do it well, we can make a profit with 1 dan of coal. You don't have to tell me how much money you can make. It's your Zhang family's ability to make mountains of gold and silver. It's also what your Zhang family deserves. The Zhang family is a good person, and so is the Wang family. It's settled. We'll help you dig, and you'll give us money. You didn't use it before because you haven't eaten your food. We'll pay you this amount in the future. Even if you sell the coal you just dug out, we Elm Village won't dig it ourselves. We'll dig it for you. If others come, we'll drive them away. The old man was full of heroism. He kept tapping the place where the coal was dug out with the stick. The 4 people carrying Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen were also full of agreement. They combined the unyielding force of resistance with the simplicity of gratitude. Xiaobao and Wang Wen were moved as well. The old man's intentions couldn't be any clearer. You can use this coal to earn as much money as you can. We'll only recognize you as our family. With that salary, we won't dig it up and sell it ourselves. We'll keep it for you and guard it. Many people would think that they were stupid, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wen definitely didn't think so. This was a real person. If everyone in the world could be like this, there wouldn't be so many problems. We must protect them and let them live a better life. Wang Wan's lips moved. I know. I'll think of an easy and profitable way to let them do it. They'll have to move in the future. Otherwise, they'll get sick if they breathe in too much coal ash. Later, we'll bring some cloth and make masks for them. When Grandpa buys cotton comes out, it'll be better to make masks than other things. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. People like Elm Village would be at a disadvantage if they didn't protect them. The force of 322 people wasn't enough. When more people knew there was coal here, they would come to mine it. There was no way to stop them. They could use any means. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the person in the inner courtyard. This person understood that he had to say something. Tamuramasa, there's no need to stop outsiders. If they want to come and dig, let them dig. For every stone they dig, they'll have to give the village and the county 1 copper coin. By then, this land won't be able to be farmed. You can bring the villagers to cook for them. The Zhang family will teach you how to cook and give you some ingredients. When the old man heard this, he was stunned. The first part was still acceptable. Why was it that if other people dug, they'd have to pay 1 copper coin for every stone they dug? Zhangjia Zhuangzi would pay 1 copper coin for every 20 stones dug. He could still calculate this. When he heard that they couldn't farm here in the future, he was a little sad. However, he understood that with so many people digging, there would be coal ash everywhere. It really couldn't be farmed. Fortunately, the Zhang family could help find other jobs in the future. Cooking was indeed good. Yes, it's settled. If other people come, they'll have to pay more. The more they dig, the richer the village will be. Don't let them bring their own food. They'll either starve or buy our food. This time, it was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's turn to be stunned. This old man was tough. In the past, only a few small restaurants didn't allow people to bring their own drinks. They didn't expect the old man to say something like this. He didn't teach his family what to say in this situation. It seemed like they could only let him do it himself. The person in the inner courtyard didn't disappoint. He immediately said, Tamuramasa, it won't do if you don't let them bring food. I have an idea. Let them bring it, and we'll hire some people to dig. Then, we'll buy the village's food for them. It'll definitely be better than the food brought by others. Give them more money, and when the outsiders see it, they'll naturally quit. Yes, we have to compete. Comparisons are odious. Let's do as you say. Let's go back and wait for dinner. There's a lot of food today. It'll be enough to eat." The old man slapped his thigh and agreed to the Zhang family's proposal. This made the person breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were carried back like this. It was easy to deal with now that the matter was settled. As for the salary that would be paid after a month, the two of them were not in a hurry. They would be paid according to the amount of coal they mined. As long as it was enough to buy the delivered food, they would start to pay. The group of people returned to the village. Most of the people went to repair the road. Only the people in charge of cooking were busy there. In order to welcome Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the villagers cooked the meat that the Zhang family had given over the past 2 days. After eating the meat on the first day, they put salt on it and hung it on the stove. This way, it could be preserved for a longer time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that the villagers had taken out almost everything that could be eaten at home. They even killed the chickens that they usually couldn't bear to kill. They felt a little sorry, especially the bacon, which was taken down as soon as it was smoked. "Xiaobao, they don't lack salt here, right? Let's ask someone to send some salt over next time. Is it your favorite bacon? Why did I feel that it wasn't delicious before?" Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had been placed on ground. To be precise, they were placed on 2 big logs, one in front and one in front. The two of them were still sitting there. There were a few children playing next to them. If there was anything, they could just call them. Zhang Xiaobao thought about the taste of the bacon. "It's okay to eat a little. As long as it's not a critical moment, I usually don't eat it. Every family makes different kinds of bacon. Maybe the taste here is better. I know what to ask the villagers to do in the future." What to do? Wang Wan just asked Zhang Xiaobao to treat the villagers better. Zhang Xiaobao also agreed. In just a short while, he thought of what to do. Raise pigs. Raise a lot of them. Raise a few thousand of them. See if there is a barren mountain in the county. When the time comes, let them occupy it and raise the pigs there. After a year, it will be easy. They know how to make sausages, right? Some of the meat can be made into sausages. Some of the pork ribs and spine bones can be sold to the people of Huayuan County. Let the people make these 2 kinds of bones into snacks and sell them. Pig head meat is also fine. People nowadays don't like to eat pork, but the smoked pig head meat is really good. We can put it in lunch boxes and sell it. The pig hair can be made into writing brushes for the children to use. The most important thing is the hind legs of the pig. Let them make ham. We can help to export it. Zhang Xiaobao listed the benefits of the pig one by one. He felt that it was good. Wang Wan listened for a while and shook her head. "The first part of what you said is okay, but the last part of the ham doesn't seem good. You have to find a good wood to smoke it. Just like Beijing roast duck, you have to use some jujube wood. The cost is too high." "Huh? Smoke? This doesn't need to be smoked. Just use salt. When the ham was first produced, it was pickled with salt. Later on, there were more processes. In the beginning, there weren't so many processes. It's just like making sausages. It's not so complicated. Let's try it." Zhang Xiaobao didn't think that the ham had to be smoked. He would think about how to make it later. At least, it had to be pickled with salt. Wang Wan stuck out her tongue. "Then let's try it. If you don't do it well, you will be blamed. Why don't you raise sheep? Everyone likes to eat sheep, especially the mutton soup. You can also make it with some cheap goods." The two of them discussed for a while and decided to let the villagers of Yushu village raise pigs. Other than the ham, the consumers would be the ordinary people. If the rich people didn't want to eat pork, they wouldn't consider it. The sky slowly turned dark as the two of them chatted. At this time, the food was ready. The road workers were also rushing back with their tools. Chapter 344. The moon was bright and the stars were shining brightly. It was quiet on both sides of the river. Suddenly, the sound of horses galloping could be heard. They were restless. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were just about to eat when they heard that their father was looking for them. They couldn't stay any longer. They put down their chopsticks and asked someone to find a horse. They were carried onto the horse one after another. Under the shocked gazes of the villagers of Elm Village, they followed the man into the distance. What happened? Zhang Xiaobao turned to ask the guard beside him in order to have more time to think. The Yamen runners on the other side of the river caught some robbers today. Only one escaped the net. The rest were all caught. These people said that they were ordered to do it by a trading company. The trading company has a single line of communication with them. Master is worried because they can't find the person. The guard leaped forward a little and shouted to Zhang Xiaobao. He was in the limelight. Oh, so they don't know which trading company is behind this. If I had known, I would have gone back after eating. Since the robbers have been caught, the trading company would not do it personally unless they want to expose themselves. If they stand out now, it would be useless even if they are relatives of the emperor. The emperor can even kill relatives. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried this time and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan nodded and asked, "Is that person very important? How did he escape?" "He is not that important. He was sent by the other side to pick us up. We thought we could catch him, but he disappeared after jumping into the water. There are people patrolling on the river, but we did not see his head above the water. We also sent a boat to cast a net, but we still could not see him. It was as if he disappeared in an instant. Master is worried that he will go back and tell the trading company what happened here. He is worried that the trading company has other means. It would not be good if they send people to hurt the young master and the young lady. Therefore, he sent the two of us to bring the young master and the young lady back." The guard shouted in reply again. Wang Wan nodded to show that she heard. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "It seems that the person has a tube or something on him. He can breathe in the water near the shore. Why don't they jump in to find him? They only care about patrolling with boats. It doesn't matter. If there's really a trading company behind the robbers, they will naturally know when the robbers are caught." Zhang Xiaobao didn't care much about this. "It's not like that. If we catch that person, won't we know who's behind it?" Wang Wan felt that this person knew the most important thing. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and choked on his words. "If we really catch this person, he will definitely say that he is a cloth merchant. After all the torture, a person who is so well prepared knows how to use other things to breathe in the water and is also a good swimmer. Under normal circumstances, we will want to ask him something. So they are from a cloth trade. Is the Chen family involved? They used to cut off our water supply, but were harmed by us once. They have a motive." When Wang Wan heard the name Bu Xing, the first thing that came to her mind was the Chun family. "You didn't hear it carefully just now. If I said we really catch him, he will definitely say that he is from the cloth trade. If he says it is the cloth trade, is it really the cloth trade? The Chen family is not stupid. If we don't take the initiative to find trouble with them, they should be burning incense at home. They can't wait to hide from us. Why would they jump out and tell us that there is another Qin family?" Zhang Xiaobao directly excluded the Qin family. Even if he decided to take the time to harm the Chun family once in the future, he wouldn't think that it was the Chun family. Not only did he exclude the Chun family, but he also couldn't do anything to them in the future. He needed to make use of them. Wang Wan thought for a while and also figured out what was wrong. "Then who do you think it is? Is it some other marquis or something? Seeing that our family is making so much money, they are coming to harm us. Maybe it is someone who can compete for the position of crown prince, or even someone sent by the crown prince himself. Does that kind of person need to do that? They can just look for my father and give him some pointers. My father will know what to do. Isn't it just giving up the profits? Our family has always given people two impressions. One is that we are strong. Anyone who dares to have designs on Zhuangzi will be dealt with. The other is that we are weak. As long as you think your status is good enough, you can come over and we will give up the profits." They didn't come over directly, which means that their status is not prominent. But they can support those people to rob us and sell the goods. This let us know that they still have some power. This power is not in the official circles, or it should be said that they don't want to make use of people in the official circles. Zhang Xiaobao was analyzing. Wang Wan felt that it was reasonable and asked, "Then can you guess who it is? Tubo people? They suffered a loss last time, so they're coming to deal with us this time? The Tubo people are not here to rob us. They are here to kill us and steal our goods. They really want to make life difficult for us. After killing us a few times, no one is willing to cross this river. The people who instigated them are not outsiders, but our own people. Our small river allows those merchants who don't have much money to use small boats to transport goods. This is robbing other people's business. They are robbing other people's business. They are robbing other people's business. Those who rely on Jingshui River to make money are not willing. If it were me, this would be a warning. Next time, it won't be a problem here. It will be a problem at our shipyard by the Jingshui River in Prefecture. For example, there will be a fire and you can't buy wood locally. These kinds of things can happen. This is a second warning. Zhang Xiaobao was very sure about the general suspects. If there was only hatred, they would not just rob and not kill. It was also because of benefits. Wang Wan listened and felt that it was a waste of Zhang Xiaobao's talent to be a swindler. He should have been the director of the Special Second Division. He only had information about the robbery, and he was able to analyze so much. He was more reliable. It was the same when he fought with others in a battle of wits. He did not need to have too much information. Just a little bit would be enough. If he was really given an intelligence agency, how much valuable information would they be able to find? As long as he had a clue, he would be able to deduce the general situation. It was just like the popular saying, don't stretch out your hand. If you stretch out your hand, you'll be caught. Wang Wan did not know if it was the system that made people like Zhang Xiaobao disappear or if it was fate. However, she still wanted to know what those people would do. So she asked, then what will the third warning be? Do you think they will have a third chance? There are only two chances. The first time is when they're exposed. The second time is arranged by us. After that, it will be time for us to counterattack. In a battle between two ace snipers, will there be a third chance? Besides, they're not ace snipers. If it were me, I would definitely not do that. If they did not take action, it would be fine. But since they took action, they would solve the problem directly. They would only test if they did not have detailed information. For example, we have Li Sun. Our information is out in the open. Is there a need to test? Others know our nature. How dare they warn us? This time, I will make them suffer. After meeting my father, I will get someone to send a message to Li Sun. The shipyard can be prepared. It is up to them whether they want to burn it or monopolize the shipbuilding wood. I hope it is the latter. I like this kind of economic game. I don't like people who break the rules. If it is the latter, I will give them another chance. If it is the former, then they can only wait for more violent revenge. There is a fine line between heaven and hell. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao was certain that it was done by those people on the Jingshui River. Wang Wan smiled and did not say anything. She liked Zhang Xiaobao like this. It was just like the small bridge in the past. Where it led depended on the thoughts of the person who came. At that time, heaven and hell were separated by a single thought. The three horses were still running, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were not anxious at all. They had already analyzed the situation. Zhang Zhong was in a different mood. He did not have Zhang Xiaobao's super analytical skills. He was still looking for suspects, such as the Chun family Zhuangzi. When he heard about the trading company, he thought of the cloth company and the Chun family. He thought that the Chun family might have contacted the cloth company to find trouble with him. Master, don't worry. Our Zhangjia Zhuangzi is not afraid of trouble. Since they did not dare to come out in person, maybe they are afraid of us. Ernie had been accompanying Zhang Zhong. When he saw Zhang Zhong's anxious look, he tried to persuade him. You don't know. Sometimes, some things are not as simple as they seem. They have not really done anything yet. When they do, everything will be too late. Zhang Zhong was not as optimistic as Ernie. He was not used to this kind of thing. In the past, it was all done by his son and daughter-in-law. He studied wholeheartedly. Later, when he became the county magistrate, he learned a lot of new things. But now, when he had to face the situation personally, he realized that he still did not understand this aspect and still had to learn. Ernie wanted to say that as long as the young master and young lady came, everything would become simple. But he did not dare to say that. What would he do to the master? He did not dare to say that, but Zhang Zhong did not care. Wait for Xiao Bao and Cuckoo to come and ask them. Maybe we will have an idea. Master, I don't think you can think of it. The young master and young lady may not be able to do it. Ernie followed up at the right time. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zhong's face sank. Ernie, you have been following Xiao Bao all the time. How can you say such things? My son Xiao Bao is better than me. Each generation is better than the last. Ernie realized that he had said something wrong. He quickly nodded and said, Master is right. The young master is good. Once he comes, it will be easy. Yes, yes. Wait for my son Xiao Bao to come. Let's see what good ideas he has. Now, nothing can go wrong with the river. Otherwise, Huayuan County and Sanshui County will be finished. When Zhang Zhong thought of his son, his mood improved a lot. The only thing he was worried about was that the company had a backup plan and would continue to cause trouble. Chapter 345. Cats fly in the night, and people can't sleep. Looking at the candlelight that has turned to ash, they sighed with emotion like flowing water. When a trend falls, the heart is also broken. Who does disaster cover? But drunk with the moon. While Zhang Zhong was waiting for his son and daughter-in-law to come back, there was also someone who couldn't rest. In the Chun family, Zhuangzi, the head of the family, Chun Gengxin, already knew what happened during the day. He was drinking alone and cursing. Who is it? He came to the river to cause trouble and didn't reveal his identity. He only said that it was a trading company. Isn't this telling the Zhang family that it was Bu Xing who did it? But when did Bu Xing do such a thing? The Zhang family will definitely think that I asked someone to do it. What should I do? I have to make the Zhang family believe that it wasn't me. I'll go talk to them. Chun Gingxin didn't know how much he had drunk. He drank one cup after another. People said that when one was drunk, one wouldn't be afraid of anything. However, when he stood up and swayed, he was still thinking about what happened during the day. The more he wanted to forget, the more he couldn't forget. He didn't touch the food on the table and only drank. The servant in the Zhuangzi came over to help him pour wine. Seeing him like this, he was very worried. The servant wasn't afraid of Chun Gingxin, but he was afraid that he would do something to the people around him if he drank too much. If he were to think of something wrong and vent his anger on her, she would be done for. At the very least, she would not be able to avoid being whipped. Do you think I should talk to Zhang Zhong and tell him that I didn't do it? The servant was worried when Chun Gengxin turned his head and asked him. The servant was so scared that he trembled. Master, I thought that it would be useless even if you want to look for him. If you really want to look for him, others would think that you were guilty. Who is guilty? Did I do it? Tell me, who is guilty? Chun Gingxin's face darkened as he stared at the servant. It's the Zhang family who is guilty. It wasn't you. If you wanted to do it, why would you hide? It's the Zhang family who is guilty. The servant regretted making that sound just now and tried his best to make up for it, or to make the master forget that he was beside him. Chun Gengxin didn't do anything to the servant. He shook his head and said, The Zhang family is not guilty. You don't understand. The Zhang family is thinking whether this matter is related to me. I'm not guilty. I won't go to them. What if they think I'm guilty? Phew. The servant at the side heaved a sigh of relief and also calmed down. Master, master, someone is here. Someone from the Zhang family is here. He said that he has something to tell you. At this time, a gatekeeper rushed in and said nervously, No, I'm not meeting anyone. What Zhang family? Which Zhang family? There are many people with the surname Zhang. Do you think I'm afraid of him? What did you say about the Zhang family? Is it Zhang Zhong? Chun Gingxin was still in a daze and said casually. Suddenly, he reacted and asked again. Yes, it's a guard from his family. He said that he has something to tell you. Master, are you going to meet him or not? The servant's voice trembled as he spoke. At this time, Chun Gingxin finally sobered up a little. Yes, I have to meet him. Find him and bring him in. No, invite him in. No, I will personally welcome him. No, invite him in. When Chun Gingxin said this, he struggled and changed his mind again and again. In the end, he finally decided to invite the guard in and not personally welcome him. That would make him look guilty, even if he really didn't have any confidence in his heart. Soon the guard came in. As soon as he saw Chun Gingxin, he smiled and said to Chun Gingxin, My master has something that he wants to let family head Chen know alone. Ah, alone? Leave, all of you leave. Tell me. Chen Gengxin drove everyone else out of the room and asked when he was alone with the guard. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still riding on the same horse. There was one less guard beside them, Zhuangzi, who was sent to the Chen family just now. The two of them hadn't eaten yet. They didn't bring their backpacks with them. After traveling in the middle of the night, they were feeling tired. This was the time when they usually slept. Finally, the lights of the dock appeared in front of them. The two of them slightly increased their speed. When they reached the shore, there were already people waiting for them. The two of them dismounted and changed boats. When they reached the opposite shore, they didn't wait for the boat to stop and jumped over one after another. Father, your son is back. Father, is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. When Zhang Xiaobao saw his father, he ran over to the table and grabbed the brush to write on a new piece of paper. He didn't forget to mention that he hadn't eaten yet. Zhang Zhong imagined several situations that would happen when they met. For example, when his son saw him, he would say, "Father, it's nothing. It's simple." Or, "Father, what happened?" Or, "Father, I know." Or, but he definitely didn't expect it to be like this. He came in and said that he was hungry. He still had to practice his son's handwriting. Ernie didn't think too much. He just listened to what others said. When he heard the young master's words, he ran out but was stopped by Wang Wan. Tell the kitchen at the dock to make some noodles. It's enough for 4 people. Just empty the kitchen. You don't need to say anything else. Oh, and tell the kitchen to put the ingredients away. We'll use it later. Got it. Little girl, I'll go and tell them. Ernio responded and ran away again. At the same time, he was happy in his heart. Only now could he eat the noodles. There were only the master, the young master, and the young lady in the house. There were only 3 people. Including himself, there were exactly 4 people. The young master and the little girl didn't usually cook. When they instructed others to cook, it would definitely be delicious. It seemed that they were preparing to cook for themselves today. Ernie went out. Zhang Xiaobao was still writing. He wrote a letter to Li Sun and asked Li Sun to arrange it. That would save him a lot of trouble in the future. Zhang Zhong was also at the side, looking at his son, writing the letter. With one look, he knew that the letter was written to Li Sun. After reading the contents of the letter, he was baffled. It was all about arranging some things in the dock. Something like leaving a certain place for people to easily light a fire. Something about loading a few boats with sand and placing them in a place where they could light a fire together. What was all this mess going on for? He asked him to come back to help think of a solution. What did it have to do with the dock? When Zhang Zhong couldn't figure it out and Ernie came back, Zhang Xiaobao finally finished writing the letter. He dried the ink on the letter and put it in an envelope. After looking around, he found a seal and applied it, then handed it to Ernie, who had just returned. Ernie, have someone send this letter to Li Sun as soon as possible. It must not be delayed. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yes, young master. I'll go arrange it now. Ernie ran back. Before he could catch his breath, he ran out again. Zhang Xiaobao didn't wait for his father to ask and directly said, "Father, you don't have to worry about the business. We'll go back together tomorrow. I'll go get something to eat first. I'm starving." After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan and hurriedly ran away. Only Zhang Zhong, who was in a confused state, was left in the room. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran to the kitchen. The noodles had already been mixed. Zhang Xiaobao rolled them into slices. Wang Wan found some green onions and cut them into small pieces. She also found some non-spicy sauce and eggs. She also found some meat and mushrooms. She cut them up and used a small stove to fry the sauce. While waiting for Wang Wan to finish frying the sauce, Zhang Xiaobao also cut the noodles into strips and put them into the other pot. He even said, "I'm too hungry. I don't have time to slowly roll it out a few more times. Let's just make do with it." Wang Wan saw this and began to look for cooked food. She found cold shredded bamboo shoots and 2 cucumbers. She patted them and made them into garlic cucumbers. She also didn't know how the docs got the beef. She also cut it into slices and mixed it with garlic sauce. As for the soup, she didn't have time to make it. Zhang Xiaobao had already fished out the noodles. Thinking that there was no soup to cook the noodles, he simply put the noodles into cold water. He poured the water twice and put in a basin. He put it on his head and sent it back. Wang Wan also put the dishes on a tray. She also felt that it was heavy. She held it on her head with one hand and picked up the sauce bowl with the other hand. She followed behind Zhang Xiaobao and returned to Zhang Zhong's room. Ernie also came back at this time. He had been thinking about eating. Dad, you also haven't eaten because you were thinking about something, right? Just eat something casually. I don't have time to cook. When the basin on Zhang Xiaobao's head was taken by Ernie Yu, he said to his father. The things Wang Wan carried were also taken by Zhang Zhong. Ernie didn't need to say anything. He directly ran to the kitchen and brought back the bowls, chopsticks, and plates. Zhang Zhong looked at the 3 cold plates. He knew that his son and daughter-in-law really didn't cook anything. Only the cucumbers were just chopped. He really didn't eat and couldn't eat. He always felt that there was a place that wanted to scheme against him hiding in the dark. Ernie served others at this time. He first served a bowl of noodles for each of the 3 people. When the 3 of them were ready to eat, he also served a bowl for himself. He sat at the side and waited for others to eat. He was used to eating with the master family, especially with the young master and young lady. He didn't feel afraid at all. Zhang Xiaobao first scooped 3 spoonfuls of sauce for his father, then 2 spoonfuls for Wang Wan. He also scooped some for himself. He pushed the sauce bowl to Ernie Yu and said, "Put on your own." After saying that, he and Wang Wan began to eat. The soaked noodles were really good. They lowered their heads and refused to raise it. They didn't even want the 3 dishes. After eating, Wang Wan finally reacted. She put some cucumbers in Zhang Zhong's bowl, and some in Zhang Xiaobao's and her own bowls. She pushed the plate to Ernie Yu and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I forgot to shred the cucumbers and didn't bring the garlic. Just make do with it." Zhang Zhong felt that it was good and also ate there happily. Ernie was really good. It's delicious. The young master and young lady's food is delicious. I'll go get the garlic. After saying that, he ran away. Looking at his bowl again, there was only a little water left. There was no noodles at all. Chapter 346. On one side of the mountain, there were pavilions and small buildings for people to swim in. On the other side of the water, there was a gentle murmur. Paddlers walked along the shore with bamboo poles. On the other side, they were happy and sad. They listened to children singing about fishing boats. Dad, here, here. At the little Luoshui pier, a group of children were carrying backpacks and preparing to go to the other side of the mountain. A girl among them looked at the boat in the water and suddenly shouted to one of them. When a middle-aged man and a 15 or 16-year-old boy stood out and looked over, she waved her hand and turned to the other children beside her and said, "My house is here. I'll bring you to my house later. My brother's roasted shrimp is delicious." Wei Wei, is it comfortable to sleep on the boat? A 6 or 7-year-old child who was about the same age as Wei Wei asked curiously. Well, more or less. I fell asleep after a while. Wei Wei looked at her house and put the backpack in front of her. She opened it and took out the things inside. Wei Wei, why are you here? The middle-aged man asked Wei Wei when the boat came over. He was relieved when he saw that there were other children beside Wei Wei. Wei Wei happily moved forward and let the boat come closer. When the boat came closer, she began to pass the things in the bag to the middle-aged man and her brother. Brother, Dad, this is what I got when I went to school for the half-month exam. There are 5 century eggs, 3 salted goose eggs, 1 foot of silk, and a new set of toys for playing house. I changed them into hairpins and gave them to my mother. These 10 copper coins are also my reward. Dad, you don't have to pay me next month. I learned well. They didn't ask for money and even gave me things. Dad, you don't have to make clothes for me. The school will make them for me. Wei Wei handed the items over one by one and said that each one was correct. Then, she pointed at the 5 seeds embroidered on her chest. One of them was a sprout. Wei Wei has a sprout now. In half a month, she has recognized 113 words. They said that other than Sister Lu Wei Wei is the fastest to recognize the most. The middle-aged man took the items one by one. Hearing his daughter's words, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. In just half a month, he had spent 100 copper coins to send his daughter to school. Including food and lodging, he had to fork out another 50 copper coins. In just half a month, his daughter had brought back so many things for his family. 2 kinds of eggs and a foot of silk would cost more than 20 copper coins, which was close to 30 copper coins. He also got back 10 copper coins. There was also a hairpin. This hairpin would cost at least 40 copper coins. In total, it was half a month's worth of tuition, food, and lodging. Also, from next month onwards, he would no longer need to take money from Zhang Jiazhuangzi. He had not seen his daughter for half a month, and she had become fairer and fatter. Would Zhang Jiazhuangzi do this? Could it be that his daughter had stolen other people's things? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's face darkened. He was just about to ask when a person wearing the Zhang family's inner court uniform came over. He was holding a small bag in his hand. "You must be Wei Wei's father, right? I'm a Zhang family's 3-star errand boy. This time, I brought the children out to have a look and see the people and things outside. I originally planned to look for your boat when I returned. Your boat has always been sailing between the clouds and the water. I didn't expect to meet you here. This is Wei Wei's other prize. Please take a look." The errand boy handed the bag over and said, "In the future, Wei Wei doesn't need you to pay a single copper coin. Everything will be managed by the Zhang family. Fishing doesn't require too many people. As for your son, Lu Feng, if he is willing, the Zhang family can arrange a job for him." This is salt? It's at least 5 caddies. Zhang Zhongren took the bag and immediately knew what it was. He opened it and was even more certain of the things inside. He knew that the salt here was controlled by the provincial government. It wasn't expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. Fortunately, he didn't need a lot. The official price was 10 to 15 copper coins per bucket. When he went to buy it, some sold for 30 copper coins per bucket, while others sold for 40 copper coins. 5 caddies of salt was 20 copper coins. However, this salt was different for what he usually ate. This was fine salt, so it was whiter than the usual salt. It wasn't easy to buy it, even if one had the money. After listening to the errand boy's words, it seemed that his daughter, Wei Wei, was enjoying a good life there. His son could also find a new job. "Father, I want to work and earn money to support the family's expenses." The middle-aged man's son reacted quickly. The other things weren't important. If the Zhang family said that they would find a job for him, it definitely wouldn't be something that could be found anywhere. This kind of good thing was brought by his sister, so he definitely couldn't miss it. He pulled his father's arm and reminded him. The middle-aged man didn't agree just because of a few words. He asked again, "What's so good about my Wei Wei?" "Don't worry, the Zhang family won't harm Wei Wei. Wei Wei has learned more things in half a month than other people combined in 2 months. She hasn't learned anything before, and she's smart and not inflexible. That's why the Zhang family made this decision," the errand boy explained patiently. Seeing that his father was still asking, his son became anxious. "Father, if the Zhang family want to harm us, what other methods do they have to use?" "Oh, right, the Zhang family is good. Then what can my son do?" At this time, the middle-aged man also thought it through. With the power of the Zhang family, as long as his home was still on this river, it was too easy for the Zhang family to harm them. There was no need for them to go through so much trouble. There are 3 workshops in Sanshui County, and one of them is a food processing workshop. The original manager can't handle it, mainly because his skills in processing seafood and freshwater fish and shrimp are not good enough. I heard from Wei Wei that Lu Feng is better than ordinary fishermen in this aspect. He could be the manager of the seafood processing workshop there. Is it possible? The errand boy directly gave the position of manager. Although it wasn't the chief manager of the workshop, it had a lot of power and responsibility. Naturally, it would be more profitable. Wei Wei also knew some things when she was studying there. When she heard that her brother was going to be the manager, she happily said to her father, "Father, that manager will get a salary of 500 copper coins a month. He will also be given food, clothing, accommodation, and transportation during the holidays. He can work for 10 days and take a day off to go home. Really? The middle-aged man didn't expect the Zhang family to directly give such a position. He turned around and looked at his son, afraid that his son couldn't do it. Feng met his father's gaze and said, "Father, I will try. If it really doesn't work, I will come back to continue fishing." The middle-aged man finally relaxed and nodded. "Okay, then my son will try. This errand boy, if my son causes any trouble, look for me. I will take responsibility." The errand boy was also relieved. He didn't expect that it would be so difficult to arrange a better place for someone to work. If it wasn't for Wei Wei, he wouldn't have cared about his son. "Don't worry, as long as Lu Feng doesn't put poison in the seafood processing, he won't cause any trouble. Tomorrow, let Lu Feng go to the Li family's farmstead and find the person in charge there. Then he can go and do his job. I still have to continue playing with the children. Goodbye." After the errand boy was settled, he cupped his hands to the middle-aged man, patted Wei Wei's head, and walked back. "Father, I'm going to play. I'm going to play at the lake over there. You can go there by boat." Wei Wei put her backpack on her back and said to her father. Then she went back. The other children at the dock wanted to go to Wei Wei's house to take a look, but seeing that the errand boy didn't want to go, they gave up the idea. After the group of children left, Wei Wei's mother came out of the cabin. Just now, she couldn't show her face because her man and son were there, so she could only stay in the cabin and listen. When she heard that her daughter had exchanged a toy for a hairpin for her, she even wiped a few drops of tears. "Mother, I have something to do." Feng saw his mother come out and said happily, "Good. When you get there, do your job well. Don't embarrass your sister. They're so good to us because of your sister." Wei Wei's mother also knew why the Zhang family did this. The middle-aged man was in a good mood and handed over the hairpin in his hand. "Madam, look, this is what your daughter earned for you." "What, madam? She's an old woman. Quickly send this to the first family in Linshui." Wei Wei's mother snatched the hairpin, blushed, and turned back to the cabin. The middle-aged man slightly pushed the boat, and like a small fish, the boat changed direction and went to the first family in Linshui. With a turn and a push of the pole, the boat was perfectly controlled. Just this move of the pole was enough to deter many people who were rowing the boat. The middle-aged man smiled and muttered, "Our Lu family is all good at this." During the hunting season, the toads in the field croaked regardless of day or night. Some people listened leisurely, while others felt irritated. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan belonged to the group of people who were leisurely. The two of them were swimming in the area behind the yamen where the family lived. The second courtyard that they entered would be the courtyard where the two of them would live in the future. The courtyard door would reopen elsewhere, leaving only a small door here. The two of them held important positions in the family. Many people in the inner courtyard had to come over to discuss matters, so they were given a courtyard with two entrances. In addition to the yamen at the front and the garden at the back, there was a small corner door next to it that allowed people to come directly to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The coal from Elm Village was being loaded into carts and shipped away by boat to Zhangjia Zhuangzi to be used for smelting. It had only been half a month, so no one had noticed or interfered. The two of them were lying on the surface of the water, holding onto the letter written by the frustrated Li Sun. The letter stated that no one had lit the fire and no one had bought a large amount of wood. Li Sun was asking Zhang Xiaobao if the expert in his imagination had made a mistake in his calculations. "Xiaobao, did you calculate wrongly? Did we underestimate the enemy? No one from Jingshui River has come to make trouble." Wang Wan was also a little uncertain. They had waited for half a month, but nothing had happened at the river. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei smiled and said, "If it were me a few days ago, I wouldn't have done anything either. It wouldn't have worked, and I would have exposed myself in advance. In another 2 days, the winter wheat will be harvested. That's the time when the transportation ability is tested the most." Chapter 347. Wang Wan did not expect Zhang Xiaobao to be so certain. He even deployed another step, There has been no movement for half a month. How can you be so sure? Half a month is nothing. For a purpose, there are many things that can be done for years. The county has started to build roads. There is no asphalt, no cement, and no bluestone roads. They can only use some gravel to pave the roads. It will take a year or two to repair. Zhang Xiaobao was not willing to spend more time on schemes, so he changed the topic to people's livelihood. He liked to do things related to people's livelihood. He also wanted to do this to cheat money. Unfortunately, God did not give him much time. He just started, and he was not afraid for the rest of his life. His family was powerful. Wang also did not want to ask why Zhang Xiaobao was so certain. Well, let's not care about other things. Let's talk about road repair. In fact, it is not a problem. A car with wooden wheels needs to be repaired. How much can it overload? Besides, it is not difficult to repair this kind of road. Didn't you see that when it rains, no matter how bad the road is, the people living on both sides of the road will come out to repair it? The more people there are, the fewer potholes on the road. Without anyone telling them, they will repair it themselves. Yes, they will repair it themselves. This kind of thing seems normal now. In the future, get some gravel and put on both sides of the road. It is not worth much. A pile is only 1 or 2 coins. Leave it there for a year. Unless the rain is too heavy and washes it away, it can be used to pave the road. Zhang Xiaobao was multitasking just now. He was thinking about road repair and coal at the same time. He was thinking about habitual thinking. He remembered some pictures from 100 years ago. There were always piles of gravel and gravel on the side of the road in the village. At that time, people would not take gravel to their houses. When the road was not good due to the rain, except for specific people, some old men in the village would take a shovel and help to pave the road. It was hard to understand their motives. Since it could be done at that time, perhaps it could be done better in this era. Wang did not think too much and said, "Let's go, Xiaobao. The two of us will go and take a look. You can catch some toads in the field and stew them for dinner tonight." Toads are beneficial insects. Don't lie to the child. Basically, the louder the voice, the more they eat. Let's go. Wang was not a member of the Animal Protection Association. She just wanted to eat toads. She even had a pond at home. The two of them climbed out of the swimming pool. Zhang Xiaobao specifically found a 2-pronged fork to fork the toads. Just as the two of them went out, they came to a small ditch by the side of the field. Before Zhang Xiaobao could do anything, a fast horse ran over. "Young master, this time, the Chen family's leading cloth company has started to purchase a large amount of wheat. They said that they want to ship it to Sichuan and sell it to the garrison there." The person on the horse said something to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei smiled and said, "I know. Don't worry about it. Just pretend it didn't happen." "Yes," the man on the horse answered. He held the reins and turned the horse around to gallop away. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and tightened his grip on the fork. "Don't worry about it. Let's enjoy life and continue to fork the toads. Someone is going to be unlucky again." Wang felt sad for those who came to find trouble. From time to time, one or several small boats could be seen on the connected river. They were carrying people and goods. Zhang Zhong had found 3 places where they could pull the fibers. It did solve the problems of life for dozens of people. Every day, people would ask them to pull the fibers in order to save time. Unexpectedly, not only did they pull the fibers themselves, but they also borrowed money to buy a few donkeys. With the donkeys pulling the fibers, the speed was much faster. The people pulling the fibers were relieved, and the owners of the boats were happy. When Zhang Xiaobao heard about this, he asked people to pay attention to the person who came up with the idea. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang were really short of manpower. They only had a few people, but their business was too big. They did not even have a mobile person. Erniu was also sent out to manage the coal mine. The children in Zhuangzi school were studying hard, but they were too young to use them. The academy had just been built, and the teachers had not all arrived yet. Facing this situation, the main force pulling the fibers by the river, Sun Chuanyuan, who still knew how to use his brain and courage, was put on the list of people to pay attention to. At this time, Sun Chuanyuan was commanding a few people to pull the boat together. This boat was not big, but it was heavy. No one knew what was on it, but the people pulling the fibers were worried that the boat would run aground. The 6 of them put a white linen cloth on their shoulders. The innermost layer was a layer of leather, which could make their shoulders more comfortable. There were also 4 donkeys harnessed there, pulling with them. The donkeys were strong and had good endurance, but sometimes they were not obedient. Otherwise, no one would use them. Brother Chang Yuan, what do you think is on this boat? It's so heavy. Don't tell me it's stones? One of the people pulling the fibers asked son Chang Yuan, who was beside him. Don't think too much. We did not offend anyone. Who would put stones on this boat to make us suffer? The people coming here are looking for money, not for energy. If it's really stones, then they are precious stones. Ordinary stones are useless when transported here. Who knows, they might be filled with copper coins. Son Chang Yuan moved his feet. With the donkey pulling in front of him, he saved a lot of energy. He was even able to switch the rope from his left shoulder to his right. This switch made him feel much more comfortable. He glanced back and saw a few people standing on the bow of the boat. He quickly turned his head back and continued to pull. The people standing at the bow of the boat were also looking around. They felt that this place was interesting. There were actually people pulling fibers. The people at the bow of the boat also knew about some of the things happening in Huaiyuan County. In just 20 days, a place that no merchants were willing to come to in the past had a large number of merchants. Some were transporting food, some were transporting cloth, and some were transporting salt and meat. It gave people the feeling that this was not the Zhong County that was made poor by County Magistrate 1, but a Shang County. Brother Qin Yuan, did you see that? Huaiyuan County's County Magistrate Zhang Zhong is a capable person. Since he took office, he first took in the bailiffs. Then, he took in those documents. Xiao Qi was sent to Beijing the moment he took action. His house was also raided. The last time he was here was half a year ago, right? At that time, the people of Huaiyuan County were all in a daze. What about now? He was so happy when he was working. This was his ability. If he was the head of a manor, he would be able to turn a middle county into an upper county within 2 years. If he was the county magistrate, he would be able to turn the entire county upside down within a month. He has politics, commerce, agriculture, and even an official. He is also the top scorer of this year's Gene Sure. This kind of person, no matter where you put him, you will feel at ease. The only thing you don't know is how he is in terms of military strategy. If he can do this, won't he be an all-rounder? At the bow of the boat, a person wearing light yellow clothes with green stripes said to the person next to him. The person next to him was also wearing light yellow clothes, but the color was light green. At this time, he was looking with his hands behind his back. When he heard the person next to him, he said, "Brother Weidong, are you scared? Everyone says that Zhangjia Zhuangzi is very powerful, and that the small bridge is the bridge of helplessness. I don't believe it. No matter how powerful he is only one person. If you and I work together, won't it be easy to deal with him? We are not people from the grain company, and we're not people who don't have the ability to do anything. If we were not in the same place, it would be fine. But this river here, how much business has he stolen from us? If we retreat, how can we raise our heads in front of others in the future? Brother Qin Yuan, whether we raise our heads or not is not important. The main thing is that Buxing, who dares to interfere at this time. If they take in the goods, how can we take in the goods? They raise the price and take in the goods, saying that they will take in some of the goods. If that is the case, how can we still get wheat? Are we going to wait for the spring wheat and rice crops to harvest? The person who spoke earlier did not care about his reputation. Merchants like them did not think that reputation was important. Compared to farmers, their status was inferior. Even if they were richer than farmers, what he cared about was money. Everyone knew that grain was needed at the border. The production of grain around the capital was poor, so it had to be transported from the south. Every year, when it was time to harvest, they could take advantage of the opportunity to lower the price and raise the price to make a profit. The more capital they invested, the more they would earn. The person who was called Qin Yuan was also thinking about this matter. What was different this year from previous years was that basically every family in Sanshui County grew rice. If they could not get the wheat this time, or if they could not use transport to lower the price, when a large amount of rice was harvested, no one would look for them again. Just thinking about what was about to happen made him uncomfortable. This time, no matter what, he had to get the wheat and ship it out to sell. While he was thinking about this matter, the person next to him said, "Brother Qin Yuan, we still have to think about this matter. We can't rush it. Why don't we ask that person from the Chun family?" This time, he was pushed to the front. "I heard that he is not on good terms with the Zhang family. Why don't we take this opportunity to get in touch with him?" "Well, that's good too. Even if we can't touch the Zhang family's foundation, we have to let them know who they can and can't afford to offend. We'll be at the docks soon, right? Let's see what they've done to the docks. If we can make use of it, this trip will not be in vain." Perhaps he was tormented by the situation and had no other choice. He thought there was nothing in this world that could not be united. It was just that he had not found that door yet. After he said this, the two of them went silent again. They just stood at the bow of the boat, letting the wind blow past them from time to time. Sometimes it would blow up the corners of the boat, and sometimes it would blow their hair into a mess. In short, it showed a kind of freedom. Chapter 348. As the two of them talked, they walked for a while before a connected garden appeared in front of them. The two of them didn't understand why a garden was built not far from the pier. Of course, they didn't know that one of the 16 businessmen who went to Hua Yunshin's yamen had ancestors who practiced medicine. One of them had even been an imperial physician. However, in his life, he found that he would starve to death if he went on like this. That was why he was determined to be a rich man since he was young. He wanted to eat and drink well. Regardless of whether it was his persistence or talent, he traveled a long way on the road of business. He planned to build a warehouse of medicinal materials next to the dock. People who practiced medicine not only knew how to treat patients, but also knew how to distinguish medicinal materials. They also knew how to store and keep medicinal materials. They even knew how to do some processing. Before the warehouse of medicinal materials was built, his father came. Compared to him, his father was more skilled in medicine. It was said that the person who wrote the prescription used to live in a mountain in Huayuan County. Mu Ming had come here to meet with the merchant. While he was preparing to build a warehouse for medicinal ingredients, his father wanted to stay here and take a look. At the same time, he also wanted to treat a few people. However, the people who were sent by Zhang Xiaobao to find out what business they wanted to do found out. They went back and told Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao was a person who wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He immediately found his father to discuss it. Under the lead of his father, Zhang Zhong, and the businessman's father, a place to treat patients was built in a short time. However, this was still not enough. When practicing medicine, it was impossible for everyone to be treated with acupuncture and medicine. Some people needed long-term treatment. Zhang Xiaobao handed over this matter and built some wards for the hospital specifically for observation and treatment of patients. It was a very simple thing, but it was also a waste of resources. Just because of Sun Simiao's name, Zhang Xiaobao pushed it out. It didn't matter whether the businessman's father was skilled or not. What was important was that there would be many medical students coming to see the mountain where Sun Simiao lived. If they felt that the medical skills of the people in the hospital were not good enough, they would naturally put forward their own opinions. Then, the people arranged by Zhang Xiaobao would find a way to keep them. In the name of saving the common people, they would use Sun Simiao's name to expand the hospital. In order to compensate the merchants for the 5,000 strings of coins and the ginseng they sent, they took out a few hundred strings of coins. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan designed this place that combined treatment and cultivation. They found someone to plant some willow branches and waited for them to slowly grow into willow trees. He then contacted the person who sold the cotton and bought some cotton from him. Then he asked the local people to pick some wildflowers. Gardens were built one by one, not to mention whether the patients were really cured or not. In such an environment, one's mood was different. In the past few days, there had been people who were truly devoted to the study of medicine. They had indeed come to cause trouble. If they came, they would set up an arena. If they lost, they would not have to leave. What was the point of people like them leaving? They should be doctors here, helping out and learning more. If they won, they could not leave. Did they come here to fight to become famous? A doctor has the heart of a parent. If they leave, aren't they afraid that others will be treated badly? You have to give them some pointers. Otherwise, do you deserve Sun Si Miao's precious prescription? Do you still have medical ethics? Have you never seen the sincerity of a great doctor? If you want to leave, then leave. Anyway, there are many people coming and going. In the future, I will help you spread the word. You don't save people and rely on small Taoists. What kind of doctor are you? What? You're a doctor? You want to go back to the palace? Then why did you come out? You can treat people in the palace, but not in the county? Is there a difference between rich and poor when sick? Stay. There are countless people who are sick in the world. If you can treat one person, you can leave a record of your treatment. Learn from Sun Si Miao's selflessness and pass it on to the later generations. Every time you treat a person, you can let the later generations have the experience of treating people and engrave it on a tombstone. As for the money and medicine, you don't have to worry too much. When a doctor thinks that there's a time when there is no doctor in the world, how could a businessman have a heart of stone? I will give you money to spend and help you collect medicinal materials. I will also give you help from the county government office. You can stay. After a series of big words, threats, and inducements, most of the skilled people were fooled into staying. In just a few days, they treated more than 10 people, making the reputation of the clinic rise. In front of them was the main traffic road, and behind them was the mountain where Sun Si Miao used to live. The 80 books he wrote were recorded and engraved on the stone tablet on the mountain and on the big billboards in various places of the hospital. This kind of effort made the businessman, who thought that he had lost 5,000 strings of coins, smile happily. After other businessmen heard about it, they were also willing to invest here. The county government office didn't cheat others of their money and really helped them to do things. In addition to this hospital, the other 15 businessmen who worked together to build a place or worked alone were all taken care of by Zhang Xiaobao. Some wanted to build a restaurant. Zhang Xiaobao specially sent people to deliver seasonings and seasonings, providing long-term supply. He also taught them how to make fast food. Originally, there was already fast food at this time, but it was not very convenient to carry it around. Zhang Xiaobao asked people to contact them to buy and sell vegetable oil. They tried to use more fried food, not because it was good, but because it was convenient to carry. He also provided them with a stable lunchbox manufacturing factory, which was the one in the 3 workshops that processed wood. In the name of helping, Zhang Xiaobao could also make some money. Some people wanted to build a carriage company, so Zhang Xiaobao also asked his father to start building roads here first. He helped them to finish the road construction as soon as possible, so that transportation would be convenient. Even if there were 2 businessmen who worked together first, but they didn't know what to build and only wanted to build a warehouse, Zhang Xiaobao could also think of a good idea for them. In the summer, they would freeze the cheap meat they collected and wait until winter to resell it. They would be able to earn the difference in price. From next year onwards, as long as the river was frozen, they would be able to dig out the frozen river and keep it until the next winter to provide air conditioning for the cold storage. This year was simple. At the Shaoluoshui Wharf, there was still a lot of ice left last year. They were worried that there was no place to sell it. Some of that ice could be used to eat and drink, and some could only be put in the house to cool down. They transported it from there and sold it to 2 businessmen at a cheaper price. Following the river, they could use their own boats to quickly support the cold warehouse. After helping the businessmen, Zhang Xiaobao sold a lot of his goods. He also provided a handicraft manufacturing job opportunity for the people in Sanshui County and Huayuan County. The businessmen were satisfied. A lot of the money they took out was used on them, such as planting trees, repairing roads, etc. Zhang Zhong, the county magistrate, also helped them to sell some of the raw materials. The people were also satisfied. As long as they had some craftsmanship, they could make things after receiving the raw materials shipped by the Zhang family. They didn't have to worry about not being able to sell the finished products. They had already contacted good people, and the people who got the raw materials saved some money. The people in the 3 workshops were also satisfied. Now that they had the demand of the businessmen in Huayuan County, and the river was connected to them, as long as the product were not too bad, they could sell them. Their welfare also increased a lot. The relatives of the Zhang family and the Wang family were satisfied. They were originally afraid that it would be difficult to sell too many things. Now, with Zhang Xiaobao's help, not only could they sell the goods, but they could also help others. Good people. All of them were good people. While Li Sun was satisfied, he was also shocked. He felt that the expert from the Zhang family would not let go of even the slightest chance. He would link everything together and let the Zhang family gain benefits, and let the people who cooperated with the Zhang family gain benefits as well. It cannot be said that the Zhang family was pushed to do something by the Zhang family, or the Zhang family was enticing others to do it. Anyway, in the end, everyone was happy. Even Bai Go's nephew wrote a letter to his uncle, saying that the Zhang family shipyard was the first to send the boats over. They could rent or sell them, and this made a lot of money for his wharf. This cooperation made the people outside feel the capability of the Zhang family again. This was also what worried the people on the boats a little. The 2 of them knew the power of the Zhang family, but sometimes they had to do something. They were used to making money by the Jing River. The Jing River was their rice bowl. The connection of the small river would steal their rice bowl. If they didn't act now, they wouldn't have another chance after this year. When the small merchants got used to this road and worked together, they wouldn't be able to act even if they wanted to. Some of the bigger merchants even started to use this small river to transport their goods when they were in low quantities. The 2 of them stood at the bow and watched. They saw the rapid development of Huayuan County and saw the business opportunities brought by this river. There were even more business opportunities than their big river. The big river's current was fast, so it was impossible to stop the boats everywhere, but the small river could. It was strenuous to go against the flow of the big river, but it was easy to go against the small river. When the big river reached the capital, they had to take a detour. There was no need to use the small river. If someone fell into the river, it was too difficult to save them. If someone fell into the river, they could be picked up by any boat. Those who knew how to swim could swim to the shore. If there were shortcomings, it was nothing more than the small river's transport capacity was limited. Big boats couldn't use the small river, and the speed was not as fast as the big river. However, these 2 shortcomings were not shortcomings. How many people could use the small river to transport goods? The speed was not as fast as the big river, but there was no backlog. Once the goods were loaded, they could leave. Chapter 349. Guorun, Guoqinyuan, Mi Fan, and Mi Weidong just watched without saying a word. They really wanted to learn how this was done. Would it work if it was on the Jingshui River? The 2 of them really couldn't figure out how this could be done in such a short time. Was the top scholar different from others? As the boat moved forward, the 2 of them also looked around. They had already entered the places where the merchants did business. Most of them were auxiliary businesses, but there were many people coming in and out. There was even one who had joined forces with little Luo Shui to set up an intermediary. The information from both places didn't go by boat, but by horse. In this way, there was an exchange of information between the 2 docks. In just one day, the new intermediary's information would be sent over, and the merchants of the 2 docks would be able to obtain more useful information. From there, they would be able to decide whether to unload the goods at the docks or ship them to the docks. When the boat reached the dock, the 2 of them realized that this dock was different from other docks. Other docks docked directly by the river, but this river was small. There were too many boats docked here, and other boats couldn't pass through. The person who built this dock had actually dug a man-made lake. It wasn't that big to call it a lake. It was just that at the back, there was a connecting waterway. The water wasn't too deep, but it was slightly wider. All the boats docked at the dock directly entered the waterway and unloaded from there. This way, the water flow wasn't fast, and the river wasn't blocked. It was really convenient. How is it? Brother Qianyuan, do you see now? A few days ago, the people who came to ask for information didn't mention that there was a waterway here. Today, you see it. That Zheng doesn't have such great ability. It must be the Zhang family who told him. Mi Fan didn't want the boat to stop. She stood at the bow of the boat with her hands behind her back and said to Guorun. Guorun nodded. He had to admit that Huaiyuan County was changing rapidly every day. I don't know what it will be like in a few days. Let's go. This isn't our destination. Let's go to the Chun family first, then go up and see where little Luo Shui is. Let's not go to the Chun family for now. I think the people from the cloth store want to take advantage of us this time. While we are in chaos, we have no reason to let them do what they want. When it comes to collecting grain, we used to rob a part of the grain store's business. It couldn't be that a lion had snatched some food that belonged to wolves in the past and found that another lion had also come over to eat it, and then said to the other lion that this was his food, right? The result would be two lions fighting, with a wolf waiting at the side. There would also be a person who was originally going to kill the lion, happily hiding at the side with a hunting bow in his hand. Mi Fan thought a bit more and analyzed the situation. She used the simplest example to explain it so that Guorun could understand. He was also vexed about this matter. When there were benefits, everyone wanted to get a share. When the cloth company interfered, the grain company did nothing. It could only be said that the grain company was waiting for an opportunity. In the past, they couldn't get a share, but now that they had lost it, they were waiting for a conflict to break out between them and the cloth company. Then what should we do? We can't let the cloth company interfere just because this hole should belong to the grain company, right? Now that we are robbed, we can't just let the cloth company interfere, right? Look at the price they are paying. They are actually increasing the price by 1 for 1 bushel of wheat. Wait until other places find out and transport the wheat here. Should we also increase the price by 1 or even more to collect the wheat? Guorun didn't think it was a good deal, no matter how he thought about it. The wheat that Sanshui County could collect was too little. Other people grew rice, while Huaiyuan County grew more rice. However, the people in Huaiyuan County were starving this spring, so they wouldn't be able to sell much wheat in the fall. The extra one from the cloth company was clearly prepared for the people who grew wheat in the surrounding areas. To be more precise, it was prepared for the small merchants who bought wheat. They bought wheat and spent the transportation fees. No matter what, they could earn 3 or 4 per bushel. They didn't have to manage it themselves, so they just had to arrange for people to do it. There were even some small merchants who would hoard the grains and wait for others to increase the price. When the time came, they would consider who to sell to. This was not the result they wanted. In the past, transporting by land was more expensive than the grain itself. Those merchants had no choice but to sell the grain to them. They controlled the Jing River. But now, it didn't have to be afraid. The merchants could take another route, which was more convenient for them to transport the grain. When that time came, how much would the price of this year's grain increase? Mi Fan also understood the importance of this matter. Other people were not fools. Naturally, they would estimate the price. However, he always felt that things weren't as simple as they seemed. There was a conspiracy, but he couldn't figure out where the conspiracy was. This made him have no choice but to be cautious. He knew who his opponent this time was and how powerful his opponent was. He had also heard of many people who had come to find trouble with him, but they had all been defeated in front of that ordinary-looking manner. Seeing Guorun beside him anxious, he advised, "Brother Qianyuan, there's no need to be like this. Right now, we're in the dark and they're in the light. If we really look for that Qin guy, it's very likely that we'll be exposed. We're not dealing with the cloth company, but the Zhang family. The cloth company's matter has indeed caught us a little off guard. At worst, we can give up on this. Let's deal with the Zhang family first. What's so difficult about dealing with the Zhang family? Let's show them what we're capable of, and they'll know what to do. I'll let them beg us to come and get a share of the profits. Last time, I said that we should burn down their shipyard, but you didn't agree. What do you think now? They don't make big ships there, they only make small boats. We can even go to other shipyards to buy skeletons, stick a piece of wood on them, and sell it to others. This will increase the number of small boats on this river. When they make big ships in the future, if they don't sell them, we can directly transport goods on the Jing River. We still have to think about how to deal with a marquis. When Guorun brought up the matter of dealing with the Zhang family, he felt a bellyful of anger. The shipyard had just been built, and it was a mess. If they set fire, no one would be able to find out who did it. In the end, he brought it up a few times, but Mi Fan didn't agree. Once they started building big ships, the security there would be tighter, and it wouldn't be so easy to set fire to it. Mi Fan also knew that Guorun had been complaining about how he had tried to stop him back then, but he couldn't do anything about it. After being flooded once when he was young, he always knew about some dangers in advance, so he was able to prepare and avoid them. This time, just as he was about to agree to set fire to the shipyard, that uncomfortable feeling came again, and it was even worse than before, so he didn't dare to agree. Even now, he was standing at the bow of the ship with a relaxed expression, but he still felt uncomfortable. He always felt like he was being watched, and when he wanted to do something, not only did the person not stop him, but he also sneered repeatedly. Just now, when Guorun said that he was going to the Qin family, he couldn't help but tremble, as if he couldn't go anywhere. Now that Guorun brought up the matter of burning the shipyard again, he could only continue to persuade him. Brother Qinyuan, we're all businessmen, and we're just looking for money. Last time, I listened to you and sent people to rob you. What happened? They almost found out our identities. Do you think it's so easy to set fire? It's better to be safe than sorry. Don't be anxious. Let's think about it at length. Setting fire to the shipyard. We definitely can't do it unless we have no other choice. They're still so chaotic now. Didn't the people we sent to gather information say that because they were rushing to make boats, it's even more chaotic than before? It's not too late to set fire to the shipyard then. Let's go up and see if there's any other way. After hearing Mi Fan's words, Guorun didn't mention setting fire to the shipyard anymore. He was used to listening to Mi Fan's words, and Mi Fan was always able to let him and the others gain more benefits. Now, he had no other choice but to go up with the ship and let Mi Fan come up with ideas. Their ship was different from the small boats here. They had built it themselves, had more oars, and could row very quickly. If it wasn't for the heavy load on the ship, there wouldn't have been a need for someone to pull the cable. When it was almost noon, the two of them sat at the bow of the ship, eating and drinking with the others while admiring the scenery on both sides. In front of them, they could faintly see the restaurant between the clouds and the water. Compared to the original between the clouds and the water, there were many people coming and going between the clouds and the water now. Many people came here on small boats because it was convenient to travel. They wanted to taste the unique dishes between the clouds and the water and experience the feeling of being in the center of the water. The ship moved forward for a while and came to a man-made lake. Reeds had been planted here. Next year, or perhaps this autumn, they would see patches of reeds growing. Many people only knew that the reeds looked good, but it wasn't hard to guess that the Zhang family was preparing to cut the reeds in winter and weave them into straw curtains to sell to people who were preparing to grow vegetables in winter. Good. The scenery is really good. What do you think, Brother Weitong? If they didn't steal our business, I would really like to have a chat with that Zhang and come here when I have nothing to do. While eating, one of the people looked at the scenery between the clouds and the water and sighed. There were pavilions built here, and there was no lack of corridors connecting the pavilions. There were also some flowers and plants on the corridors and pavilions. When the sun shone on the water vapor appeared through the reeds. It really did feel like a trip between the clouds and the water. It's good, but I wonder what happened in front. From now on, don't say what you said just now. If someone hears it, they will expose us. Mi Fan also felt that the restaurant built in the water was good. When eating there, they could see the reeds outside, the corridors and pavilions in the lake, and the clouds in the sky, and the flowing water in the distance. Sitting there, he felt that it was worth a few strings of coins. Chapter 350. The boat did not stop at the group of restaurants between the clouds and the water. It continued forward until it reached the small bridge. The small bridge had been torn down and replaced with a new bridge that was higher. Otherwise, the boat would not be able to pass. Some people made the boat special. Although it was not deep in the water, it was very high. It could carry a lot of goods, and it was not that wide. Seeing that they were about to reach the small bridge, the people sitting at the bow of the boat all stood up at the same time. They looked at the surrounding scenery in disbelief. This is the Zhuangzi of Zhang Wang and Gusan family? How is this still Zhuangzi? This is clearly a paradise on earth. One of the people came here for the first time. Even though he had heard people say that this place was good, it was not as shocking as seeing it with his own eyes. Just as Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao had designed, the villagers lived in picturesque two-story houses that had just been built. Some places were still damp. On the Zhuangzi of Zhang Wang and Gusan family, there was no ordinary road at all. Wherever one walked, it was paved with bluestone. Canals snaked through the spaces between the houses. Beside the canals were cloisters with flowers and plants on both sides of the cloisters. In addition to these, there were several ponds connected to the canals. Occasionally, one could see fish jumping up in the canals beside the pavilions. They swung their tails in the air and fell back, bringing with them a string of water droplets that sparkled under the sunlight. There were also small wooden houses in some places. It was noon, and the children who were too young to be brought out to play were walking around. A burst of laughter was heard by everyone. There was also a road that connected to the other side of the mountain. It had been built into a winding road. From time to time, birds would fly out of the mountain and circle around the ponds and the road. They would chirp and fly back, letting people see their elegant figures when they spread their wings. The Zhuangzi of Gusan family was built a little later. There was still a part that was not built, but together with the Zhang Wang and Gusan family, it looked just as charming. Everyone stood at the bow of the ship and stared blankly, as if they didn't want to leave after coming here. The people on the ships that passed by them saw them like this and could understand. When they first came here and saw such a scene for the first time, not a single one of them was not stunned. No wonder so many people are willing to come here to eat. It's not just between the clouds and the water. The two Zhuangzi are even more beautiful than between the clouds and the water. You can even go to the mountains to play. I heard that there's a pond in the mountains as well. The fish you catch will be cooked on the spot for those who go there to eat. The person who had just praised the Shuiyun Club said enviously when he saw the tourists strolling around the Shuiyun Club alone or in groups of 3 or 5. If it weren't for the fact that he had to see what was going on here, he would have gone down and followed the tourists up the stairs or strolled around the corridors. Mi Fan was also attracted by the scenery. Such a place was not easy to come by. Usually, there were few people in beautiful places. It was too cold and quiet. Wandering around those places was to experience a special kind of ethereal feeling. This place was different. Amidst the emptiness, there was a strong sense of peace. Even if there was anger in one's heart, upon seeing such a scene, seeing the laughing child, seeing the fish jumping in the canal beside the child, and then looking at the surrounding green fields, one's anger would dissipate, and he would reveal a knowing smile. If one could live here and come here to take a look when they had nothing to do, they would definitely be able to live a few more years. Occasionally, they would pick up a hoe to hoe the grass. The rural scenery was nothing more than that. Looking back at the different restaurants between the clouds and the water, they sighed with emotion. It's really good. The farmers on Zhuangzi are the ones who really enjoy life. One side is the sky, the other side is the mountain, the other side is the water, and there's also the fields. This is the scenery that people have always said, the mountain by the side and the water in the middle. Everyone nodded one after another. When they crossed the small bridge and continued forward, they would turn back from time to time, looking back with nostalgia. The boat traveled for another 2 hours. In the afternoon, when the sun was at its peak, everyone finally prepared to return to the cabin to take a nap. At this moment, a boat caught up with them. Its speed was very fast. The boat was narrow, so in a short while, it stuck to the boat. The boat was a little lower, so was the person standing on it. He said to the people on the boat, "Did you come from the Jingshui River? Are you the people on the boat over there? I'm a 5-star errand boy from the Zhang family. I'm here to bring a letter for the main family." As he spoke, the man took out a sealed letter from his sleeve and handed it up. Everyone was stunned for a moment. At the same time, they felt cold sweat seeping out. They thought that the Zhang family knew that they were behind this and had come to warn them. The person guarding the boat looked warily at the Zhang family below. Without an order, he wouldn't accept the letter. However, Guo Ren's personality was different from the others. He said loudly, "What are you afraid of? Just take it." The person guarding the boat carefully took the letter. The Zhang family man said, "The main family's master said that if you think that the matter over there is feasible, you can stay in the first family by the river for 2 days. Naturally, someone will come and find you to discuss the details. I wish you all a smooth journey. Goodbye." After the man finished speaking, he gave the person rowing the boat a look. The boat turned around, and the 2 oars moved. In a few moments, it became a small black dot and went away. Guo Ren took the letter and carefully looked at the outside. There was not a single word on the outside, only a picture of a rice sprout. He then looked in the direction that the boat came from. At this time, it was already gone. He thought for a moment and opened the letter with a knife. He glanced at it and handed it to Mi Fan. "Brother Wei Tong, tell me what's written inside? If you don't understand, just give it to me. Don't pretend there." Mi Fan took the letter and began to read it carefully. After reading 2 lines, she let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't the Zhang family warning them not to cause trouble. Instead, it was a suggestion for them to cooperate with the docks to build a large ship. When the time came, they would travel together. There weren't many words on the letter. It only gave a general idea, but it allowed people to understand the business opportunity contained within. Zhang Zhong's name was written at the bottom of the letter. There was also a private seal and a rice seedling. "It's like this. The Zhang family wants." Mi Fan read it herself and told the contents of the letter to the people who were still waiting to know what was written. A merchant immediately said, "This is a good idea. We also have a dock that has been built for many years. It will be easier to build a big boat. When the time comes, we can make more money. I trust the Zhang family's ability to make money." When he said this, Guo Ren was not willing to accept it. "What good idea. I don't think we can work with them. Their dock has just been built. There are people who don't know how to work. They clearly feel that it is difficult to build a big boat by themselves, so they want us to help them. Listen to what Brother Weidong said just now. Let our dock send a few people to teach them how to build a boat. We will also build a boat. Teaching them how to build a boat is what they want the most. When the time comes, the 3 workshops will all be theirs. Even if we ship the goods back, it will be difficult to sell them. We don't want to do it. Whoever wants to do it can go and tell them." After he finished speaking, someone beside him also felt the same and agreed with his opinion, saying, "That is indeed the case. Although they have written it, when the time comes, they will write a contract and give us a portion of the 3 workshops. When the time comes, we will divide the profits according to the agreed upon amount. But if they build a few more workshops and ship their goods to the workshops over there, when our goods are shipped to the workshops over there, won't it be our goods that let them make money while their goods are all theirs?" "Yes, that's right. They can't be trusted. If we want to go by sea, can't we build our own boats? It's just that we don't know the details. Why don't we pretend that we want to work with them and ask for the details? When the time comes, we will work hard to build a big boat. If we don't agree to work with them, they can't say anything. Besides, we are preparing to deal with them now. If we agree and then attack them, how will the other merchants view us?" Another person chimed in from the side. Now, there were even more people who felt that it was impossible. Mi Fan was indeed tempted. Compared to Jing Shui, shipping seemed to be more profitable. Just 1 trip, and she would be able to work in Jing Shui for 8 to 10 years. Now that he heard others say this, he also hesitated and didn't know how to choose. "Brother Wei Tong, don't think about that. Think about how to deal with the Zhang family. We can do that ourselves. Let's wait at Lin Shui's first shop and ask them clearly. Then we can discuss it." "When the time comes, we will turn hostile. What can they do?" Guo Ren suddenly spoke at this time. He snatched the letter and casually folded it before stuffing it into the envelope. Mi Fan saw that so many people were against it. Wei Wei nodded. Fine, then let's think about how to deal with the Zhang family. When the time comes, we will go and take a look ourselves. Let's build a big boat first. We must build it well. Otherwise, when we enter the sea, we won't be able to withstand the wind and waves. Everyone was afraid that he would agree to the Zhang family. That would make things difficult. Hearing that he agreed, they would first deceive the Zhang family, then turn a deal with the Zhang family. Then, they would snatch the business in the sea. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Let the boat go faster. When we see little Luo Shui, we will see if we can stop some people who are transporting wheat. Our boat is loaded with tens of thousands of strings of coins. We can't make this trip for nothing. No matter what, we have to collect some wheat and go back to see the market. Mi Fan didn't want to think about the cooperation anymore. He ordered the boat to speed up. As a shout spread, the people rowing the boat began to exert force. The heavy boat was rowed to about the same speed as the other small boats. Everyone prepared to rest for a while and entered the cabin. Before Mi Fan entered, she stood at the entrance of the cabin and looked in the direction of the Zhang family. Then, she shook her head and lowered her head to enter the cabin. At the end, she was muttering. Chapter 351. Huayuan County was different from Sanshui County. At this time, they were harvesting wheat. The winter wheat had already grown, but the work in the mountains was not done yet. Most of the people who had land could only go back to harvest. However, the work in the county could not be left undone. Zhang Zhong originally wanted to ask the Yamen in Sanshui County to release a notice to ask the people in Sanshui County to come and work. However, he was stopped by Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao did not feel that it was better to ask the people in Sanshui County to come and work than other counties. The work in Huayuan County was considered basic construction and could not directly generate economic benefits. If the people in Sanshui County came to work, no matter how much they ate and drank, the money they spent could not compare to the wages they paid. It was not a form of domestic sales to stimulate the economy. If the people in Sanshui County earned money for nothing, the people in Sanshui County would not come to live in Huayuan County. Sanshui County was better than the current Huayuan County. It was better for the people in Sanshui County, but the promotion in Huayuan County was slower. Zhang Xiaobao asked his father to find people to spread the news in other counties that Huayuan County lacked people to work. There were places like Hunan Province, where the wheat was harvested early and they were planting other crops. There should be people who were free. In the surrounding counties, there were also people who were free. He called them over and asked them to build. During the construction process, he kept talking to them about how good Huayuan County would be after the construction and how much money they could earn by living here. When they finished building, there would naturally be some people who liked Huayuan County and were willing to live here. Especially those who did not have land. It was easy for them to go anywhere. Since it was close to the capital, there was coal, and the transportation was convenient. Huayuan County should not become an agricultural county. It should exist as a processing and auxiliary place. When Zhang Zhong heard his son's words, he felt that it was reasonable. On the same day, he asked people to spread the news in the surrounding counties. At this time, there were already 500 people from the surrounding counties who came. Some even brought their families and prepared to live in Huayuan County. Zhang Zhong divided the people into two groups. One group went to repair the road near the docks, while the other group went to repair the mountain. When outsiders came to the county, some of their needs increased. Even if these people were not very rich and spent less money, they were still spending money. Zhang Zhong paid them their wages every day. In addition to the consumption driven by these people, there were also merchants who wanted to do business here. When they sold goods, they needed transportation, food, and a shop. They were also a part of the consumer group. When they brought in taxes to the county, they also increased the demand for some goods in Huayuan County. The middlemen at the docks considered the matter at Little Luoshui. Some of the merchants who were transporting goods felt that it was not worth it to continue moving forward. Coincidentally, Huayuan County also needed goods, so they directly transported goods from the docks to the county. The number of people in Huayuan County suddenly increased, making it seem more prosperous. The law and order here was not like in Sanshui County. There were always people who wanted to do something, were caught, locked up, and then released to help repair roads elsewhere. Moreover, they were not paid. It was not easy for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to walk around the streets now. Their families were afraid that something would happen to them if the streets were chaotic. Now, both families had moved to a place behind the yamen to live. Fortunately, there were many courtyards, and there were still some people in Sanshui County. Otherwise, it would not be able to fit them. Today, Zhang Zhong wanted to go out and have a look. In the morning, other than some official business, he also closed 2 cases. Basically, there was nothing important in the afternoon. Unless there was a death or an emergency, he would postpone it until the next day. Zhang Zhong went out with the bodyguards and yamen runners. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan found an opportunity to follow Zhang Zhong out. With so many people protecting them, there was no need to worry. The yamen runners were on the periphery, and the bodyguards were in front. There were some new faces among the yamen runners. Since Huayuan County received 80,000 strings of coins, they recruited more than 200 yamen runners at one time. Together with the original number, they were short of 300 people. They also bought some horses one after another, and less than half of them could ride on them to patrol. As for the newly recruited yamen runners who did not have horses, they could not be idle. Other than patrolling in shifts in the county, they had to train in the field that was set up by the yamen. At this time, the yamen runner who was walking on the periphery was a newly recruited yamen runner. He looked around vigilantly, as if everyone could hurt the county magistrate. It was obvious that he was a newcomer, and the old man would not be so obvious. Wang Wan felt the changes in the county and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was a little absent-minded, beside her, "Xiaobao, Huayuan County has finished harvesting the winter wheat this time. Do you still want to continue planting the same as before?" Zhang Xiaobao now had too many things to consider, including what Wang Wan was talking about. After being touched by Wang Wan, he raised his head, thought carefully, and said, "Let's plant some vegetables." Vegetables are not valuable elsewhere, but they can still be sold for a good price in the capital. Plant some cucumbers, eggplants, and other vegetables. We also need to plant many kinds of radishes. We can dry them in the shade and keep them for winter. We can't always rely on the same method of planting vegetables in winter. Wang Wan thought carefully and agreed. The capital was close to this place, and there was a large population. The consumption of vegetables every day was not small. It would take a long time to come back from the capital, but it would be faster to pull the vegetables over. There is no need to worry about the freshness of the vegetables. Bad vegetables could be fed to pigs and chickens. That's good. Then we have to send out the notice quickly. Otherwise, they will plan other things. After talking about this matter, the 2 of them continued walking. Wang Wan asked again, "They haven't done anything yet. We can't always be on guard, right? There are thieves for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as guarding against thieves for 1,000 days. No, we still have to wait. We have already sent a letter of goodwill. Let's see what they will do. If they really live in the first family in Linshui for 2 days, we will send someone to talk to them. First, we will discuss whether we can cooperate. If they can, we will sign the document and tell them some details. If they don't want to sign the document first, we will directly tell them the details we have prepared and let them play." Zhang Xiaobao did not seem to care much about the things over there. Usually, he was like this when he arranged things. Wang Wan pursed her lips and smiled. She hoped that those people would not agree to sign the document first. They must want to cheat the details and do it themselves. Then, she would see what they would do with the details. She had seen it herself. If she did not have some experience in this area, she would have been cheated. Zhang Xiaobao was too bad. The 2 of them spoke in a low voice. There were many people in the county, so it was noisy and no one could hear them. Only Zhang San saw the 2 children talking there and knew that what they were talking about was not a small matter. She took her son's little hand and said to the 2 of them, "When next year comes, We will have to repair the shops on both sides of the county. Some of them are so old that they could be blown down by a little wind. Tell me, how should we repair them? Pedestrian street. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan thought of this at the same time. Now on the street, there were people driving carriages and people riding horses. It was too dangerous and smelly. In the future, they would let them take other roads and leave this place for people to stroll around. In particular, Zhang Xiaobao wanted to open a small supermarket here. As long as people strolled in, they would have a certain desire to buy something. Looking at his father's puzzled eyes, Zhang Xiaobao said, "It's a place where carriages and horses don't go. What if someone gets hit?" "Oh, that's fine." Zhang Zhong knew that his son couldn't say much at this time. He would ask about the future arrangements when he got home. Now, he just needed to know that they didn't go by carriages and horses. The group kept walking. As they walked, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said, "Let's go back and write a letter to the people of the boat company. Let's give them another chance and let them take the initiative." "Well, let's do it." Only Wang Wan heard this and said that she wanted to go back. When Zhang Zhong was puzzled, he saw his son winking at him. He didn't hesitate to turn around and take people back to the yamen. After a few words with his son, he wrote a letter and asked someone to send it to the little Luoshui wharf. When the stars and moon rose, the people of the boat company also arrived at the first restaurant in Linshui. Looking at the bustling scene here, they were angry again. The more prosperous this place was, the more business they would get. The group went up to the third floor of the restaurant and chose the room that had a clear view of the wharf and the shops on the shore. They ordered a table full of dishes and ate as they looked. They looked at the dishes more often and were in a daze more often. However, they rarely ate. Occasionally, they would raise their cups and take a sip of wine. Basically, they didn't have much to say. When it was midnight, Goran finally couldn't take this kind of depressing atmosphere. The wharf below was lit up with lanterns, and there were still boats stopping occasionally. People were coming and going. For people who knew the business, this was money. Brother Wei Dong, hurry up and think of something. Last year, this place wasn't connected to the capital, so we could still bear with it. Now look, it's midnight, and it's still so busy. How much money have we lost? Goran couldn't take it anymore. He threw his chopsticks on the table and stopped eating. He sat there and looked down. His expression also changed. Everyone was thinking the same thing, but no one said it out loud. Now that Goran mentioned it, they all gave ideas. Everyone thought about it and felt that it wasn't suitable. Another one was still not suitable. When they were almost done, everyone was helpless. They could only look at Mi Fan. He had a lot of ideas. Mi Fan was also worried now. He didn't know how to deal with the Zhang family. He couldn't even think about using force. It was also useless to use people from the government. Just as he was worrying, the door was knocked open by a waiter. He came in and said respectfully, "Everyone, the Zhang family has sent a letter to everyone. I wonder if everyone is willing to accept it?" Everyone was stunned. They had just sent a letter in the morning, and now there was another one. Did they regret what they did in the morning? Let me see. Goran extended his hand. "Give it to me." When the waiter came closer, Mi Fan took the letter and opened it. She suddenly burst out laughing. After the waiter left, he said to everyone, "There's a way. The Zhang family still wants to cooperate with us in other areas, but they wrote out the most important thing." Ha ha. Chapter 352. The sun shone through the clouds, and the mountains in the distance were enchanting. The smoke from the chimney accompanied the crowing of the rooster, and the sky cleared up early after the rain. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan begged their family to bring along 10 guards from the prince's mansion, as well as the former bailiffs who were chased away because of disobedience. These bailiffs were obviously better than the ones who stayed behind, and they were more serious in their work. Because of this, they were chased away. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan adopted the principle of using capable people. Those who were not of good quality could be helped to improve, and those who were too rigid would be used where rigidity was needed. A group of people rode on horses and jogged to Yawang Mountain, which was officially named. Some of the local people who didn't need to harvest wheat, and those who came from other places were continuing to build roads on the mountain. The old people who couldn't do heavy work were also busy weaving baskets. These baskets were originally made by the old people of their own accord. After all, they were eating together. Zhang Zhong still spent money to buy them. He was fast at weaving baskets a day, but he only made 2 or 3 baskets. He bought one for 1 copper coin each. There was a person who specifically counted baskets on the side. He didn't even check if the baskets were solid or not. There was no need to check. The old people didn't weave baskets for money, and the ones doing the work were their relatives. If something happened because the baskets were not good, the unlucky ones would be their relatives. They ate well here, but there were some old people who felt bad and always falsely reported the number. They made up 3 baskets and insisted that it was 2. One of the baskets had already been counted, and the person who counted them watched them like they were thieves. It was absolutely impossible to underreport. Therefore, there were often disputes over whether a basket was counted or not. It was very strange. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came, there was a time when the person who was the fastest at weaving baskets was usually able to weave 4 baskets a day. After weaving a few more baskets every day, these days, he actually sent 7 baskets and asked the person to count 4. The person who counted them was not a fool and insisted on counting 7 baskets. The old man was unwilling, saying that he used to weave 4 baskets a day. How could he possibly weave 7 baskets? They began to argue with each other. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood the situation, they were dumbfounded. The world was so big, nothing was too strange. Xiaobao, why does it look a bit like the gentleman's country? Wang Wan looked at the 2 people arguing and said to Zhang Xiaobao with a smile. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan blankly. What's Mirror Flower Fate? It's a novel. It says that a person goes to a certain place and sees different things. The country of gentlemen eats one of them. The people there buy and sell. The seller will give the best goods for the least amount of money. The buyer will take the worst goods for the highest price. At first, I only thought that this was a novel full of loopholes and did not match reality. Today, I saw that this kind of thing really exists. The people want to give in, but the officials are not willing. If the people and officials of the Great Tang can be like this, if they are more united and diligent in martial arts, then the entire world will belong to the Great Tang. Wang Wan looked at the 2 people pulling at each other as if they were fighting. They were fighting for 3 more baskets and 3 less baskets. Zhang Xiaobao also smiled. If that's the case, society will never improve. Only competition can lead to development. It's just human nature. People who can do this show that they know what the 8 ends are. Filial piety, friendship, loyalty, trust, propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. The things that the people can do, the officials who are knowledgeable may not be able to do. There should be a difference between internal and external. Look at the dishes for lunch today. Wang Wan sighed and pulled Zhang Xiaobao to the kitchen. The 2 of them did not want to care about the dispute. They just treated it as a kind of entertainment. Otherwise, their days would be too dull. Before the 2 of them got close, a strong smell of cucumber entered their nose. When they smelled it again, it was still the smell of cucumber. When they got closer, there were also chives, bamboo shoots, and a small amount of eggs. Looking at the staple food, it was a millet. From the color, it could be seen that it was old rice. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan immediately frowned. The vegetables looked good, but at this time, the cucumbers had already been harvested. It was the time when they were the least valuable. It was not a big deal to eat these usually, but now, it was time to do heavy work. Eating only vegetables and some eggs could not make up for the consumption of the body. Every day, the food was arranged. There was meat and vegetables. Where did the meat go? Zhang Xiaobao's face darkened. He gave Erniu a look. Erniu understood and immediately shouted, "Where is the person in charge? Come here." Here. Are you looking for me?" The person in charge was chatting with the basket weaver. When he heard the call, he ran over and asked, I'm looking for you. Where's the meat? Erniu pointed to the place where the dishes were being cooked. The person in charge knew Erniu's identity and thought that something big had happened. Seeing that it was this person who asked, he was relieved and replied, "The meat was fried when it was delivered in the morning. It was placed in the jar next to it. It was waiting to be eaten in the evening and at midnight." Now we eat 4 meals a day, morning, noon, and night, plus a midnight snack. Erniu went over and opened a jar. There was indeed fried meat inside. He did not know what to say. It seemed that there was no food for the working people. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not see it that way. What did it mean to eat a meal in the middle of the night? Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be curious and asked, "Is it because you can't sleep at night, so you get up and eat a meal?" "That's right. What's it to eat at night?" Erniu also found the problem. The person in charge sighed, "It's hot now. After they eat dinner, they rest for a while. They will work until 1 a.m., then eat another meal and sleep. They will wake up before 7 a.m. and continue to work. They said that they can't take so much money for nothing." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finally understood. It was high-intensity work, so they ate 4 meals a day. However, this meal did not look good. This time, Wang Wan spoke. "This meal is delicious, right? I'll try it later." "That's right. Why is this rice stale?" Only a clever person like Erniu, who usually interacted with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan more often, knew what it meant. If it was someone else, they would not be able to ask such a simple question. The person in charge knew that more work was better for the people, so he had to continue to explain, "This rice was sent by Registrar Jean." "Oh, it was sent by Jean Wendy. When it was sent, it was good rice. The people here used good rice and exchanged it for stale rice. It's about the same. You can eat until you're full. If you exchange it for 3 batches, you can eat until you're full." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sighed at the same time. They really did not know how to describe the thoughts in their hearts. It was so simple. He worked more and took less advantage. If you treated him better, he would always remember. "What should we do?" Wang Wan's lips moved. "Let's wait and see." Zhang Xiaobao could not ask for more dishes at this time. He thought that the people who came to work would not agree. He could only make up for it elsewhere. If they ate 4 meals a day, there would be meat for 2 meals and eggs for lunch. It was still okay. It was just that the rest time was shorter. After eating the last meal, they would only sleep for about 7 hours. Doing physical work and resting for such a short period of time was a behavior that overdrew vitality in advance. "It's okay. You can do your work." Seeing that the young master and young lady did not continue to ask anything, Erniu held hands and walked forward. He said something to the person in charge and asked the guards to follow. The person in charge thought for a while and also followed behind. He knew the identity of the 2 little ancestors. If they were to ask something out of curiosity, he would have to run over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan walked all the way to the place where the work was done. There was no need for others to urge them. Even the newcomers worked hard without the slightest intention of being lazy. The weather was hot, and many people had taken off their shirts, swinging shovels and pickaxes. Beside them was a river. The flow was similar to that of the pier, but it was even slightly larger. A small river branched out, leading to this place. It was so clear that one could see the bottom. It seems that the formation of the lake in the future is due to this river. Originally, this place was a little sunken. As long as there is a little natural disaster, such as an earthquake, the river will change its course and become a lake. Zhang Xiaobao observed the surrounding terrain and whispered to Wang Wan. Wang Wan also agreed. She walked to the side of the river, squatted down, and touched it with her hand. It was cool and had a soft feeling. "Why don't we let them make a lake here after the mountain road is built? Our family also needs to earn some benefits. We can't give away all the benefits." I also plan to do so. Moreover, rowing the boat back and forth on the lake and setting up some herbal medicine stalls by the lake is also a long-term income. Let the local people do it. Zhang Xiaobao also thought that it should be so. In the future, if they raised some fish in the lake, they could fish when they had nothing to do. Tourists would like it more. When they cooked the fish, they could let people add some herbs and make a medicinal diet, which could promote Yawang Mountain. While the two of them were talking, one of the workers accidentally stepped on air and fell from a steep place. While everyone was shocked, he hung in the air again. The person in charge patted his chest. Without waiting for the little ancestor to ask curiously, he took the initiative and said, "Those who work in dangerous places will have a rope tied to their bodies. Even if they accidentally fall, they are not afraid." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew this. They were the ones who suggested it. Human life was more important than heaven. The man was pulled up and went down. He squatted by the river and washed the mud off his body and the wounds he had just made. Finally, he wiped his face with water and looked at the people around him with a smile. He said, "It's okay. I feel much better after washing up." After he finished speaking, he stood up and went back to work. The others laughed and made fun of him. Some of the people who were sweating also came over to wash up. They scooped up the water in their hands and splashed it directly on their bodies. With a little rub, the mud balls were knocked off and bounced into the water. With someone taking the lead, the others also came to wash. The water, which was originally clear, became muddy after they washed. In addition to the mud and sand when they washed, they were too dirty. This kind of behavior was naturally not lazy. In the cool weather, they worked faster. Zhang Xiaobao looked and suddenly said to Wang Wan, "I know what to do." Even if I sleep less, it can relieve fatigue. Chapter 353. Wang Wan was also thinking of ways to improve the lives of the people working. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao say this, she immediately widened her eyes and waited for him to tell her. "It's Yawang Mountain. We can't lack medicine. It's not Huaqing Pool. There's no hot spring. We can make a pool for them to bathe in. We don't know what Chinese medicine to put in, but someone will." When Zhang Xiaobao saw others bathing, he thought of bathing in the pool. Not only could they wash off the dust on their bodies, but they could also relieve fatigue. They could also apply some Chinese medicine to disinfect and treat some diseases. "Yes, that's right. Xiaobao, you're right. Let's build a bathhouse for them and massage each other. Their fatigue will be reduced by a lot. Immediately go back and ask your father to fork out money from the Yaman's account." When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's idea, she immediately agreed. In the future, they would look around to see if there were any hot springs. There should be many hot springs around. In a place like Shangxi, as long as they dug deep enough, they would be able to find hot springs. Because of the geology, they could also build one at home. The sauna that was mentioned a while ago had not been built yet. They used the My Fan Stone to build one at home. It was the same on the other side of the mountain. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. "We can't use the county's money. We'll fork out the money. First, we'll try to build a few at the foot of the mountain and let people think about it. When the time comes, we'll build it on the mountain. If the yamen is built, who will earn the money in the end? We also need to find a professional for the massage. Let's practice on the people who are working first. When the time comes, we can also charge for it." So that's how it is. Then in the future, we can't just build big ponds. We have to build small ones. Each person has a different position. The higher the status, the more money we pay, and the better the ponds. "Xiaobao, what you're doing is immoral. You're making people use the workers to practice." Wang Wan agreed to the first part, but she was a little conflicted about the second part. How is it immoral? Isn't it the same if they massage each other? Find those doctors or medical students to do this. The doctors can also do scraping, cupping, and acupuncture. When they aren't confident, let the doctors and medical students do it first. To them, their excuse was to study medicine. Wasn't it good to have someone to let them experiment? He could teach his disciples, and in the process, he could discover some diseases in the living people. When treating them, the yamen would take care of the medicine, and it would be beneficial to the people who worked. When he went up the mountain in the future, he would let them take care of him. They would provide him with a bath, a massage, and cupping. It wouldn't be expensive to charge 100 copper coins for a set, right? If we sell some medicine, it will probably be a source of income. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of the doctors at the docks. There would be more of them coming. Wang Wan was no longer conflicted. It was indeed the case. It didn't matter who pressed. Under the guidance of others, it was much better than these people pressing each other. They must have pressed where they were sore and were not professional enough. Thinking of doctors, Wang Wan also thought of the inheritance of medical skills. Now, most people were learning by hand. This was a little slow for medical skills to spread. She nudged Zhang Xiaobao. Should we print some of Sun Simiao's books? We can give them to the doctors for free, but they have to help us do something. I think this is a good idea. We don't need movable type. We could just let people carve plates. We can print more at one time and collect all of Sun Simiao's books. In the future, we still need movable type. Otherwise, we can't afford to carve them. If there is someone with high medical skills and comments something, we can't carve it again and again. Movable type is good. Let's make a mold first and reprint it again and again. We can leave more for reprinting. When the lead is melted, we can pour it in. We can make the words bigger so that the ink is not good and it is tiring to dip the ink. Zhang Xiaobao also agreed to print. It was too tiring to just copy by hand. It couldn't satisfy the doctors who came. At first, they wanted to carve plates, but later, they felt that they should use movable type. Wang Wan reached out and pinched Zhang Xiaobao's face. You are usually very smart. Why are you so confused now? Who said that you can't add comments to the plates? The original plates can be used, right? Can't you just carve another plate with comments? Put the two plates together and make the paper bigger. Then, it will be the original book with comments. It is not easy to study movable type, and it is tiring. You should let people think about it first and print Sun Simiao's book as soon as possible. This is a serious matter. You can't eat one mouthful and get fat. That's fine too. Let's do it. Zhang Xiaobao agreed. What do you mean by fine too? I've thought about it thoroughly. Wang Wan emphasized her ability. Those people were still working. They didn't know that because of their efforts, someone thought of better benefits for them. Yu, who was the closest to them, heard their conversation. He knew that the little young master and little young lady were kind. They were always the kind of people who were good to each other. If they were not good to each other, they would give them another chance. If they were not good to each other, they would not talk about using thunderous means. They could feel sad for a child who was not eating well, but they could also look at a person who was killed and not change their expression. When he talked with his master, he mentioned that officials could give him some benefits when the lives of the people under their rule were better. However, he absolutely disliked the idea of being greedy when the people were not able to eat. An official who was greedy and could let the people live a good life was better than an official who could not do anything and could only suffer together with the people. Yu could not understand. The two were almost extreme. Yes, they were extreme. According to what the little young master and little young lady said, why would two extreme things appear in one person? Yu, why are you in a daze? You have another mission. Go there and bring back more of my fan stones. Bring more money and buy more seafood. If you can buy a place with my fan stones, that would be even better. When you find a wife in the future, we will definitely arrange a decent wedding for you. Zhang Xiaobao just called Yu, but Yu did not respond. If I leave, what will happen here? Yu was a little worried as he accompanied the two little ancestors. We can't live without you. Find someone smarter in the inner court. My father is an official. Tomorrow, Cuckoo and I will come out with a guard of honor. There will be 20 horse-drawn carriages with canopies and umbrellas. There will be people holding signs in front. Along the way, yellow sand will pave the road, and still water will sprinkle the streets. When the civil officials see it, they will get off the sedan chair, and when the military officials see it, they will dismount. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao joked with Yu. Yu also laughed. I will be beheaded. I will leave now. Little young master and little young lady, you two be careful. This is not like Sanshui County. After talking, Yu mounted the horse and left. Only he knew about this matter. It was impossible for others to be involved. just like how pomegranate was in charge of the loyal fungus. Cherries was in charge of the hatching of the chicks, and Xiao Hong did not tell others about the adjustment of the feeding recipe. After Ernie left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to stroll leisurely. The road leading to the mountain had been built for more than 200 meters. Baskets of soil and stones were carried down, and someone was carried up and nailed to the side. When the time came to pull the rope, there was no need to worry about anyone falling down. At the same time, they had to walk among the children and the elderly, listen to them chat, play with the children for a while, and ask them if they wanted to study. The two of them also carefully looked at the younger children. When they returned, they would ask their father to find someone to teach them how to take care of children and set up a kindergarten. They did not expect to learn too much, as long as they could take good care of the children. They stayed until lunchtime. Then the two of them washed their hands and prepared to eat together. For lunch, there was no stew. When there was meat, it was stewed. Scrambled eggs with cucumber slices, scrambled eggs with chives, and sweet and sour slices. These 3 dishes were really good, but there was not enough oil. The two of them each had a bowl of small rice. They ate the dishes with extra eggs. That was the disadvantage of the small rice. It cooled down slowly, and they had to blow on it while eating. The people were already used to the county magistrate eating here. They also knew that the 2 children were not picky and did not have the slightest restraint when eating. In the afternoon, the two of them continued to observe the terrain and prepare to repair the lake. Because Ernie went to greet them, another clever person was sent over. He was 17 years old and had been living in the main family. There were also 3 generations of his family. He usually did things quickly and did not cause trouble, so he was sent over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also knew each other. His name was Zhang Xiangru, a man who gave a woman a name. No one knew what he was thinking at that time. As soon as Zhang Xiangru arrived, he said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "When I came, Master said that you two should go back quickly. The ship cannot be delayed." "Oh, I know. Then let's go. In fact, it's not a big deal. The purpose of life is to enjoy. When the arrangements are made, just wait. We can't think about it all day." Zhang Xiaobao stretched. He had just finished eating and was sleepy. He and Wang Wan went to the river to wash their faces and cool down. Then they rode back on the horse. A group of guards carefully followed around, afraid that the 2 little ancestors would fall asleep while riding. When the two of them returned to the yamen, Zhang Zhong was there dealing with the people who came to report to the yamen. It was not a big deal. The number of people who were arrested a few days ago had reached 400. Those who were not killed were all sent to the road repair site to work. After dealing with an old lady who had a lot of mice in her house and asked the adults to think of a way to get a few kittens, Zhang Zhong could finally rest for a while. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan just happened to come back. "Xiaobao, the news just came in this morning. Those people are staying in the first house in Linshui. The letter has also been delivered. What should we do next? I'll leave this matter to you. I still have to deal with the government affairs." Zhang Zhong called Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to the study. He decided not to care about the people on the boat. Recently, there were more people coming, so there were more trivial matters. In the past, the people would think of their own ways. Now, as long as they were close to the yamen, they would come to ask. There are all kinds of things happening. Chapter 354. After the imperial examinations, all the scholars who passed were overjoyed. Those who didn't and those who wanted to take the examinations next year stayed in the capital. These people immediately caused the capital to become much more lively. After the imperial examinations, the brothels and restaurants everywhere became places they frequented. They would either drink alone or invite 3 to 5 friends to drink to their heart's content. The rich were naturally easy to deal with. They could spend as much as they wanted. However, those who didn't have a lot of money, and even those who were poor, found that if they didn't think of a way, they wouldn't be able to wait until next year. Every time this happened, there would always be people who sent invitations to the various residences. They want to be a teacher for the people in the residences, or at least become an advisor. However, there were too many people in the imperial examinations this year. Only a small portion of people obtained such a position. The rest of the people had no other choice but to write letters or copy books. Even more people would go to the brothels and help recite a poem or two. They would eat and play for free. Perhaps they would even be appreciated by the brothels and be given some money. However, if the poem wasn't good, then no one would care. Those who were thin-skinned would think of a way to make a living. Those who were thick-skinned would follow beside the rich scholars and help them grind ink, pass the brush, and wait for them to finish writing before flattering them. There were also some that had nothing to do with being thick-skinned. Instead, the rich young masters would do such things for the poor people, admiring talent. There were also some people who had good relationships with each other. Regardless of whether they were rich or poor, they ate, drank, and slept together. They talked about the big and small classics and talked about poetry. All of this showed the various states of life. Happiness and melancholy intertwined together. Life was just repeating these things. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao was busy dealing with the people on the boats, so he still had time to think about this matter. The Zhang family once again made their move. On Vermilion Bird Avenue, when the sun had just risen in the morning, a procession appeared. The entire procession was made up of 20 carriages. Originally, the carriages were used to carry goods, but large signs were erected on both sides. There were large words written on the signs. This wasn't for the common people who didn't know how to read, but for the scholars. As a result, the calligraphy was flamboyant and flamboyant. There were also some landscape paintings, accompanied by the sound of gongs and drums. The grand procession slowly moved from one end to the other. 20 carriages lined up in a row. It was difficult not to attract attention. The commoners were curious. Since they couldn't read, they could only ask around. Those who could read started to tell the people around them. "Xiao Qing, I heard that you got into the second grade exam this time. What did you write? Read it to your auntie. It looks really good." In the capital, a female shopkeeper asked a man who was sitting by the window and eating when the procession passed by her. This man was around 25 or 26 years old. He had taken the Bright Classics examination this year and had passed. His position was a little behind, but he was still a secondary class, rank 8 official. The people who knew him in the past were more respectful when they saw him. Only this female shopkeeper in the shop was the same as before. She kept calling him Xiao Qing, but he didn't feel angry at all. All these years, the money for his studies was all given by this female shopkeeper. He only had one mother at home, so he couldn't make ends meet. If it wasn't for this female shopkeeper, he wouldn't have been able to study. He would have been lucky if he didn't starve to death. He didn't want to and didn't dare to disrespect this female shopkeeper. When he heard the question, he respectfully said, "Auntie, this is prepared for some students." It said that Huayuan County and Sanshui County are going to hold a competition and invite all the scholars from all over. They can help Huayuan County or Sanshui County. The side that wins the most will get the first prize of this competition. This prize is given to everyone. Also, everyone who gets first place will get a good prize. They will be selected one by one, just like the imperial examinations. After saying this, the man stopped and waited for the female shopkeeper's reaction. "Oh, so it's like this. Xiao Qing, are you going? What's the prize?" The female shopkeeper looked at Xiao Qing and asked. Starting from 10 days later, all the students can go by boat without spending money as long as they take out their documents. The meals for the next few days will be taken care of by the 2 counties. First, you have to tell which county you're going to help. Then, you can board the boat of that county. I will ask later if I have any work to do in 10 days. If I do, I can't go. If I don't, I can go and have a look. The prize is worth a lot of money. The first place of a single person will get a set of the 4 treasures of Black Bamboo Pavilion. It costs 50 strings of silver. That's the one that everyone has. It's also a set of the 4 treasures of Black Bamboo Pavilion. However, it's the last one. It costs 50 strings of silver. Xiao Qing explained in detail. He was a little tempted. He felt that it was better to compete than to stay in the capital. It was not far away. The female shopkeeper nodded and asked again, "What else is there?" Also, The two counties will be recruiting teachers at the same time. It will only last until the imperial examinations next year. Depending on the professor, the teachers will get 40 to 100 strings of silver per month. The food and lodging will be taken care of by the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi. There will be meat for one meal every day, and there will be holidays every 10 days. Xiao Qing explained another thing. He didn't care about this, but those who couldn't make a living should consider it. The Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi? Are you talking about the Zhang family and Wang family in Sanshui County? The female shopkeeper didn't pay much attention to other things, but she knew about the two Zhuangzi. Xiao Qing nodded. It's the two Zhuangzi. If it were someone else, no one would believe it. But the words of the two Zhuangzi are naturally not ordinary. It seems that people like me have a place to go now. No matter what, eating and sleeping is not a big problem. Xiao Qing was right. Now, there were many students on the streets who had spent their money and didn't know what to do. They were preparing to work in the two counties. Of course, they also wanted to participate in the competition. They could choose one of the two opportunities. As long as they were on the right team, they would get a lot of money. To them, this was not a small sum. They could save up the money and spend this year without any worries. Next year, they would be able to take the imperial examinations again. In addition to those who wanted to find something to do, those who were rich also wanted to participate. It wasn't for the reward, but fame. If people remembered them, they would have some fame in the future. Otherwise, why would they insist on treating others to a meal? They drank all day and had a splitting headache. Wasn't it just to be famous? The sound of gongs and drums was not small. Even people who had a hangover last night would be awakened by the noise, as long as they were on the two sides of the Vermilion Bird Avenue. Some officials' mansions were also here. When they heard the noise outside, they asked the servants in their mansions to investigate. When they returned, they said that it was a matter of two counties and involved the Zhang family and Wang family. Many people pretended that this matter didn't happen. Only a few people complained. Some people praised this matter. These people were basically wholeheartedly devoted to the country and the people. They knew what was involved in this matter. The students who were in dire straits could finally settle down. In addition to the attention of these students, there were also some businessmen and families who lacked manpower in their mansions. The businessmen wanted to go to the competition venue to take a look. It would be better if they could sell something. If they couldn't, perhaps they could find a talented person and betroth their daughters to him. The families who lacked manpower were naturally unable to judge the number of invitations sent by so many students. They didn't look for people, not because they didn't want people, but because they didn't know how talented they were. Those invitations might have been written by others. At this time, knowing that there was going to be a competition, they sent people from their mansions. Countless students, as long as they competed, they would naturally know who was good and who wasn't. At that time, they would recruit people, even if it cost more. This was also the purpose that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to achieve. He wanted more people to pay attention to the two counties. He and Wang Wan had already set off. They took a boat and went to Little Luoshui. Today was the second day that those businessmen stayed in the first house near the water. Fast horses passed back and forth. After all, it would take some time, so it was better to go there in person. The two of them set off from the dock of Huayuan County. On the way to between the clouds and the water, they didn't receive much attention. But when they arrived between the clouds and the water, when the people there saw the two rice seedling flags on the boat, they directly sent a boat to welcome them. This is the real home. In this small piece of land, we finally don't have to worry. Wang Wan saw the boat coming and said with relief, "Yes, this is our home field. If we go further, the people on the boat will have less to worry about." Zhang Xiaobao also relaxed. He looked at the restaurants and waved his hand vigorously at the ships that were coming towards him. Immediately, there was a wave of greetings on the boat. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's boat joined the boat between the clouds and the water, the people in the restaurant between the clouds and the water who could see this place were all shocked. What a big show! Even the Marquis's escort boat was surrounded. There were only two children on the bow of a small boat, but so many people were alarmed. On the boat that greeted them, there were even managers of restaurants. Those who knew the situation could only sigh at the power of the Zhang family and Wang family here. Those who didn't know the situation asked the waiter. The waiter's answer was simple. The people on the boat were the young master and young lady of the main family. As long as they weren't stupid, they would know who the main family was. After passing the restaurant between the clouds and the water, when Zhang Xiaobao looked at his home again, he found that it was different from when he left. It was really like what he thought at the beginning. The two of them only learned about it in the letter, but they didn't see it with their own eyes. If it weren't for my father's urging, I would go back and stay for a few days and play with the children on Zhuangzi. When I move in the future, I must bring them with me. It's comfortable to look at them. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang didn't intend to keep a low profile at this time. The main family's people came here not only to show their dignity, but also to show their recognition of this place. Chapter 355. When the flag formed by the two rice seedlings appeared in the eyes of some of the villagers, they all ran toward the small bridge and shouted from a distance, "Stop the boat!" Following Zhang Xiaobao's order, the boat stopped right below the bridge. If it went forward a bit more, it would enter the bridge. Once the boat stopped, the people upstream and downstream who didn't know the situation all broke out in a cold sweat for the boat. They knew the rules. On the entire river, from Jingdou all the way to Dingping County, as long as you felt the boat could stop steadily, then it could stop anywhere. However, it could not stop at this small bridge. One reason was that the bridge was smaller than other bridges and could only allow 2 boats to pass through. If one boat stopped, it would delay the boat behind it. The other reason was that it was not allowed to stop. The reason was that it was not allowed. As long as a boat slowed down a bit, there would be bailiffs on the shore who would rush over with bows and arrows, aiming at all suspicious places around them. Especially in the water, there would be people patrolling along the shore with spears. There were a few people who stopped to look at the scenery, but they were all fined and taken to the yamen of Sanshui County for questioning. In the end, they found out that they were just looking at the scenery, but they were still warned not to look at the scenery at the small bridge next time. The people on Zhuangzi understood that that position happened to be a blind spot for the hidden sentries on Zhuangzi. They couldn't see anything, so no boats were allowed to stop. They couldn't even go slower than normal. However, there was a boat that stopped today. The 2 children on the boat were still waving their hands, as if they didn't know the rules at all. When a boat stopped, the other boats would give way to each other and move to the other side. At this time, they were probably moving slowly, wanting to see what would happen to the 2 unlucky children on the boat. As expected, the bailiffs guarding this side took out their bows and rushed over on their horses. The villagers on Zhuangzi also rushed over. There was a kind-hearted person on the boat following behind. He shouted at the boat that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang were on. "Hurry up and go to the front to wait for the bailiffs. Don't move. Otherwise, the bailiffs will really shoot. Don't provoke them." After shouting this, he muttered, "Whose child is this? Why did he cause trouble for the adults? All right, let's go to the yamen and talk." The other boats had the same thought. Seeing that the people on both sides had gathered together, a shocking scene appeared in front of them. First, the bailiffs put away their bows and dismounted from their horses. At the same time, the villagers who ran over did not hold any weapons in their hands and stood there respectfully. "Greetings, young master. Greetings, young lady." Their voices, which were not too different from each other, rang out beside the ears of the people on the boats. Zhang Xiaobao was still waving his arms and shouting to the villagers, "Good, my family is good. When we change places, we will take you with us." Cheers rang out from the villagers once again. The bailiffs who dismounted from their horses also stood on the shore. The person in the lead stepped forward and clasped his hands. "Song Yang, on behalf of the brothers, greets young master and young lady." "Young master, is everything okay with the master?" "Good. Last night, my father was talking about the brothers in Sanshui County. He said that if the people in Huaiyuan County had the ability of the bailiffs in Sanshui County, it would save him a lot of trouble and he would be more considerate. Zhang Xiaobao turned around and shouted at the bailiffs. These bailiffs didn't cheer like the villagers. They stood straight and puffed out their chests as much as they could to let the young master and young lady see their graceful bearing. Zhang Xiaobao had already winked at Zhang Xiangru many times. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiangru was not as experienced as Yu and did not know what the young master meant. Zhang Xiaobao had no choice but to speak by himself. Cuckoo and I are going to little Luo Shui, so we can't talk to you anymore. When we come back, we will stay here for 2 days. Farewell, young master. Farewell, young lady. A clever villager took the lead and shouted. The others, including the bailiffs, also followed suit and shouted. As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's boat passed through the bridge, the bailiffs were arranged to ride horses and follow the boat on both sides. Those who were anxious for the 2 children or waiting to watch the show were all dumbfounded. Who was so arrogant? Not only did the boat stop at the small bridge, but the villager and bailiffs who came over were also so respectful. I know who they are. They're the young master and young lady of Zhang family and Wang family. No wonder. The people on one of the ships knew a little more. Thinking of the situation just now, they immediately guessed what kind of person could be treated like this. The people on the other boats suddenly realized that they were in their own home, so they could stop. No one dared to say anything even if the bridge was torn down. The bailiff's reaction was not strange. The entire Sanshui County was the territory of the Zhang family and Wang family, and the bailiffs were supported by them. The people who were worried about the 2 children were relieved. Those who were waiting to watch the show did not dare to say anything in case the villager and bailiffs heard them. At that time, they would be the ones to be arrested. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan continued to ride the boat forward. They looked at Zhang Xiangru at the same time and felt that this newcomer was not easy to use. They did not know how long it would take for her to reach the level of Yu. Although the boat looked shabby on the outside, the structure inside was different from other boats. The space was bigger and the water was deeper. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were ready to go in and rest, so that they could deal with the following situation. Unexpectedly, the people patrolling on the water also came over. The 2 boats were one in front and one behind. The bailiffs on the boats only had knives on their waists. They did not see bows and arrows. People who did not know the situation thought that these 2 boats did not have any fighting power. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that the weapons on the boats were definitely illegal. No matter how high the status of Sanshui County was, it was impossible to allow the use of strong crossbows. It was a little smaller than the ones used to attack cities. It could only shoot 3 4-foot-long arrows at a time, and the string was half-twisted. When necessary, it could be pushed out and twisted twice. On this river, such a crossbow was almost invincible. The 2 boats also found the boat with the flag of 2 rice seedlings and quickly approached. When the bailiffs on the boat saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan standing at the bow of the boat, they immediately saluted as before. The person on the boat at the front asked, "Little master, little miss, where are you going?" "Let's go to little Luo Shui to have a look." Zhang Xiaobao said to Zhang Xiangru after seeing that it was useless. "Then little master and little miss, take care." The person on the boat responded. The 2 boats passed by the small boat one after another. Who knew that as soon as they passed by, they changed direction and followed closely behind. "Xiao Bao, you have been enjoying this kind of treatment in the past, right? Do you feel very calm?" Wang Wan saw the boats behind them and asked Zhang Xiaobao. "Yes, calm. I'm also calm when there is a rumbling sound. Don't you think it should be like this? I don't believe that you haven't accepted any bribes." Zhang Xiaobao also saw the 2 boats behind them. They were supposed to be patrolling, but at this time, they were following behind to protect him. When he heard Wang Wan's question, he replied. Wang Wan thought for a while and said, "I really haven't accepted any bribes. I only accepted a cigarette and 2 fish. I couldn't eat them, so I threw them away. You can't guess what kind of cigarettes they gave me. It was a hardcover Hercules. The price was 3 yuan and 5 yuan a box. I don't smoke, so they bullied me. A single fish? How much money is that? A box is 2,000 yuan, and there are 10 boxes of one fish. That's 100,000 yuan. One fish is 2 eyes, and 1 eye is 100,000 yuan. 2 fish is 400,000 yuan. You threw them all away? Amazing. Zhang Xiaobao also cupped his fist and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan was stunned. What do you mean? What else could it mean? If you open the box, you'll find that there are 20 rolls of 500 yuan in each box. One box is 10,000 yuan, and one fish is 100,000 yuan. Starting from the gills under the eyes, there's a line of money. If I'm not wrong, the fish should be about 2 feet long. 2 fish means 400,000 yuan for you. What's the case? What kind of case is this? Zhang Xiaobao knew a lot about this. 100 years ago, he gave 100 yuan as a gift. Later on, it was 500 yuan each. He gave them as cigarettes. It was a very old method, but it was usually very useful. For example, filling a bottle of Erguo 2 with Mao Dai was a national banquet. Unfortunately, they met a special person and threw them away. When checking whether the fish was bad or not, why didn't they check the eyes and break the gills? Wang Wan finally understood. I know what is going on, but they are fine. Why do they give me gifts? And so expensive? Isn't it up to you whether they are fine or not? How would they know? Fortunately, you accepted them. If you didn't, someone might have a heart attack. Just like the boat behind us. If you ask them to go back now, they might not be able to recover for a few days or even longer. They will always think that the Zhang family and Wang family are not satisfied with them. Zhang Xiaobao told Wang Wan about this psychological need and comfort. I understand now. So that's how it is. It seems that sometimes accepting gifts is also helping others, right? No wonder they accepted so much money from us. It turns out that they are helping us. The people Wang Wan was referring to were those who had been with Zhang Zhong when he was taking the imperial examination. Zhang Xiaobao just smiled at this and didn't say anything. The boat continued to move forward. After a while, they encountered 2 patrol boats. The 2 boats behind immediately turned around and headed in the direction between the clouds and the water. These 2 boats seemed to have contacted the boat that left. After passing by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's boat, they also turned around and followed behind. Wang Wan didn't say anything at this time. Since others wanted to get a kind of recognition, she would give it to them. Zhang Xiaobao yawned and went into the cabin first. Wang Wan looked around and followed him. Xiaobao, do you think they will really do what you said? Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao lying on the blanket. She moved 2 pillows over and threw one to Zhang Xiaobao. Chapter 356. The First House in Lin Shui. The ship merchants were still in the room where they ate the day before. It was not because they were rich. Even if they were rich, they still had to line up to get a room on the 4th floor of the first house in Lin Shui. It was because between the clouds and the water had attracted too many people recently, causing some people here to be unable to afford the rooms on the 4th floor of the first house. Don't be fooled by the fact that the merchants of the ship seemed to be rich and overbearing. When it came to small amounts of money, they would never relax, even to the point where it would make people's hair stand on end. When they used this room, they calculated the price of the food and the price of the time. When they ate, they would definitely be stuck until the last quarter. As long as they finished eating, they would not continue to take care of the room. When other rich people came, they would directly pay for a day or even half a month. According to the amount of 500 copper coins per hour, even if they did not come, the room would still be reserved for them. The ship merchants would take the room if they had it, but not if they did not. They would definitely not pay when they did not eat. At this time, they were very lucky to meet a time when they were not willing to spend money and eat in this room. Brother Wei Tong, should we wait for them to finish talking and then block the waterway from the Jing River to the Luo Shui River? The little Luo Shui River also uses the Luo Shui River. It's good to settle there. They still want to do things with us. They want us to stop the big boat there and then let the small boat transport it. They also want us to discuss with the people of Luochuan County and jointly build a pier there. Are they stupid? If we just block the place where the Jing River enters the Luoshui River, what can they do? Guoren seemed to have drunk some wine before coming here. When he spoke, his tongue was not straight. It was awkward no matter how one listened to it. Fortunately, his mind was still clear. Mi Fan's face was gloomy. He naturally knew where Guoren went. It was the only brothel behind the little Luoshui pier. That brothel was opened by a person in the capital. Even the most ordinary woman would cost 5 strings of money a night. Some of them sold their skills, but not their bodies. No amount of money could buy them, and they also covered their faces with veils. It was said that the rent of this brothel was 20 times higher than other places. All the food and drinks had to be prepared by the first brothel in Linshui. Similarly, the price was 20 times higher. Otherwise, they could just sit there and chat with the veiled women or listen to music. No one would do that. There was a pile of food in front of girl. She could eat a little when she was resting. She couldn't afford to give you a cup of plain water. It seemed that Guoren had spent a lot of money today. A few dozen copper coins to listen to a new song was not considered little. A few hundred copper coins to chat with a beauty and listen to the sound of the zither was also not considered much. Brother Weidong, just say the word, and we will immediately go and block that place. I don't believe that 60 ships of sand and stones can't block that waterway. Guoren was still thinking about the good things. When Mi Fan received the letter the night before, he told them the contents. The Zhang family would work with Luochuan County, Dingping County, and their shipping company to build a pier in Dingping. It would be convenient for large ships to transfer to small ships, and small ships to large ships. At the beginning, no one would have thought that this could be done. When the time came, both sides would earn money. When they transferred, they didn't need to use the same merchant or the same type of goods. The large ships would receive goods along the way. When they reached Dingping County, they would start to distribute the goods to the small ships. This way, the journey would be shorter. They wouldn't have to wait for the goods to come to the capital to earn money. They just had to transport goods from Chuanshu all the way back, and they could earn a sum. After all, the return journey was against the current. It was too tiring for the large ships to travel. If they didn't load the goods in the capital, they would lose money. With the small ships in Dingping to receive goods, not only would they not lose money, but they could also earn a little more. The route would be divided into segments, and there wouldn't be a shortage of goods. However, this idea was sent by the Zhang family. Now, the shipping company wanted to pressure the Zhang family. Therefore, no matter how good the idea was, it could only be used to deal with the Zhang family. The small river could earn money because it connected the capital and Chuanshu. As long as the diversion point in Dingping County was blocked, the goods from the capital could only be transported to Luochuan County. This was also the place called the Luoshui. If they cut them off, everything would be solved. They would turn their cooperation into a conspiracy. These people were more excited. At this time, after hearing Guoren's words, they also felt that it was feasible. The idea of cutting off the trade route was suggested by Mi Fan. However, Mi Fan would never have thought that they would be prepared to cut it off like this. Looking at Guoren's excited gaze in front of her, Mi Fan finally couldn't hold it in and said loudly, "Good idea. Using dozens of ships to block the Luoshui River. In a few days, our heads will be cut off to block the Luoshui River. Does the Jingshui River belong to us? We can block it if we want to. Then why don't we pool together the ships of our families and make 100 ships, fill them with sand and stones, send them to the canal, and sink them to block the waterway to the capital?" That way, the transportation to the capital will be useless, and the grain won't be able to enter the capital. Even the emperor will be afraid of us. Don't you think so? When everyone heard this, it didn't make a sound. Only now did they think about how the 2 counties and prefectures would react if they blocked the canal. Even if they had a few heads, it wouldn't be enough to chop them off. For the sake of one Zhang family, they would harm the common people. Even if the Zhang family didn't do anything, there would be many people who would do it. If they handed in a memorial, the emperor would see it. With just a word, the princes in the prefectures would confiscate their families. Although Guorin's body wasn't easy to control, his mind was still clear. When he heard this, he asked, "Brother Weidong, didn't you say the waterway would be blocked the night before? If we don't sink the ships, what else can we do?" The other merchants also looked at Mi Fan. Mi Fan felt a bit sad that she had to work with a group of idiots. However, these people did listen to her, so she could only say, "Those who come from Chuanshu don't dare to take the dangerous route. It's only because they haven't reached Chuanshu that small boats can pass through. In Dingping County, when you enter the Luo River, don't you know how fast the current is? If you use an oar when a wave comes, all your strength will be wasted. If you use a bamboo pole, you won't be able to reach the bottom of the water. Don't their small boats rely on the trackers from that corner to pull them? Send 3 large ships over. As long as they anchor there, say that the ships are broken and can't move, their small boats won't be able to be pulled by the trackers. They will need to go around our large ships. It's already a fast current, and now it's blocked by 3 ships. Which small boat do you think will be able to pass?" That's right. As long as a small boat wants to pass, it'll happen to meet the 3 large ships blocking the slanting current. One boat will capsize. We didn't do it on purpose. It's the large ships that are broken. After a few boats capsize, we'll send a few large ships and leave 3 ships there. We'll say that there's a problem. Even if they don't want to, they'll have to hold on. Only those who have rowed for decades are willing to give a try. Others won't be able to do it. How many people can they find? 1 in 100. It's a good idea. When a merchant heard Mi Fan's words, he also thought of this point and started to flatter her. When the others heard this merchant's words, they also understood the reasoning behind it. They all agreed. Mi Fan felt a bit helpless. How could no one think of such a simple thing? They were even prepared to sink the ships to block the entrance. She sighed to herself and said, "This matter isn't urgent. We'll talk about it after we ask them about the details of the sea route." The merchants once again banded together, and one by one, they began to talk about how to deceive. The more Mi Fan heard, the stronger her fear became. Even when she mentioned using a boat to divert the small boats, she felt the same way. This plan was perfect. She didn't know where it went wrong. Could it be that the Marquis shipyard could make small boats that were not afraid of such things? Unless they ate deep water. But if they ate deep water, they wouldn't be able to cross the river. As long as she thought of this, she felt a bit upset. She couldn't help but say, "Actually, the Zhang family's plan of switching from large to small boats will make us more money than before. Why don't you think about it?" What's there to think about? If I don't die, we will. So many pairs of eyes are watching us. If we really lose face, will we still do business in the future? Brother Weitong, you overestimate the Zhang family. This is a matter on the water. They don't understand. They only know how to farm and raise chickens. How would they know the dangers on the water? Guorun poured himself a cup of wine and drank it again. His eyes were glazed over, but his words received the agreement of the other merchants. They were indeed afraid of the Zhang family's manner, but that was on land. They didn't dare to interfere with some of the transactions. But when it came to the water, it was not as simple as imagined. No matter how powerful the Zhang family was, could they naturally understand things in the water? Then they wouldn't have to manage a small river. Mi Fan looked at the gazes of the merchants that were looking at him one by one. Finally, he compromised, even though he felt like his heart was being tightly grasped by someone. He had never been in such a situation before. In the past, when there was danger, he just felt uncomfortable. This time, he found it difficult to even breathe. What is it? What other tricks does the Zhang family have? Why is it like this? It's worse than dying. Could it be that the whole family is exterminated? The Zhang family really has this ability. He just has a top scholar and knows a marquis. Why does his chest hurt? Mi Fan pressed his hands to his chest. He valued his body's reaction very much. In the past, when he encountered things, he only felt a little uncomfortable. Every time he made the decision to hide, he would go to the temple or Taoist temple and receive good news. But this time was different. He felt like he was going to die immediately. Those merchants didn't know how uncomfortable Mi Fan was. They were still fantasizing about forcing the Zhang family to beg for mercy and be as obedient as dogs. Chapter 357. When night fell, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's boat also arrived at Little Luoshui's pier. The two of them slept comfortably, rocking on the boat as if they had returned to the cradle when they were young. Cuckoo, I suddenly thought of something. You said that in the Northeast and some other places, children sleep in cradles when they are young. As long as the cradle is gently rocked, the child inside will not cry and will sleep peacefully. Some people say that this is because they are afraid that the cat will take the child away. But I know that some people have cats and dogs at home, and those cats and dogs will stay by the side and help push the cradle. This is not the main point. What I want to say is there any difference between that kind of rocking and seasickness or car sickness? Especially ships. Why do people who are used to being rocked by cradles become seasick when they grow up? When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan got off the boat, he suddenly thought of something, so he said to Wang Wan. Of course, Wang Wan knew about this matter, especially for some families who raised monkeys. Their children were all taken care of by monkeys. When the children were placed in the cradle, the monkeys would help to drive away mosquitoes while pushing the cradle. Their strength was neither too light nor too heavy. There were even milk bottles that were warmed and warmed. The monkeys would even help to feed the children. According to the theory of seasickness, the children would have vomited long ago, and it was impossible for them to sleep so peacefully. What was the reason for all this? Looking at Zhang Xiaobao's eyes, Wang Wan shook her head and said, I really don't know. Do you know? I don't know much about it either, but you should be able to find out that the younger the child, the worse their bones and muscles are. But every time they fall, they will cry because of scratches, but it is very rare for them to break bones. If they're short, then if they fall from a height of 5 meters, the probability of them dying is definitely lower than that of an adult. Also, you could try to put a baby on calm water. If you put an adult who can't swim on calm water, the baby's survival rate is higher than that of an adult. There's also a simple example. When a baby under half a year old cries, it's very rare for him to lose his voice from crying. Even if he cries for a few hours, if you ask an adult, how many of them won't lose their voice? Zhang Xiaobao continued to talk about the comparison between a baby and an adult. Wang Wan was confused. Some of what Xiaobao said was true. Especially when a baby cried, it could be heard very clearly from a distance. If it were an adult, it wouldn't take too long for them to stop crying if they wanted to have the same effect. Xiaobao, is it related to the recovery speed of the body? Wang Wan asked. No, if you give the poison milk powder to the babies and the adults will be fine, but the babies are basically done for. Actually, what I want to say is, why can I jump from such a high place and be fine, and why can I climb such a high place with my bare hands? Zhang Xiaobao became serious at this time. Why? Training? Wang Wan only felt that this was the right answer. No, it's regress. Babies don't have a sense of height. Even if you put him at a height of 1,000 meters, he still dares to climb down. It's like when you suddenly encounter a high-speed football head-on. You dodge backwards, thinking that you're seriously injured. You face it head-on. Unless you're very unlucky and the football happens to hit your weakest point, the injury you suffer will be much smaller. What I want to say is a kind of mentality. People who sleepwalk don't care about height. Just like a baby, they may fall to their death at a certain height, but at that height, people with the same physique as them will definitely fall to their death if they jump from that height. My training is actually to make myself feel less afraid and to be able to imitate the state of sleepwalking to a certain extent. As long as my body's muscles, bones, and coordination can withstand that height, I will be safe and sound. Many people who sing are the same. They are imitating a baby's voice. The pitch is very high, and the penetrating power is very strong. It can give people a special resonance. This can be nurtured. For example, Our perception of danger, judgment of targets, and the hints we give ourselves when our body reaches its limit can be nurtured. An excellent battlefield sniper can sense certain things within his or her accurate sniping range. For example, you can, okay, Xiao Bao, I know what you mean. That is, under the same amount of effort, talent is more important than hard work in certain aspects. But what are you trying to say? Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao and asked, what I want to say is that while we were on the ship, through the information gathered by Li Sun, I discovered a person who has a natural talent for sensing danger. He is different from us who are trained. He is born with it. And he is even more sensitive than us who are trained. His name is Mi Fan. Zhang Xiaobao finally got to the point. Wang Wan also saw the information sent by Li Sun. She thought about it and nodded. Indeed, but even if we want to kill him now, he can't avoid it. The two of us are enough. He is not as good as us. He won't use that kind of innate talent. Yes, 99% of sweat and 1% of talent is success. The most important is that 1%. Do you want to let him go? No, I want to keep him by our side like Song Jinggong, especially when we go out to sea. His talent is too important. I don't even know if I'm a theist or an atheist, a materialist or an idealist. Zhang Xiaobao sighed and said, when something that a person insisted on was washed away, it was very uncomfortable in the heart. It could even cause one to lose one's sense of direction and the will to live. Although Wang Wan was a member of the system, the things that people in the system understood were the most mysterious. Xiao Bao, what is materialism? I believe that materialism is science, and this science is exploration and research, not positioning. If you say that the unknown is unscientific, then your statement is unscientific. Don't be fooled by the system. Look at those buildings built by the government, and look at the rules that those officials usually follow when they do things. If you still don't understand, then think about why the great people of the past would go to draw lots before every big battle. Do you know what unit is? What did 83441 represent? When we don't understand, we don't have to admit or deny it. We don't have the ability to explore. We just have to be ourselves. Oh, Cuckoo, you're right. If souls can come, what is impossible? I want that Mi Fan. He is not Guan Yu, and I am not Chow Chow. Tomorrow, I will talk to them about the sea. When it's about time, I will immediately send a letter to Li Sun and ask him to prepare. Zhang Xiaobao didn't insist on things that he didn't understand. He quickly made up his mind. Wang Wan didn't understand. Xiao Bao, are you confident? It's not at the same level at all. If you get Yao Chong and Song Jing here, I might put in more effort, Zhang Xiaobao said proudly. Chapter 358. The night was misty. It was summer insects outside the window. Fireflies were hanging in the sky. The night is misty, looking at the starry sky. I'm looking for a star. It is so bright. It is so affectionate. Wang Wan was lying on the ground in a house behind the dock. She looked at the starry sky outside and hummed. Zhang Xiaobao didn't sleep on the couch. The ground was cooler than the couch. The mahogany floor was polished smooth and painted with a layer of lacquer. Listening to Wang Wan's humming, he felt that he had heard this song somewhere before. It seemed to be very distant. He touched Wang Wan. Is it a song from 100 years ago? Can't you choose a closer one? I learned it when I was in the military academy. I've been singing it all the time. Everyone sang it, and it became popular. Do you think life should be like a star shining in the distance, or like a meteor streaking across the sky? Wang Wan was probably hot. She was lying there and discussing life with Zhang Xiaobao. I think it should be like a star, like a meteor. It should crash into the earth and then cross the sky. Zhang Xiaobao put his hand flat on the floor. You are such a person. If you die, you will drag others down. It is too hot. It will be hot even if you put ice in the house. It would be better to have an air conditioner. Wang Wan imagined what the next star that was many times bigger than the sun would be like. She shook her head to get rid of this ridiculous idea and complained about the heat. Zhang Xiaobao was also hot. There were 2 basins of ice in the house. The air circulation was slow, so he didn't feel cool. Occasionally, there was a breeze from outside. It was warm. Hearing Wang Wan mention air conditioner, he suddenly said, "We don't have air conditioner. If you want to cool, you have to heat first. But we can make an air conditioner fan. It is very environmentally friendly. It doesn't use electricity or other fuel." "Really? Then you should make one quickly. Not only can we use it, but also the restaurant. Then there will be more people willing to eat there. Tell me the principle, and I will help you." As soon as Wang Wan thought of the cool breeze, she became interested and stopped sleeping. Zhang Xiaobao coughed and imitated the tone of a scholar. "Today, I will first talk about the problem of heat transfer. As everyone knows, the existence of heat is ultimately, get to the point." Wang Wan patted Zhang Xiaobao and hugged the bamboo pillow next to her. "Actually, it's just a fan made out of wood or bamboo. In front of the fan, there's a basin filled with ice. You can ask someone to shake the fan. That way, the cold air will be blown by the wind. That's the air conditioner fan." Zhang Xiaobao felt a little embarrassed after saying that. "This is your high-tech invention? Environmental protection? Then what's the point of using a fan? Wouldn't it be the same if you just used a fan to face an ice fan?" Wang Wan curled her lips. Rich people didn't ask their servants to face an ice fan to cool the house. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to treat their servants that way. Otherwise, they could find a few more people to take turns to fan the air so that it wouldn't be so hot. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while. "It's not the same. My invention doesn't require too much effort. Using the lever principle of the mutual exchange of gears, the person who shakes the fan can make the fan turn many times. If you fan the fan, it will only move a little. Yes, just do it like that. There's no need for people. We are on a river and the wind is strong. As long as we make a fan outside some rooms and connect it from the bottom, not only will it add a special scenery, but it will also be able to blow the wind in the room through the conversion. It's better than opening the windows directly. If the wind can't blow into the room directly, it can blow in through my invention." The project is bigger and the gears are simpler. There's no need to use good steel, and there's no need to bite so well. It just needs to be able to transmit the force and drive the fan. It's not like it's generating electricity. Let them melt the molten iron and cast it directly. Yes, we could try to do this. Let's start with the first house near the river. That house is made of wood. As long as there's a hole, the connecting shaft can go in. Use a wooden board to block it and beautify it. Use wood for the shaft. If not, it's too heavy and expensive. Get up and draw the blueprint. Zhang Xiaobao was talking by himself. As he was talking, he was perfecting his idea. His drawing skills still need to be improved, so he could only call Wang Wan to wake up. "Let's do it tomorrow. How much are you going to invest this time?" People are used to having an ice basin in the room to cool down. Even if we don't do it, they will still come to eat. Wang Wan didn't want to move. She turned over and spread her arms on the floor. Zhang Xiaobao came over and pulled her. "One night's time will be wasted. Others are used to the current situation, but we have to let them get used to our place. They won't be used to other places. I can't draw by myself. I know the principle of the lever, but I don't know how to move it. Get up quickly. I'll make shaved ice for you tomorrow." "Yes, just let the people in Huayuan County make shaved ice. Let's also make shaved ice for the people in Sanshui County. We can sell it everywhere and earn more money. There's so much edible ice stored in the winter. Our own restaurant won't be able to use it up. Don't pull me. I'm up. When the academy opens, I'll go there and find a good drawing master to learn." Wang Wan got up by herself and sat beside the desk with Zhang Xiaobao. She lit another candle, and it brightened up a lot. "It's going to open soon. When those students come, the academy will open. It will give the academy a free promotion." Some of the competition venues can be put in the academy. There will definitely be people joining. Only when there are students and teachers will be willing to teach. Zhang Xiaobao spread out the paper, helped Wang Wan grind the ink, and talked about the academy. "I knew you wouldn't just let people come here to compete. You don't have good intentions to let people from 2 counties make shaved ice, right? Wang Wan had been used to Zhang Xiaobao's style of doing things. She muttered and began to think about the design with Zhang Xiaobao. It took 3 hours for the two of them to draw more than 10 pieces of paper. Only after adding notes and descriptions did they manage to come up with a rough idea. As for the specific adjustments, they were handed over to the craftsmen. They were very experienced, so if they were given an idea, they would be able to figure it out themselves. Zhang Xiaobao clapped his hands and said, "Okay, send them to Zhuangzi tonight and find craftsmen to make them." Zhang Xiangru, come in. There were sounds of getting up and footsteps outside. After a while, Zhang Xiangru came in and said, "Little master, little miss, what can I do for you? Send these papers to Zhuangzi and send people to collect fruits. By the Shansha left last year, especially the ones in Zhuangzi's warehouse and the ones that have just come out. Send them by the river. Put some of them at each place and send people to watch over them. Do the same with the ice, the kind that is edible." Zhang Xiaobao handed over a piece of paper and ordered Zhang Xiangru. Zhang Xiangru didn't ask more. She took the paper and turned around to leave. "You asked them to make shaved ice because you want to sell the Shansha trees left last year on our newly granted land? And those fruits that are about to come down?" Wang Wan didn't want to study anymore. She pulled Zhang Xiaobao outside to take a shower and said, "That's right. How else can we sell them? Our Shansha and the quality of the fruits is not good. If we do this every year, we won't have to cut down the trees anymore. Wasting resources is a shameful act. We can also sell more to the people in the 2 counties. There are many flavors, and people who come to see will want to buy and try it," Zhang Xiaobao said as he walked. The next morning, the weather was still hot. Fortunately, the spring plowing was over, so there was no need to worry about the drought. The people sent by Zhang Xiaobao came to the room where the shipping merchants were. They didn't manage to get a good place today. The waiter of the first shop in Linshui said that the room had been reserved by someone else. They could only change rooms. It seems that everyone has agreed to the matter of building a ship and going by sea. Let's sign the documents first and then talk about the details. The people sent by the Zhang family said solemnly to the shipping merchants. There were no dishes on the table, only some brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. Everyone looked at Mi Fan. Mi Fan didn't look well today. He kept having nightmares last night and didn't have an appetite for breakfast. He was still thinking about what kind of danger was coming. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he took a sip of tea and said, "It's not that we can't build a ship together, but we have to know how to do it. Otherwise, what if we lose money after we do it? It's better for you to tell us the details first." "Boss me, it's like this. It's written on the documents. After you sign, if you lose money because of the details, then the Zhang family and Wang family will compensate for everything. If we tell you the details and you don't sign, then it will be difficult for us." The people from Zhang family pushed the documents forward and said, "How can we not do it?" "Don't worry," said a merchant from the ship company next to him. Seeing that, the people from the Zhang family nodded and handed over another document. He said to everyone, "Some details are written on it. Everyone can take a look first. After you read it, don't forget to sign the documents." The owners of the shipping company looked at each other. In the end, it was Mi Fan who spoke. "If that's the case, then wait for us to read it and then ask you to come over. Can we just tell the waiter in the restaurant?" The people from the Zhang family nodded and got up to put away the other things. They only left the documents that needed to be signed. He said, "It's like this. If there's nothing else, then I'll leave first." After the people from the Zhang family left, the people in the room immediately showed a special smile. "Brother Wei Dong, take a look. It's best if you make a copy. Then say that it's not done well and that we can't work with them." Guoran said excitedly as he held the paper in his hand. Mi Fan didn't know why, but when she looked at the paper, she felt that it was difficult for her to breathe. She picked up the paper with trembling hands and flipped through it one by one. The more she looked, the more she wanted to continue reading. It was as if there was something on the paper that attracted her. "Brother Weiton, what do you think?" Goran asked. "Good. The Zhang family is really good. If we do as they say, we can definitely make a lot of money. Unfortunately, we can't go the same way as them." Chapter 359. The person from the Zhang family came to the best room in the first house in Linshui. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were waiting, "Young master, young lady," they asked for the details. They didn't sign the document. "Oh, okay. Then go and ask Ding Ping about the cooperation and see what they have to say." Zhang Xiaobao was a little disappointed as he instructed. After the person left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sighed at the same time. Looks like they really plan to be enemies with us to the end. Isn't it good to cooperate and make the business big? If they insist on scheming against each other, then let's play with them. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the busy people below and said helplessly. He felt that if he were in their shoes, he would consider cooperation. Wasn't business just for money? If they lost something in this area, they could make up for it in other areas. Turning a competitor into a partner was the best strategy. Wang Wan scooped a spoonful of shaved ice from the bowl and put it in her mouth. Don't worry about them. Let them do what they want. They're just short of people. Let Li Sun think of a way. See if he can contact the boat company on the Yellow River. After all, we have to go to the sea from there. That's all we can do. Zhang Xiaobao left the window and moved to Wang Wan's side. He also took a bite. The cool air went into his stomach, making him feel much better. In the other room, the boat merchants were still passing around the information. Anyone who could read was like Mi Fan after reading it. They were very surprised. This plan was too good. One by one, they talked about building a big boat and then go to earn money. Only Mi Fan was there drinking mouthful after mouthful of sour plum juice. It was precisely because the detailed plan was done well that he was even more worried. He still didn't know who would win in the end. Looking at those excited people again, he really regretted it. Why did it turn out like this? If he had known, he wouldn't have done this with these people. Although he was obedient, he couldn't do anything at critical moments. If he cooperated with a smart person, he could at least come up with some ideas. Brother Wei Tong, let's arrange the matter of blocking the river. We already have the detailed plan, so we don't need to tell them anything else. Guoren came up and said to Mi Fan. Looking at his excited face, Mi Fan sighed in her heart and nodded. All right, I'll arrange it now. Send 3 ships over. The boatman will know what to do. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. The waiter came in first, followed by the Zhang family member who had just left. Everyone, how's it going? We're looking at it right now. When we're done, we'll look for you, a merchant said. Very well. What do you think of the other matter? It's about transporting goods between the big ships and the small ships. The Zhang family asked again. I don't think that's necessary. We don't have many big ships. If we send out some more, we won't have enough. I'm afraid we won't be able to handle it. You can transport yourselves. Another merchant added. The Zhang family member didn't care whether they agreed or not. He just wanted to know. After listening to the 2 people, he nodded and said, since it's like this, I'll go back first. You guys are busy. Young master, young lady, they also don't agree to hand over the goods at Dingping. The reason is that they don't have enough ships. I'm afraid they won't be able to handle it. The Zhang family member turned around and came to Zhang Xiaobao. Yes, let's get busy. Let's all work together. Wan, let's go take a look at the artificial lake at the back. There's also a winery and a pig farm there. While others are busy, we can't be idle. Zhang Xiaobao heard this and knew it was time to take action. Since they had nothing to do, they could take a stroll. It wasn't easy for the 2 of them to come out. Wang Wan ate the last mouthful of shaved ice, stood up and said, let's go. I'm going to row a boat. When the lake at Yawang Mountain is built, we'll row there when we're free. The 2 of them went out, one after the other. Zhang Zhong was also busy at this time. He recruited another 100 government runners and bought some horses. He asked them to patrol back and forth in the county. Like Sanshui County, he also bought some boats on the river and arranged the government runners on them. He himself went back and forth. Master, there's no road ahead. Under the protection of the guards, Zhang Zhong rode on the horse and strolled around the county. At this time, there was a mountain or a group of mountains in front of them. The government runner who followed him said to Zhang Zhong. This government runner was from the inner courtyard of the Zhang family. His title was different from others. Even if his household registration was in the Zhang family, he could still be a government runner. No one in Huayuan County would investigate this matter. This person was originally from Huayuan County. When he was young, he followed his father and grandfather to the Zhang family. He knew more things here. After all, he was closer to the locals when he talked. After asking around, he knew more about Huayuan County. Then he followed Zhang Zhong around. Zhang Zhong stopped the horse and looked at the mountain in front of him. It was really good. It was so majestic and so solemn. He asked the person next to him, "Are there people here?" In reply to Master, "There are. There are 2 villages here." Both of them said that their villages are called Fragrant Mountain Village. When they entered the household register, there was no choice but to record them as Big Fragrant Mountain Village and Small Fragrant Mountain Village, according to the number of people. The people here don't pay taxes for food, but for animal skins. Usually, they make a living by hunting. They sell the game to buy some daily necessities. Daxiang Village has more people. There are 25 households and 166 people. Xiaxiang Village has fewer people. There are 23 households and 143 people. The 2 villages usually communicate with each other. There are also marriages between the 2 villages. The Yamen runner had a very detailed understanding of the situation in the mountain. He didn't even leave out the people. Seeing that the master liked to listen, he continued, "Master, there used to be a temple here. The pilgrims would buy some fruits from the mountain. In the past 2 years, there's been no one. The people in the temple have become ordinary people. The incense also stopped. Occasionally, some people would come here to take a look." "Yes." Zhang Zhong nodded and said, "Since there are still people here, I have to go and take a look. After all, I am a county magistrate. I want to see how they are living." "Master, there is no road ahead. If you want to go to the 2 villages, you have to walk on the grass. There are also wild beasts and poisonous insects in the mountain. Why don't you let the people in the village come out and take a look?" The Yamen runner was worried and tried to persuade him, even if he knew that it was useless. Sure enough, Zhang Zhong didn't care about these things. When he was walking around recently, the doctor at home had prescribed some medicine for him. There were also things prepared by the hunters in the past. He wasn't afraid of snakes and insects, let alone wild beasts. With 20 guards from the prince's mansion, even a big worm could be killed with crossbows. Or should I go and take a look myself and see how they are living? There is no lack of meat in the mountain. I think it will be good, right? Zhang Zhong was thinking about the meat of the wild beasts. If they could eat meat, their lives would be good. Unexpectedly, the Yamen runner shook his head and replied, "Master, they're the most miserable people in the county. In the past, when county magistrate one was here, they had to send many things to the county every year. When they came to sell meat, they could only sell it to one family, which was Jinlai Restaurant. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to accept it. The price given by Jinlai Restaurant is even lower than the price of pork. In the past, it was only enough to fill their stomachs. I asked around in the county. Last year, they also levied double the tax. In order to get enough fur, they went out at night. 3 people and 2 people died in the 2 villages respectively. It's good to be able to eat meat, but people can't always eat meat. They have to eat other things. Vegetables are wild vegetables. They also opened up some land next to the village and planted some vegetables. However, they have to wear clothes, eat salt, and come out to buy rice and noodles. Every year, they have to come out to work dozens of days, and the rent is not reduced. I don't know how they are now. Before Master came, they changed their things once and never came out again." Zhang Zhong listened quietly. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists. He really couldn't think of how the person surnamed one could do this without caring about the lives of the people. Even when his family was not better, he wouldn't do this to the villagers. "No, I can't just let it go like this. I have to submit a memorial. The person surnamed one should be cut into pieces. Get off the horse. Leave 2 Yamen runners behind to watch. The rest of you, bring our food and come with me. I want the people in the 2 villages to know that the change of officials is different from the original." Zhang Zhong was originally the kind of person who would let people off easily. This time, he was finally angry. It was one thing for a county magistrate to be greedy for the county's money and make fake accounts, but he actually wanted to exploit the people like this. It was simply infuriating. After getting off the horse, he took out the realgar and sprinkled it on his body. He also took out a small bamboo box and took out something to apply on his face. He handed it to the people who were going to follow him into the mountains. Apply it. This is the medicine made at home. A group of 27 people began to walk into the mountains. 20 bodyguards, 6 yamen runners, and Zhang himself walked all the way into the mountains. They could vaguely see the places where people had walked before. The sun above their heads was blocked by the leaves. It was not very hot, but the heat in the woods was not easy to dissipate. It was stuffy and unbearable. Sweat seeped out from their pores and wet their clothes from the inside out. Zhang was wearing his official robes. It was even more uncomfortable. His light green robes had turned dark green. Those who didn't know would think that a 6th rank official had come. He also grabbed the goldfish bag hanging from his waist. This could not be lost. Everything else was fine, but this was something to show his identity. Although he was a 7th rank official, he still had a goldfish bag. This was the additional benefit of giving something and being the top scorer. Chapter 360. Zhang continued to walk forward. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a village to appear in front of him. It wasn't like he had imagined, where there was smoke curling up from the chimneys, chickens and dogs chasing each other, and children playing around. There were some fields outside the village where cucumbers and eggplants were planted. The eggplants had not yet grown, and there were a few cucumbers hanging alone. There was also a fence made of thick wood outside the village. There was some sand and stones on the road, and there were wildflowers and weeds growing on the side. A river flowed behind the village. The houses in the village were made of mud bricks, and there was some grass growing out of them. There were no children playing outside, but there was no lack of dogs barking. There were no poultry or livestock. There was no smoke coming out of the chimneys. It was already noon. Don't they eat lunch? Zhang asked the yamen runner in the inner courtyard. The yamen runner was also puzzled. Where did all the people go? He shook his head blankly. Master, I don't know. Why don't we go in and take a look? Let's wait. If there were people in the village, they would have taken a look. Now that we don't see anyone, they might have gone out. The whole village went out. What is going on? Zhang took out the monocular that Zhang Xiaobao had extorted from him and looked at the village. From time to time, he adjusted the distance between the 2 lenses of the monocular. The yamen runner looked enviously at the monocular in Zhang's hand. He had used it once, and it was very useful. It could reach a distance that couldn't be seen normally. He thought for a moment and said, Master, why don't I take a few people to look around? No, wait. Take this and look at it. If you see a person, just say it. It's the same for beasts. Zhang handed the monocular to the yamen runner and found a place to sit down. He took out a water bag from his backpack and sipped it. He was now learning from his son and daughter-in-law. When he went out, he carried a specially made bag. In the county, no one would say that he didn't have good manners. There were some things that could be used at any time in the bag. It was very convenient. The bailiff excitedly took the binoculars. Under the envious gazes of the other bailiffs, he looked around. He didn't show off and didn't say much. He looked around himself. When the wind blew at some places, he stared at them for a while. The group of people waited for a full hour. Finally, the yamen runner holding the binoculars shouted excitedly, Master, there are people. I see people. A large group. A few of them are carrying things. At his shout, Zhang stood up, took the binoculars, and looked towards the northeast. He saw men, women, old, and young, laughing and talking as they walked over. There were 2 places in the crowd that were different from other places. There were a few strong people carrying wooden poles on their shoulders. From the gaps in the crowd, Zhang finally knew what they were carrying. It turned out to be 2 bears. It seemed that someone had hunted the bears, and the whole village went to pick them up. When they got closer, he saw more clearly. The two bears were not small. Their bodies were covered with wounds. He didn't know how the people in the village hunted them. After a certain distance, the people in the village also noticed Zhang Zhong and his group. They stopped in a panic and didn't dare to come back. Two people go over and tell them who I am. When Zhang Zhong saw that the villagers didn't dare to come back, he ordered the person beside him. The yamen runner from the inner courtyard waved to a person behind him and ran over. The person who was waved by him didn't dare to be negligent. He knew that he was not as valued by the county magistrate as his colleague. The county magistrate was from the inner courtyard of Zhuangzi, but he still had to show off. The two of them ran in front of the villagers, one in front of the other. Everyone, don't worry. Hurry back to the village. We are the county's yamen runners. Look at our clothes. The yamen runner from the inner courtyard said to the villagers in front of him. The villagers didn't look happy because of their arrival. Instead, they looked at them vigilantly. The older people didn't say anything, but the children didn't care. A little boy about 9 years old shouted at them, "Do you know that we hunted 2 bears, so you want to come and snatch them again?" The 2 bailiffs were stunned, especially the one who followed behind. He recalled what had happened in the past, and his expression changed. He had also come to bully the people in the village. Back then, the village had just hunted a fox, and he had helped county magistrate when snatched the fox. Today, they had just brought back 2 bears. Suddenly, people from a yamen came again. Anyone would think that they were here to rob them again. The yamen runner from the inner courtyard had studied for a year and a half, so he knew a lot of things. He quickly said, "Don't think too much. The county magistrate of Huayuan County has been changed. The original one with the surname Wen was arrested and brought to the capital. The one with the surname Xiao was also arrested and his house was confiscated. The new county magistrate is different from the previous one. He loves the people like his own children. I heard that there are 2 villages here. I walked here and wanted to see how everyone is living. Our new county magistrate is very powerful. Everyone can wait to live a good life in the future." Who are you kidding? None of the officials are good people. One left and another one came. Is it because you took a liking to another one and collected taxes for 2 years? Since you can't get anything good out of it, you're here to steal from us? The child who spoke just now added. The 2 yamen runners looked at the villagers' distrustful eyes and sighed at the same time. It was still the person from the inner courtyard who said, "Whether it is true or not, what's the use of you stopping here? Don't you know the village? Let's talk about it when we are in the village, okay?" The villagers thought about it and agreed. If they stopped here, the county magistrate would not come. There were more than 20 people, and they could carry 2 bears. Even if they really came, what could they do? Under the guidance of the village chief, the villagers continued to carry the 2 bears to the village. When they arrived at the village, Zhang Zhong also led people to greet them. He did not have any official prestige. He walked out from the protection of the guards with a smile on his face and said to the leading villager, "You are amazing. You can actually hunt 2 bears. 1 bear paw can be sold for a lot of money." If he was not wearing an official's uniform, the villagers would have thought that he was an errand boy. When did an official smile at ordinary people? His smile was so sincere. Only those yamen runners knew that as long as they did not do too much, the county magistrate was very easy to talk to. He would even chat with them when he was free. But as long as they did something they should not do, such as bullying the people when they went out, they would be beaten at least 30 times with a rod. There was a doctor waiting next to them. They did not dare to be merciful even if they wanted to. Not to mention the feeling of being beaten 30 times. After the beating, they had to carry them in front of the people who bullied them for them to see. If it was a second time, they would be beaten 100 times and then driven away. There was no need for yamen runners. Until now, no one had done it a second time, and no one had done it the first time. After 100 beatings, the person was dead. The villagers did not know this. Looking at Zhang Zhong's smile, they felt very comfortable. The village chief was not like other places where the position was held by an old man. The village chief here was a man of 24 or 25 years old. He stood up and said, "You are the new county magistrate?" Yes, I am. Why don't you sell your 2 bears to the county? Sell them to Jean Lai Restaurant. Now, Jean Lai Restaurant is not owned by that relative surnamed one. It is owned by my family. The price given is absolutely fair, and we can even give a little more. After all, my family has many restaurants. If we sell them in the capital, we can make more money. As Zhang Zhong spoke, he opened his backpack and took out candies from it and handed them to the child next to him. The candies were prepared for himself. When there was no food to eat, he could eat 2 pieces of candy to make up for it. The child stared at the candy but did not dare to take it. He looked timid. Zhang Zhong took the child's hand and stuffed the candy in it. Take it. Don't worry, I will not take your things for free. I am different from that county magistrate one. My family is rich. I don't dare to say too much, but I can easily take out tens of thousands of coins. I am not afraid of not having enough money. How much are your 2 bears worth? My family's master is the head of Zhangjia Zhuangzi in Sanshui County. He doesn't care about your things. My master has hundreds of restaurants and shops. At this time, the Yamen runner in the inner courtyard helped to speak up. Zhang Zhong turned his head and nodded to the Yamen runner with satisfaction. Some of the villagers who went to trade had heard about Zhangjia Zhuangzi. When they came back, they told the villagers. At this time, when the villagers heard that the new county magistrate was the head of the Zhang family, they were finally not worried. The child who took the candy stuffed it into his mouth and asked without scruples, "Did you give something to your family's farmer and build a big house for the farmer?" "Don't talk nonsense," the farmer's parents said at the same time. Zhang Zhong did not care. He nodded and said to the child, "I will not give it for free. The farmer has done a lot for the family. It is not right to not give it. Tell me, how old are you?" 8. 8 years old. After being scolded by his parents, the child became timid and said timidly, 8 years old is not old enough. You can go to school to study. In the future, I will build a school here and find someone to teach you. 2 Zhuangzi can take care of you at the same time. Zhang Zhong thought of his son's plan. He wanted to find a person who could not pass the exam. He believed that the people who came here would not suffer too much and the villagers could take good care of them. At this time, the village chief also noticed the difference in the new county magistrate. He said, "Sir, are we still collecting taxes this year?" "Collecting taxes? Didn't you already pay this year's taxes?" "No, we will collect next year. The 2 bears are not of much use to you. Send them to Jean Lai Lu. 1 bear is 100 coins. Chapter 361. The Jing River Flows and the Wei River Flows. The shadows of the boats struggle to reach the end, and the fish swim with the current. Near Nei Province, far Nei Province, flags flutter in the wind, and life is full of joys and sorrows. Li Sun sat in the study of the state capital, and the sound of him reading came from his mouth. Those who didn't know would think that he was reading, but in fact, he was reading a letter written to him by Zhang Xiaobao. Beside him, a servant girl was helping him pour some water, grind ink, and flip through books. At this time, she didn't move and just waited for the Marquis to speak. Li Sun read the letter from beginning to end and asked the servant girl, "Do you think I'm crazy, or the people of the Jing Riverboat Company are crazy?" Of course, it's the people who are crazy. If they weren't, why would they provoke the Zhang family? The Zhang family's methods to deal with their enemies are endless. From the beginning, they calculated and only stopped when they made people sick. The little prince is working with the Zhang family, and they still dared to stir up trouble. If they aren't crazy, then what are they? The servant girl seemed to be very familiar with Li Sun and was not afraid at all. Li Sun reached out and pulled the servant girl into his arms and said with a naughty smile, "My little Ching Ching still knows. Come, let me teach her well." The servant girl only smiled and was not afraid at all. Instead, she snuggled into Li Sun's arms and said, "The Marquis is bad. You only know how to bully Ching Ching. Ching Ching can only listen to the Marquis." Li Sun let go, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. Don't listen to me. I can't do anything. Wait until I go to the Zhang family to find a prescription and grow up quickly. Then I'll teach you a lesson. Then Qingqing will wait for the Marquis. The Marquis must grow up quickly. The servant girl followed. Okay, isn't it just bullying me because I'm young? There are also two younger ones, Xiaobao and Cuckoo, who are just as anxious. Ha 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 ha. Tell me, should I do as they say? This idea is too immoral. If I don't do it, their property will be confiscated. The Zhang family is really ruthless when they take action. Li Sun did not know what to do with this servant girl. She was usually obedient and sensible. Even if he wanted to take advantage of her, it was fine. But how could he take advantage of her? He could only suppress his anger. Fortunately, there were still two people. So what if they were childhood sweethearts? One day, he would ask Xiao Bao to visit the brothels. The maidservant Qingqing also heard what Li Sun just said. She also thought that the Zhang family was not ordinary, but she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Now that the Marquis asked, she said, naturally, we have to do as the Zhang family says. The Zhang family gave them 2 chances in a row, but they didn't agree. Compared to the Marquis, they are far worse. The Zhang family is like this. They are kind to good and evil to bad. You can just say that this Marquis was afraid at that time. Yes, I was afraid. I was afraid of the Zhang family's desperate methods, and I was also afraid of my father. People can only avoid danger when they know that they are afraid. You don't know now. Wait until I'm older. Li Sun thought about how he had almost provoked the Zhang family's revenge. He was also filled with emotions. That bridge was really like what others said. It was not an ordinary bridge. It was the bridge of helplessness. It was a line between heaven and hell. If he retreated, he would immediately receive benefits one after another. If others entered, they would fall one after another, causing him to be dizzy and his family to be ruined. Why were the people of the Jing Shui boating company so stubborn? It was easy to commit suicide. They just had to tie a big stone to their feet and jump into the water. It was convenient to jump from their own boat. Why did they have to implicate their family? Little prince, if you can't bear it, why don't you follow the second plan of the Zhang family's letter? It will only force people but not kill them. The maidservant Qingqing saw the hesitation on the little prince's face and said, Li Sun knew the second plan, which was to force the people of the boating company to quit the industry. There was also the third plan, which was to force them to cooperate. He could choose from the 3 plans, but he had no choice. His identity was there. The people of the Jing Shui boating company knew his relationship with the Zhang family, but they still dared to do this. They clearly didn't put him, the Marquis, in their eyes. He could only choose the first plan. He didn't want to give the people of the boating company any chance and get them down in one breath. Therefore, Li Sun pointed at the first set of plans. The servant girl looked at it and said, then let's do it like this. He actually used a series of schemes, deceiving everyone, creating something out of nothing, loosening the reins in order to capture him, capturing the leader of the gang, and the most crucial one in the middle, leaving first. Too ruthless. So be it. If they don't hate me, they won't know how powerful a Marquis is. Li Sun also knew the result of the first plan. He also wanted to use it to let some people who didn't care about him know. Li Sun made up his mind. He threw away the other 2 plans and said to the maidservant, go and call them over. I have to give them orders bit by bit. Let's paddle the 2 oars. The small boat moves back the waves. The small boat pushes the waves away. The beautiful white clouds are reflected on the water, surrounded by green trees and green grass. Zhang Xiaobao, can you not blindly change the lyrics? The lyrics are rhyming. Quickly row. Just now when you got on the boat, you said you were good at rowing. Now you can't. When Zhang Xiaobao was singing enthusiastically, Wang Wan didn't give him any face and interrupted the later part of the song. She pointed to the 2 oars and asked Zhang Xiaobao to row. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the 2 oars that weren't fixed to the side of the boat. He really didn't know what to do. He could only pick up one of the oars and row left and right. It was impossible to row both oars at the same time. When he came here, he and Wang Wan each had an oar and rowed at the same time. When he was rowing, he said how good he was at rowing in the past. When Wang Wan heard it, she immediately threw the oar in her hand into the boat and let him do it himself. Zhang Xiaobao rowed a few times and stopped. He said to Wang Wan, "Comrade Wang Wan, you didn't understand just now. I didn't mean rowing in this way. Is it a goose boat, the kind that we step on? Then I can row well." Wang Wan looked at the surrounding water and said with a look of enjoyment on her face. Zhang Xiaobao thought about what a goose boat looked like and nodded. "That's really simple. What are we going to eat tonight? We didn't bring any fishing gear. Otherwise, we can catch some fish and go back to eat. Let's go to the pig farm tonight and see if there are any pigs that can be killed. I want to eat blood sausages." "Xiaobao, which plan do you think Li Sun will choose?" Wang Wan said something about food and asked about Li Sun. Zhang Xiaobao had already confirmed this. It's the first one. Li Sun's character determines that he will choose the first one. What if he doesn't choose the first one and chooses the other two? Wang Wan asked again. Then I'm wrong. It's not a big deal. Rowing. Master, why don't you drink the tea we brought? In Daxiang Mountain Village, Zhang Zhong went to the village chief's house and sat there drinking the tea that was served. There were also a lot of things added in the tea, but it was not as good as the tea in his house. The Yamen runner looked at him from the side and whispered in Zhang Zhong's ear. Zhang Zhong took a sip and bit a piece of ginger. He chewed and swallowed it. No need. Didn't I drink the same thing before? I can drink it before, and I can drink it now. I can't forget my roots just because I have a good life. Master, you're right. We can't forget. We have suffered, but we have to remember now. We can't throw away the food that we have eaten. The Yamen runner didn't continue to take out the tea after hearing his master's words. He repeated one of the rules in his house, which was that he could eat expensive food during meals, but he couldn't leave any leftovers. He could eat all the snacks that were steamed with honey, and no one would say anything about it. He could eat the food made with chaff and wild vegetables, and he couldn't leave any leftovers. Zhang Zhong had always been very satisfied with this Yamen runner, and he was still the same now. Well, it's good that you remember. There are still many people who can't eat. Those who are not hungry don't know how to cherish food. You go out and spend money to buy the food. Master, why would I go out and spend money to buy the food? Our Zhang family's food is better than the restaurants. The Yamen runner said with a smile. The village chief accompanied them and drank the tea. He also knew that the tea in the village was not good, but he didn't expect that the new county magistrate didn't care at all. The ginger was usually thrown away, but the county magistrate ate it. Seeing this, he was relieved. The two bears had been sent to Jinlai restaurant. Even if the county magistrate didn't pay, he didn't dare to keep the county magistrate here, unless he was ready to rebel. How could more than 100 people rebel? At this time, seeing that the new county magistrate was so amiable, and thinking about what the people who went out said when they came back, he believed a little more. Village Chief Hong, I will stay here tonight. I will choose a place to eat and see how the people in the village are doing. If they're doing well, I will go back early tomorrow morning. If they're not, I will stay here tomorrow and help to think of a solution. When I came here, there are no wild animals in the mountains nearby. There's also a river. We can raise some ducks and pigs. When the live ducks arrive, there will be people in the county who will buy them. The price is the same as the price in the county. As for the pigs, we can make some sausages and smoked meat and sell them for some money. Zhang Zhong picked up the pot and added water to the bowl. He also added some for the village chief and said with concern. The village chief didn't expect that the county magistrate could give ideas to the village. He said excitedly, Master, will there really be people coming in to buy the food? It will take a lot of effort to get out of here. It will take 3.5 hours to get to the county. The forest is stuffy and hot. It will take half a day to get to the county. Half a day is not much. The Qin family in Sanshui County is Zhuangzi. If you go there and come back, you will need to spend a whole day. Now, they're raising some fish and shrimps. As long as they are big enough, someone will go there to buy them. If the road is not good, you can repair it. I don't have the say in other counties, but I'm the county magistrate of Huayuan County. I can do whatever I want, Zhang Zhong said firmly. He really wanted to build a road. There are many wild animals in the mountains and some good wood. With a road, he could make money. He didn't have any idea of environmental protection. Even the emperor encouraged people to destroy the forest for farming. Chapter 362. Zhang Zhong wandered around in the afternoon. The villagers didn't eat lunch, and he didn't eat either. He only ate some beef jerky, fried noodles, and other things that he brought with him. Walking around the village, the villagers also caught 3 poisonous snakes, which he bought. He said that he would eat them when he went back, but in fact, he would use them to make medicinal wine. Little Fragrant Mountain Village was not far from here. It was only an hour's walk away. Zhang Zhong decided to go there tomorrow. At night, he really would eat in the village and stay in the village. The villagers couldn't tell what kind of feeling they had. Anyway, before the meal, they had already chosen 30 people to take turns to guard outside at night. Zhang Zhong didn't specify which house to eat at. The villagers couldn't arrange it, so they could only make the best food at home into food. When it was time to eat, Zhang Zhong randomly chose a restaurant. When he went to take a look, there were actually 4 dishes. One was fried salted rabbit meat, one was fried salted venison, one was steamed fish, and the last was an omelet. It was something that was made by breaking eggs and then putting them in oil to fry. It was considered a dish for ordinary people. In addition to the 4 dishes, there was also a soup. It was a ceremonial thing, and it didn't matter whether it was drunk or not. It was made by boiling small fish with a layer of oil and some chopped green onions floating on top. The rice was 2 rice, which was made by boiling rice and millet together. Zhang Zhong looked at the dishes, and Wei Wei nodded. He already understood that there was really nothing to eat in the village. The 2 dishes of fried salted meat were prepared for emergencies, and the omelet was definitely not poultry, but pheasant and wild duck eggs. There was one part of the color that was different from the others. Zhang Zhong picked up a little with his chopsticks, tasted it, and said, "You also took out the salty ones and fried them? Is the rice at home also gone?" "Sir, do you think the food is not good?" the male owner of the house asked with some worry. The child and the woman had already gone to the next room, and they were not qualified to come over to eat. "Good. How can it not be good? How can the food that was made with all the effort not be good? I won't pay for today's meal, but I'll treat you tomorrow." Zhang Zhong had originally planned to give them money. After all, it wasn't easy for the commoners. If they ate a meal, they might have to use up half a month's worth of savings. But when it was time to eat, he decided not to give them money. A little money couldn't solve the problem. Tomorrow, he would get people to go back and deliver some food and salt. Although the 2 dishes were marinated, the taste of the eggs was very light. It seemed that there was no more salt in the village. Their salt was basically used to marinate things. The men of this family didn't know how to respond and could only smile along. Zhang Zhong didn't hold back and ate as much as he could. Only 2 of the guards were still guarding. The rest had gone to other villagers' houses to eat with the bailiffs. Everyone had a good meal, but the villagers had a lot less emergency supplies in their houses. That night, Zhang Zhong stayed at the village chief's house. There was no ice basin, and the mountain was hot and stuffy. Fortunately, Zhang Zhong brought mosquito repellent. When he slept at night, he only heard the buzzing of mosquitoes, but was not bitten. When he woke up early the next morning, he ordered people to go back and bring some food and salt to the village for the villagers to eat. At this moment, he couldn't be calculative about his efforts and returns. Let the villagers have food to eat first. As for what would happen in the future, he would go back and ask his son. Not only could his son earn a lot of money, he could also help some people earn a little money. Zhang Zhong watched them leave and prepared to continue to the next place, Shaoxiang Mountain Village. For this, he even found 2 guides from Dixiang Mountain Village. Mi Fan, Guoren, and the others also welcomed a new day. After sending people to make arrangements yesterday, they prepared to go back today. After breakfast, They didn't forget to ask the waiter to find the Zhang family's people who came to discuss the cooperation yesterday. Everyone, are you ready to sign a contract? The Zhang family's people came over and asked first. No, this detail is still lacking. How about this? In a few days, when you have thought about what you're lacking, you can come to us again. A businessman didn't need Mi Fan's help this time and said directly. The Zhang family's people smiled and asked, do you know what's not good? Let's think about it carefully. This is not good. It's not convenient for us to point it out. After all, it was the Zhang family's idea. We are the party who provided the boat. You can't expect us to think of a solution, right? Take a good look at it yourself. Here, after the businessman said something that even he felt was shameless, he handed back the paper with the details sent yesterday, including the unsigned contract. The Zhang family's people didn't show any dissatisfaction. They still had the same smile. Then we will think about it carefully. Goodbye. Seeing that the Zhang family's people were so happy, Mi Fan clutched his chest again. That special feeling appeared again, making him unable to breathe. Some small dots appeared in front of his eyes. Brother Weitong, what's wrong? Guorun, who was beside him, noticed that something was wrong with Mi Fan this time and asked with concern. Mi Fan shook his head. It's nothing. I just swallowed a little. Let me say something now. I know that some of us have connections with other boat companies, but don't tell anyone about this sea transportation, especially the details. Otherwise, it will harm others and ourselves. After this is over, if we really want to go by sea, we will have to make a new plan. Everyone agreed. Mi Fan didn't have time to distinguish who was telling the truth and who was lying. He felt that the uneasiness in his heart should come from this plan. But after saying that they wouldn't act according to this plan, the uncomfortable feeling didn't disappear. Brother Weidong, according to the time we arranged, there will be a boat stopping us in 3 days, right? After leaving the first family in Lin Shui, Guorun, who was standing on the boat, was in high spirits. It was as if the whole world was in his control. He asked Mi Fan, who was still feeling uncomfortable. Mi Fan forced himself to stay alert. Yes, in 3 days. 1 day is for someone to send the message. 2 days for the boat to arrive at Dingping. Brother Qin Yuan, don't you think we're going too far? If we wanted to deal with the Zhang family directly, we wouldn't have to lie to them about the sea transportation plan. What if Zhang Zhong becomes a higher official one day? What will happen to us then? Mi Fan kept looking for a reason for his uneasiness. Since it wasn't because of that plan, it should be something else. Thinking about the Zhang family situation, only Zhang Zhong was a threat to them. Guorun laughed disdainfully. Brother Weidong, you're thinking too much. How long will it take for a county magistrate to become a high official? By then, we'll be able to make money by sea transportation. Even if he becomes a third-rank official, we can go to the Prime Minister and the others. With money, there's nothing that can't be done. Oh, that's right. With sea transportation, we'll be able to contact more powerful people. If it doesn't work, we can contact a few princes. Mi Fan was trying his best to find a reason for himself, a reason that would make him feel at ease. But when he said it, he still felt uncomfortable. In Feng State Prefecture, there was a fleet of 6 ships by the riverside. They left from the dock with the intention of going to Ma Ling Shui. These were big ships that had just been bought from elsewhere last night. 6 ships, costing nearly 20,000 taels of silver. Someone else was carrying some heavy things onto the boats. The people at the pier didn't know what they were, and the boatmen and the people moving the things on the boats were unfamiliar faces. The 6 boats sailed against the current. As long as they reached Dingping County, they would be able to reach Ma Ling Shui by following the largest river. The people on the boats seemed to be nervous and excited at the same time, but they did not speak. The boats weren't fast. At this speed, they would need 1.5 days to reach Dingping County. 2 days later, Zhang Zhong came out of the mountains. He bought a lot of furs and cured meat from the 2 villages. He also sent a lot of grain, salt, cloth, and silk to the 2 villages. He even secretly gave them 12 military bows. Others couldn't get these things, but he could. The moment the people of the 2 villages saw the grain, they completely believed that the new county magistrate was a good county magistrate. The grain was enough for them to eat for half a month. It It was all good white flour and rice. The salt was divided into coarse and fine salt. The coarse salt was naturally used to pickle things, while the fine salt was eaten at home. They didn't have to do anything to get these things. They said again and again that they would give the county magistrate their own things. The county magistrate agreed, but after they left, they found that there was some silver in the county magistrate's house. It was exactly the value of the things they gave. Some people cried on the spot. What was apparent official? County Magistrate John was. He always had a smile on his face when he talked to people. He was never picky when he ate or drank. He even sent all kinds of things to the village. Hong Siyuan knew that he couldn't catch up with the county magistrate's team. This time, there were a few people who came to deliver the goods. From the way they talked, and when they went out, it could be seen that they were all good hunters. With such people leading the way, the team would move very fast. They were still in the inner courtyard of the Zhang family. The county magistrate is amazing. Remember, go to the county town more often in the future. Prepare the furs for next year as early as possible. If the county magistrate doesn't make things difficult for us, we can't make things difficult for the county magistrate either. The money from selling the bear is here. Whoever hunts it, divide it. Remember the county magistrate's kindness. Hong Siyuan said loudly to the people who gathered in the village. The villagers nodded vigorously. They also understood that they had taken the county magistrate's things for free this time. They must find a way to repay him in the future. At the same time, there were 3 big boats on the Jingshui River heading towards Dingping County. They would arrive there in another 2 hours. In the upper reaches of the river, which was Ma Ling Shui, there were 6 similar big boats. They turned around in the middle of the river and headed towards Dingping County, which they had just passed. It was estimated that they would arrive there in 3 hours if they followed the river. A small boat carrying people passed by Dingping. The boat was moving very slowly. It was moving at this speed when it came out of the Shao Luoshui pier. At this time, the people on the boat were sitting at the bow of the boat and drinking wine. They let out bursts of laughter from time to time. In the lake of Shao Luoshui, Zhang Xiaobao was rowing a fixed double-oared boat. He said to Wang Wan, who was sitting there eating snacks, "I just finished arranging a task, and my father found a new one for me. What a tiring life. Arranging work for people in the mountainous areas. What is this called? I know you can do it. It's not too far away. You can get in from the outside in just over 2 hours." Wang Wan stuffed Zhang Xiaobao's mouth with a big mountain and said lightly. Zhang Xiaobao was so sour that his whole face scrunched up. Chapter 363. There were many boats coming and going on the Jingshui River, so no one would deliberately pay attention to these boats. When the 3 boats arrived at the intersection of the 2 streams in Dingping County, they followed the instructions and lined up diagonally. The people on the 3 boats also shouted that the boats were broken and so on. They set up springboards and looked messy. The small boats coming from the Luoshui River were immediately swept away by the current. Fortunately, the people on the small boats reacted quickly. After a few strokes, the small boats spun around and headed downstream of the Jingshui River. After being swept away for more than 1,000 feet, they leaned to the side and looked in shock at the big boats in the distance. When the small boats behind saw this, they all stopped and didn't dare to go in that direction anymore. On a small boat that also stopped, a group of people was drinking at the bow. When they saw the small boat being swept away like a leaf, many of them laughed out loud. Only Mi Fan, who was sitting there and hadn't eaten a single bite, was pale. When the small boat was swept away, he felt his vision darken and couldn't see anything. He only recovered after a while. He wanted to drink some wine to calm his nerves, but found that his hands were trembling so much that he couldn't hold a wine cup. He could only sit there and gasp for breath. "Brother Wei Tong, are you feeling unwell again?" Guoren saw Mi Fan's expression and asked with concern. He had been like this since the beginning. Mi Fan and Wei Wei shook their heads. They actually really wanted to persuade the people on the boats to give up on this plan. They had never felt like this before. It was too scary. They didn't know what would happen. But they also knew that it was useless to say anything now. The people on the boats wouldn't listen to them, even if they were very obedient in the past. On the small boats waiting to pass, they already knew the situation in front and started cursing. Why couldn't 3 boats be broken? Why did it have to be that place that was broken? And all of them were broken together. Looking at the flags on the boats, they were from the Jingshui Boat Company. Some of the smarter people immediately guessed that the people on the boats were deliberately doing this. Guorun and the others listened to the cursing and didn't care at all. So what if they cursed? They still couldn't pass. Some of the people on the small boats cursed as if they did not know fatigue, especially those who were transporting seasonal vegetables and fruits. Every 2 hours of delay, there was a possibility that some things would rot. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only wait for the 3 boats to leave quickly. Some of the bolder ones who thought they had better skills even tried to move forward. In the end, without exception, they were all swept downstream and obediently leaned against the shore. An hour passed, and the 3 large ships that looked like nothing had happened were still there. The small boats that could have passed by also stopped. The small boats on the Luoshui River were also next to each other, waiting for the 3 large ships to leave. When they saw the anxious appearances of the people on the small boats that had stopped at Little Luoshui, the people on the boats once again began to laugh loudly. Mi Fan listened from the side and felt even more irritated. Just as some people were cursing and some were laughing, 6 large ships suddenly appeared from upstream. The people who had just arrived behind the 3 large ships immediately changed their flags to those of the Jingshui Boat Company. The small boats that had stopped to transport goods now thought that the 3 ships that had stopped before were indeed broken, and the ships behind them were coming to help. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so close. However, the merchants on Mi Fan's side were puzzled. Where did the 6 ships behind them come from? Just as everyone was deep in thought, the 6 ships had already stopped there in the same way as the 3 ships in front. They also connected to each other by gangplanks. At the same time, they also connected to the outermost ship of the 3. Someone pulled a metal chain and came out of that ship. While the people on the 3 ships were still in a daze, the 3 ships and the 6 ships were all connected by about 20 metal chains that weren't too thick. You guys are? The people on the 3 ships didn't understand what was going on. One of the ship's leaders pulled on a person who was still nailing the chains and asked. This person raised his head and looked at him impatiently. Listen to orders. You guys are just in charge of blocking the water. In a moment, someone will tell you what to do next. As he spoke, this person had already nailed a few places in front of him that needed to be nailed. He turned around and ran back. The other people who came over did the same. The people on the 3 ships looked at the flags and looked at the clothes these people were wearing. For a moment, they couldn't stop them. They were indeed boat operators. When the people on the 6 ships all retreated, they saw a few small boats being lowered from the ships. The people on the large ships all jumped onto the small boats. Using the current's impact, they disappeared downstream in the blink of an eye. When the last boat was out of sight, the 6 big boats emitted thick smoke one after another. Not long after the thick smoke appeared, the people on the 3 boats saw the flames on the other 6 boats. Quickly cut the chains. When the person in charge of the 3rd ship saw this, he immediately reacted and shouted at the boatmen. Some of the boatmen immediately went to look for tools, but before they could find them, the ship closest to them exploded with a boom and an area was blasted open. The rain of fire fell from the sky. Some inevitably fell on the other ships. The fire was mixed with oil. When it fell on the deck, it began to burn. The wind on the river was strong. The fire ignited the ship closest to them. In addition, the 6 connected ships exploded one after another. The boatmen on the 3 ships didn't care about cutting the chains anymore. They relied on their good swimming skills and jumped off the ships. They were swept downstream by the current. The boatmen were indeed good swimmers. When they were in the water, they didn't stupidly shout for help. They held their breath and rushed forward for a distance. Only then did they reveal their heads to call for help. One by one, they looked back in horror. They saw that the other ships were hopeless. The people on the 3 ships had all jumped off. They watched as the fire engulfed them, but there was nothing they could do. The people on the small boats that passed by were dumbfounded. Me, Fan, and the others were also dumbfounded. Fast, it was really too fast. The 6 boats stopped and caught fire in less than a quarter of an hour. Now, when they wanted to look for the people on the boats, they were long gone. How did they get there? What happened? They didn't know. The only thing they knew was that the ships were on fire. 3 of the 6 ships were on fire. How can this be? Where did the ships come from? Why are they using our ship's flag? Gorun, who was in a daze, was the first to react. He looked at the burning ships and shouted loudly. The other merchants also didn't understand. They followed suit and shouted. Once they shouted, their identities were exposed. The surrounding small boats were cursing people. They didn't have a specific target. Now they found their target. They were the people on the ship. Just like when the ships exploded, the people on the small boats also exploded. They started cursing at the people on the ship. They used the ships to block the other ships and didn't let them leave. After cursing each other for 2 hours, the ships on the other side were completely on fire. It was impossible to save them. After a while, they would sink. Just then, a few fast boats came from downstream. The bailiffs of the manor stood at the bow of the boats. There was also a portion of the manor soldiers. Once these boats arrived, they began to control the people on the small boats. Me, Fan, and the others were no exception. They were also watched by a few people. They didn't let them leave. They didn't ask any questions. They just watched. When the sky gradually darkened, the ships were almost completely burned. Other than the places that were in the water, the rest of the ships were either burned to charcoal or ash. The bailiffs and soldiers of the manor didn't stay idle. They pulled apart the boats and fished up some things from time to time. There were tea leaves, rice, and salt in wooden barrels. As the people under watch waited, the bailiffs and soldiers began to ask one by one, whose ships were these? Why were there salt and tea on the ships? There were even people who went to the places where the fire was still burning. They pushed away the burning planks and spread nets. When the nets were lifted up, there were weapons hanging on them. It wasn't difficult to ask this kind of thing. The boatmen were still there. After asking, they learned that the ships belonged to the Jing Shui Ship Company. Immediately, someone found me, Fan, and the others and asked, why are there so many important things on the ships, and even weapons? Sir, there's nothing on our ship. It should be the goods from the 6 ships that came after. It has nothing to do with us. Think about it. If it was our ship, how could there be weapons on it? How could it catch fire? A merchant from the ship company explained, and even tried to reason with the person who asked. But we just asked. The 6 ships that came after also flew your flag. If they weren't your ships, why did they stop there at the same time? Besides, we don't know which ship the things that were fished up were from. This person asked again. The merchant just now could only continue to explain. Sir, how would we know why they flew our flag? Why did they stop there? Our 3 ships were damaged. That's why they stopped. Oh, you don't know? That means you don't know them? Then why did you let their people board your ships? When we asked the others just now, they said that they saw the people from the 6 ships board the ship that was originally here. Are your ships really damaged? Do we need to ask a few boatmen to come over and explain? It seems that what you said is different. This person asked again and happened to ask something that others couldn't say. I suspect that you are colluding with the enemy. Let's wait for the people from the manor to come. Now, no one is allowed to leave. Otherwise, we'll kill. Kill. The moment this person shouted the word kill, the other bailiffs and soldiers also shouted at the same time. Chapter 364. Seeing the surrounding soldiers unsheathing their swords and knocking their arrows. The people on the boat were all dumbfounded. They had never expected that things would end up like this. Wasn't it just 3 boats blocking a place? How did they get implicated in colluding with foreign enemies? Who knew where those 6 boats came from? One by one, they started to cry out their grievances. The soldiers were not used to this and scolded them loudly. The merchants became obedient. Brother Weidong, how can you do this? Think of something. We clearly didn't do that. When a merchant was at a dead end, he suddenly saw Mi Fan, who was still sitting there with a pale face. He approached her and asked her for an idea. When others heard his voice, they placed their last hope on Mi Fan. Mi Fan didn't know what to say anymore. Ever since he started feeling unwell, he had always been trying to convince the people on the boat to give up on their plans to deal with the Zhang family. He had even mentioned it twice, but none of the people who thought they were powerful enough listened. Now that revenge had come, was there a need to explain what was going on? He arranged for people to go to the river to cause trouble, scammed them of the details of the sea transportation, and even blocked the entrance. They ignored him the first time, but when they went there, he expressed his goodwill twice. This time they were angry. Zhangjia Zhuangzi, when he took action, he was furious and wanted to wipe out the entire family. Guoren was also anxious at this time. He nudged the silent Mi Fan and said, "Think of something. We usually listen to you. Why aren't you saying anything now?" "What do I say? What do you want me to say?" "Well, I told you to let go. Which one of you listened? You went to the river and got robbed, thinking that the Zhang family didn't know. You took the sea transportation goods from the Zhang family and thought that they were easy to bully. Think of something, make a decision. Okay, there's a way. Tell the people who are watching us that we're willing to admit our mistakes and compensate the Zhang family with some shipbuilding experts. Go and talk to them. That way, we can save our lives. If you don't say it now, it'll be too late. The Zhang family always gives people a way out. Even if you give in at the end, the Zhang family won't be so ruthless. As long as they don't directly deal with the Zhang family, everything can be discussed." Mi Fan was also angry. She slammed the table and stood up. She shouted twice and then sat back down. She muttered in a very small voice. The surrounding people also quieted down and listened. When they heard that Mi Fan didn't say that she was going to look for the people in the manor and instead asked them to compromise with the Zhang family, they all felt that Mi Fan was no longer the Mi Fan of the past. She had become a fool. What did this matter have to do with the Zhang family? "Brother Weidong, you should take a good rest. Let's handle the things here." A merchant felt that he shouldn't continue to trust Mi Fan. To be polite, he took out 500 strings of coins from his sleeve. He looked around and came to the leader of the prefectural soldiers who were detaining them. "What are you doing here? Go back. Be careful not to be shot if you move recklessly again." When the general saw someone come over, his face darkened and he scolded. The merchant who came over smiled. "We didn't move recklessly. We just wanted to ask if this matter would affect us." "Well, it's not about being affected or not. As long as you tell us clearly, who are you sending the tea leaves, salt, and weapons to? And where are they going? Where did you get the goods? Maybe you can still escape," the general said sternly. The merchants felt bitter in their hearts. How would they know about weapons? It had nothing to do with them, but no one would believe them now. Unless they found the people on the 6 ships and got them to admit it. This method was definitely useless now. Those people would be waiting to be caught. They would have run to God knows where long ago. Handing the flying money over, the merchant said, "Sir, we are all legitimate businessmen. How could we do such a thing? Maybe someone else did it and I was implicated. What do you think?" The general's eyes swept over the flying money. He instantly pulled back his hand. The flying money disappeared from the merchant's hand. The general said to the merchant, "We don't know if it's true or not. You can ask someone else. Go, but come back quickly." Yes, I'll go ask now. I'll go now." How could the merchant not understand? He nodded fiercely, turned around, and jumped off the ship that was already docked. He found a direction and ran. When the other merchants saw this, they all had the same idea. They all went up and took out the flying money. They said a few perfunctory words and jumped off the ship. "Brother Qin Yuan, it's better to stay. You can't run." Just as Guo Run followed the others to give the flying money, Mi Fan tried to persuade him again. Guoren stopped and looked back at Mi Fan. He said, Mi Fan, you were smart in the past, but if anyone listens to you today, they will be asking for death. If you want to stay, then stay. After saying that, Guoren handed over the flying money. He also got a chance to leave. It wasn't that Mi Fan didn't want to, but just as he was about to stand up, his vision went black again. His chest hurt. He didn't know the details, but he knew that if he really left, it would be worse than it was now. Because Guoren always listened to him and followed him around, he tried to persuade him to stay. He didn't expect Guoren to leave. Almost everyone ran on the shore. Only one person quietly jumped into the water after leaving. He was good at swimming and didn't care about the turbulence of the current. He also used the darkness to swim. The general had received a lot of money, which added up to about 10,000 strings of coins. He looked in the direction that the others had fled and smiled. He then looked at Mi Fan, who was still sitting there and drinking by herself. He walked up and said, "Don't you want to ask someone about it? I want to, but I don't have the ability." "General, why don't you have a drink with me? It's always lonely to drink alone." Mi Fan picked up a piece of beef head meat and took a bite of garlic. He spoke as he ate. The general was hungry. Seeing that there was only one person left, he sat to the side and picked up the wine that the merchant poured but didn't drink. He drank it all in one gulp. Without using chopsticks, he tore off a roast goose wing and stuffed it into his mouth. He allowed the oil to flow to his chin. He wiped it with his sleeve and said, "You don't have money? It's fine. Let's go." "Haha, no money? How can I not have money? I have, but I can't spend it. I have a lot of money and people. I'm not stupid. You're sent by the Marquis Li's son, right? This is called loosening the reins to catch them better. When they are caught, they will be guilty even if they aren't guilty. If they aren't guilty, why run? Good skill. Those 6 ships have been prepared long ago, right? Hanging our flag. This move is called crossing the sea by deceiving the heavens. First take the side road, then turn back, and then it's Zhou Lang's chain of fire. The 6 ships are loaded with the things you found just now. Shifting the blame to us, this is called making something out of nothing. It's just a little change. We made something out of nothing. After that, the best plan was to escape. If they all ran away, those people would never be found. But this wouldn't be so easy to convict them. After all, a careful investigation of the 6 ships could still find some clues. So, it was to scare us and make us run. Those who ran away, 100 mo braids. Can you tell me, what's the next move?" Mi Fan sat down and didn't run away. His body felt much more comfortable. He thought carefully about what had happened and said to the general in front of him. At the same time, he raised his cup to toast. The general raised his cup in return. He raised his head and drank. He laughed and said, "Boss Mi is indeed not an ordinary person. You actually saw through it. What a pity. It's a pity that Jianggan fell for it. What a good joint venture. It was originally a gift for us. Small boats, big ships, huh? It was clearly a test. If we took a step back and agreed, we would have a wide open world. I would like to ask the general, will those people be killed?" Mi Fan now completely understood why he felt so uncomfortable. He fell for a trap within a trap. Actually, it wasn't really a trap. The Zhang family might have known about this a long time ago. They didn't do anything because the connected river did indeed affect the Jingshui business. Therefore, the Zhang family gave them 2 opportunities to work together. They want to make up for it. Different from others, Zhang Jia Zhuangzi's compensation was that if you agreed, they would compensate you. If you didn't agree, it would be a trap. When they couldn't think of an idea, they gave them an idea. This idea could make them search and destroy their family. The general smiled and helped Mi Fan pour the wine. He said, "Boss Mi is indeed different from others. No wonder the little prince said that you must stay and protect Boss Mi no matter what. Those people won't be killed. Their family will be searched and then exiled. I believe they will still have some money left. Boss Mi, you don't have to worry about them." "Why?" Mi Fan didn't understand. This time, it was the little prince who did it. It wasn't the prince who sent them. If we really investigate carefully, the 6 ships might be found. Scare them a little and let them admit to a crime that won't kill them. I believe they will agree. The general continued to explain. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed some food from the plate. After eating, he rubbed his hands against his body. Mi-Fan didn't care whether the general grabbed the food with his hands or chopsticks. His mind was on this matter. When he heard the general's words, he still didn't understand. Then you're not afraid that I will tell others? Who are you going to tell? From now on, for half a month, you can't move at all. You can only stay on this ship. After half a month, when the dust has settled, you can say whatever you want. Let's see if you have the guts. You have such a big family, and there are so many people. What if something happens? When the general said this, he laughed. Hearing this, Mi-Fan shivered. Fortunately, his body didn't feel so bad anymore. This made him understand that he wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. He asked tentatively, "Then do you want me to do something?" Chapter 365. The next day, the person who came to talk to Mi-Fan was Song Jinggong. The two of them talked in the cabin for a full 6 hours. After that, they ate something. The boat turned around and headed for the Lin Shui first family. The others were caught after running for a while. When they returned, they were told that the previous general had been caught, taking bribes and allowing criminals to escape. Originally, they needed more evidence. Now it was simple. If you didn't commit a crime, why did you run? Search. These people were taken to their homes to search. Naturally, their homes were not that clean. For example, there were illegal weapons in the house, cultural relics from other countries in the house, and the house was not built according to the rules. After all these were found out, and the fact that they had escaped proved that they were colluding with the enemy country, these people were taken to the Yamen of Sanshui County in fear. It was not Dingping, nor was it the prefecture. The reason was that they came from the Lin Shui first family in Sanshui County. It was suspected that they had a secret relationship with the Lin Shui first family. The official who interrogated them was not the original secretary Zhao Xiang, but someone sent by the prefecture. This was the result of Li Sun's discussion with his father. When Li Sun's father heard Li Sun's plan, he only said, "Nonsense," and did not care anymore. He had long disliked this Jing Shui boat company. They dominated the Jing Shui River. Every year, their taxes were so little. No matter the year was good or bad, they always found excuses. When there was a drought, they asked them to help transport some food from Sichuan. They also talked about the price, saying that there was little water and the bottom of the boat could be damaged easily. When there was a drought, the price of food elsewhere would increase. This way, there was no need to damage the boat. It also saved them the trouble of raising the price. More importantly, Li Sun's father, the prince, felt that the Zhang family's methods were only revealed when this plan was used. This time, the master taught his son many things. He also taught himself some things. Sometimes one could give in and show weakness. It was also a trap. The Yamen of Sanshui County began to question the case. It was just like the general who spoke to Mi-Fan. First, they determined that the crime could be exterminated. Then, after the merchants gave them some benefits, they decided that they did not know the details. They changed the sentence from beheading to exile. Most of the goods were confiscated, but they did not continue to investigate what properties the merchants had outside. The status of merchants was not high to begin with, so they did not dare to say much to the authorities. They did not understand those things, but they did run away, so they could only admit to the lighter crimes. They could only confiscate their property, and that was fine. They still had some business outside, so they could live well after being exiled. When they were escorted to the prison cell and sent to the capital, the people on the ship led by Guo Run regretted it. They now knew the reason why the matter had happened. They had been captured for interrogation because they had left the first house in Lin Shui. However, after sentencing them, the shopkeeper of the first house in Lin Shui was actually fine. I don't accept this. Didn't the Zhang family rely on a marquis? Otherwise, how could this be? His family's business is so big, but I don't see anyone saying that he is a merchant. A merchant huddled in a corner of the prison cell and muttered there. This position was not bad. There was a place near the wall, and it was also far away from the toilet. Another merchant beside him understood. Stop complaining. It's useless. The Zhang family's business is not under the name of the main family. They are not merchants, but officials. Why don't we see Ma Rong? Where did he run off to? He jumped into the water. When we were running forward, I saw him. He ran upstream of the Luo River. He got into the water as soon as he took off his clothes. Who asked him to be a good swimmer and have so much courage? It seems that he was not caught. We also did not see his family. It seems that he ran quickly and went back to take his family with him. If he was not caught, then he was lucky. When he went to another place, he changed his name. Don't count on the things at home. Use the things that are opened in other places to buy things. Exiles like us are strong. We don't know where we'll be exiled to. The merchant who spoke earlier knew quite a lot. When he was running away, he did not forget to look at the others. Guorun was the one who felt the most suffocated. When he heard others say that Ma Rong had run away, he said with a gloomy face, "He is usually the most slippery." He didn't even tell us when he jumped into the water. Do any of you know about his business elsewhere? Report it to the authorities and let them deal with him. Everyone shook their heads. Everyone would do this kind of thing. They would never let others know. Even now, they did not know how much wealth the people around them had. And me, Fan, I don't know where he ran off to. He said that he would not run with us. Maybe he already thought of an escape route. We shouldn't have followed him in the past. At this time, Guoren thought of me, Fan. In the Sanshui Yamen, he did not see me, Fan, let alone his family. At this time, no one echoed him. Everyone understood that without me, Fan, they would not have so much money now. Mi Fan had mentioned several times not to go against the Zhang family, but no one was willing to listen. Now, everyone only regretted. If they had listened to Mi Fan, they would not have ended up like this. After saying this, Guorun regretted it. Looking at everyone's reaction, he felt that he was being isolated. He hurriedly said, "It's best to be exiled far away. If we all go to the same place, the capital will not be able to control us. We can still do something together." After saying this, he thought that he would be able to get others to agree. In the end, no one made a sound. Some even leaned against the wall in the corner, looking like they were asleep. Guoren was treated like this, so he could not say anything more. In the past, when he followed Mi Fan, these people were always so respectful when they saw him. Now they were not. As he muttered Mi Fan's name, he also narrowed his eyes. Mi Fan, in the future, you will still be in charge of the ship, but you have to sign this contract first. Like we said on the ship, you can't win against the Zhang family. The Zhang family has a powerful master. It will be very easy to deal with you and me. In a pavilion in the middle of the lake behind the little Luo Shui, only Song Jinggong and Mi Fan were there. On the stone table was a contract. Song Jinggong was waiting for Mi Fan to sign it. Mi Fan calmly picked up the contract and scanned it from top to bottom. She asked, "After my son passes the imperial exam, are you really going to let our family leave the Zhang family?" "Of course I won't lie to you. Your son is only 7 this year. Do you think he can pass the exam next year? His age is not enough. When he reaches the right age, he may not be able to pass the exam. Not everyone can be like my master, who could be the first in the village and be the top scorer. When the time comes, what you did for the Zhang family can also redeem this crime. When you go back, don't forget how many skilled craftsmen will send some good ones to the little prince. The Zhang family also has a part of that, Doc." When Song Jinggong said these words, he did not need others to teach him. He was originally a powerful person. It was just that he met someone more powerful. Usually, when he did things, as long as he had enough capital and someone told him the general idea, he could do the other details by himself. Mi Fan looked at the contract and nodded lightly. She picked up the ink brush beside her and wrote down her name. Then, she pressed her hand on the box of ink and pressed it onto the contract. There were 3 copies. One for the Zhang family, one for Mi Fan, and one for the Sanshui County Yamen. This time, they did not use the sharp-toothed people. After all, there were too many things that they could not let them know. Seeing Mi Fan press her hand, Song Jinggong was relieved. He took out a piece of paper and said to her, "When you go back, it will take about 2 years to build the ship. Then, you can follow the instructions on this. This is part of the details. When you need it, someone will send you the other parts." When Mi Fan heard that it was the details of shipping, she quickly took it and looked at it. After a few glances, she stopped and said, "It's really different. This is the real money, right? The last one, if someone else uses it, whoever uses it will lose money. Do you think the Zhang family is so easy to fool? Also, you have to arrange for the small boat goods to be exchanged with the big ship. You Dingping built a dock there. You can put the goods from the small boat or the big ship into the dock's warehouse, and then exchange them." Song Jinggong liked this kind of thing. Maybe it was because he was used to lying. Every time Zhang Xiaobao made a move, he would watch from the side. It was as if he was also making a move. It was always so easy and useful. Mi Fan thought for a while and said, "I know what to do. When the time comes, will Dingping's dock's warehouse take up a large part of it? No, we won't interfere there. The state government helped a lot this time. Give most of the benefits to the state government and leave the rest for Dingping. Even Luochuan County has to give some. When you pass by other people's territory, you can't eat alone if you want to get rich." Just like you guys, we've already given you a chance to compensate for the business that Xiao has stole. Why do you have to fight to the death? The Zhang family is not willing to take the initiative to cause trouble, but they are not afraid of trouble. You guys gave a portion to the state government. How could this happen? Song Jinggong had gradually become familiar with the Zhang family's way of doing things. Every time, they would first show enough kindness, but some people would take this as weakness and insist on trying. In the end, not only did they not get any benefits, but they also had to give up something. Mi Fan also understood now. In the past, their boat company did not care about this. They put all their focus on making money. They thought that as long as they could make money, they would take a certain amount of money. The less others earned, the more they earned, and the more successful they would be. Got it. Get it all away and don't keep it for yourself. Mi Fan thought it through. That's right. As long as we build the boat, we can make more money in the future. Don't worry about this small amount of money. The academy between the clouds and the water is about to start recruiting. Why don't you send your son there? Chapter 366. Xiaobao, are you planning to stay in Zhuangzi for 2 more days? Wang Wan sat at the bow of the boat, holding a fishing rod tightly in her hand as she asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was lying on the deck and basking in the sun. The two of them had already returned from Little Luoshui. Actually, they didn't go out to play as usual. They never said that they could put everything down and have fun once. They came out for a stroll and got a boat company. The boat company wasn't too important. As long as you had money, you could get a boat company. The main thing was that they hired a very special person, Mi Fan, who had a natural sense of danger. If such a person was put on the boat, she would be able to sense danger before they encountered it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were jealous of this once. Zhang Xiaobao put his arms behind his head and basked there. If there were clouds blocking the sun, he would open his eyes and shout. It wasn't clear if he wanted the clouds to leave quickly or if he liked the occasional cool breeze. When he heard Wang Wan's question, he yawned and said, "My father asked me to help the 2 villages think of a solution. He didn't ask me to go back. As long as I have a solution, I can go anywhere." "Then have you thought of a solution?" "I have a good idea. Tell me why I can't catch any fish, and I'll tell you my idea." Wang Wan seemed to be in a good mood. She swung the fishing rod and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "The hook you chose is too thin. It's only as thick as a chopstick. Of course, you can't catch any fish. When we reach Zhuangzi, we'll make a hook with a maximum diameter of 10 centimeters. Then you can fish however you want. Even if the fish doesn't eat the bait, you can hit it with the hook and knock it out." The hook you used was prepared for Wangjing City to send people to fish in the Yellow River. It's not for fishing in this small river. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know if Wang Wan was just guessing or if she really didn't understand. How could they use such a thick hook to catch fish in the river when they were surviving in the wild? Wang Wan took back the hook and gently stroked it in her hand. In fact, my method is very simple, and that is to let the willing take the bait. It is also a bit immoral. Originally, there was a temple there. Now that it's not allowed, we'll make something else, such as a fox immortal or a fish spirit. First, we'll find some shills to burn incense. They'll use the Yaman's money to build a road, all the way to the middle between the two villages. After that, they vigorously promoted how efficacious that place was. Others who went to burn incense at least had incense. You also know the situation of that place. The forest was stuffy, hot, and humid. Some people's incense would be damp if they didn't preserve it well. We'll let the people of the two villages sell these things in the villages. When they go there and find that the things they brought can't be used, they naturally want to buy them. They'll be willing to pay a little more. It's fine for rich people to do this, but it's not good for those who don't have money to go there. As Wang Wan spoke, she threw the hook into the river again without even hanging the bait. Looking at the floating clouds in the sky, she didn't know whether this idea was good or bad. So you're saying that your fishing hook is specially made for fishing spirits? It's a good idea, but as you said, some people who don't have money are also willing to join the fun. We can't say that they are pitiful, but they must be hateful. My father is the county magistrate. It's his responsibility to enlighten the people and spread the word. We can change the way to attract people. We can also use shills. I've already thought about how to say it. We'll say, we're beautiful silk and eat fragrant wild game. There are many wild animals in that place. It's impossible to kill all the wild animals with that little manpower and those kinds of weapons. We can find shills to go there and promote the delicious food there. In fact, there are also delicious food in other places. It's just an excuse. If one person is willing to go there, there'll be a second one. Especially since there are many wild animals there. Some people like to go hunting everywhere. Let them go there. Apart from tourism, I really didn't know how to develop that kind of place. Raising some poultry and pigs would only make their lives a little better. The people who usually went hunting would have to make sure that the animals they raised were not eaten by wild animals. It would also take up a lot of manpower. Especially now, no matter what they eat, it's all green food and can't be sold at a high price. Or let them move out. There's no development if they stay there all the time. Zhang Xiaobao also came up with an idea, but this kind of thing was too uncertain. There was no way to say that they could live a good life by doing this. Wang Wan also knew about this matter. Now was not the same as before. A large group of people felt that life in the city was boring and always wanted to go deep into the mountains. A free-range chicken can be sold for more than 10 times the price. Now, no matter how they raise it, it's still not enough money. It's the same for pigs. Rafting can be used there. It's said that there is a river, but bungee jumping can't be counted on. Without ropes made of that material, even if it's the former, people don't need to go to the mountains to experience it. As long as they are not afraid of death, they can get a boat to float in the Wei River and the Yellow River. It's even more impossible to come out of the mountains. There's not so much land that can be farmed. It's so close to the capital. With so many people, the land has already been divided. Then let's think about it again. There'll always be a way. Wang Wan said helplessly. Just as she said that, the fishing rod suddenly wanted to sink. If it was an ordinary child, they would have been taken down. Wang Wan's reaction was different. Her was also different. She hugged the fishing rod tightly to her chest and supported her feet on the side of the boat. She shouted, "Help me." Zhang Xiaobao turned his head to look. He didn't want to bask in the sun anymore. When he was halfway through a carp jump, his body turned 180 degrees in the air, and he leaned forward at an angle of 60 degrees. He exerted force on his feet and directly pounced on Wang Wan. His body adjusted again in the air, and his legs crossed, forming the same posture as Wang Wan. When he landed on the deck, his 2 feet were also on the side of the boat. He reached out and just happened to hug Wang Wan. The 4 hands of the 2 people changed positions in half a second. They firmly grabbed the fishing rod, and their forelegs were on the side of the boat. Someone come. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan shouted at the same time. While shouting, they adjusted their bodies again. There were people patrolling the boat. When they heard the shouts of the young master and the young lady, they hurriedly ran over. Looking at the posture of the fishing rod, they knew how big the fish was. They rushed forward and used their bodies to block the front of the two people. In fact, they were pressing on the legs of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. After waiting for the people behind to come over, everyone exerted their strength together and finally pulled up a 5-foot-long carp. At this time, the fishing rod was already cracked, and there was no time to get the net. Two people directly came up and held the carp as if they were wrestling with each other and pressed it to the deck. Who said that I can't catch fish with such a thick hook? Wang Wan said excitedly. Just now, she wanted to let go. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao rushed over in time. The carp didn't exert its strength in other places, but perpendicular to the side of the boat. Only then did it stabilize. The people on the boat didn't expect that the young lady could catch such a big fish. This carp didn't swallow the hook, but was caught by the hook. The hook was deeply embedded in an inch below the gill. Zhang Xiaobao went over to take a look. He gave Wang Wan a thumbs up. Good, Comrade Wang Wan. I'm convinced. You can catch it. No matter how you catch it, it doesn't matter if it's the underworld or the legal way. As long as you can make money, it's a good way. Luck, it's all luck, and the subsequent actions of others such as Song Xiang, Wang Lai, Zhang Xia, and of course Comrade Zhang XX, who rushed over first, made this carp admit defeat. Wang Wan said modestly, "What do you mean by Comrade Zhang XX? Bureaucracy is not good. Your luck is a bit good. If the villagers of the big and small fragrant hills had this kind of luck, it would be good. Luck? Luck? Feng Shui? There's also Feng Shui." As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he entered a state of contemplation. Wang Wan was still thinking about how to eat this fish. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything, she also quieted down. I know what to do. We can let some people who know how to measure Feng Shui go in and have a look. There are so many mountains, rivers, trees, and so on. People who know how to measure Feng Shui will definitely find a good place. Even if it's a bad place, we can change it. For example, if a mountain is not good, we can blow it up. If the Feng Shui is good, people will naturally be willing to go and have a look. We can put the food and the medicine bath in the village. After eating the good things, we can take a bath. The next day, when we wake up, we will be refreshed. Don't you think it's the effect of Feng Shui? We can ask for a higher price and scare away the poor people. We can earn money from the rich people. Zhang Xiaobao finally found a good way. Regardless of whether Feng Shui existed or not, it involved too many things, including air, diet, behavior, the influence of magnetic fields on the human body, underground hydrology, and so on. But it was useful now, and it could be used. According to the environment, Feng Shui could be changed. If the water channel was not good, they could change it. If it was high, they could blow it up. As long as the people who measure Feng Shui reached a consensus according to their theory, it could be implemented in the big and small fragrant hills. When Wang Wan heard the word Feng Shui, she frowned and felt a little superstitious. After thinking about it, she said, "That's better. When you don't understand Feng Shui, it's a superstition. After you understand it, it's science. Even building a government building needs to be tested, let alone people now. Let's do it this way. Invite more people like this and let them have a good look. As long as they reach a consensus, we can publicize it. We have to guard against some liars, people who don't even know the theory. We must not let them sneak in." Chapter 367. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very happy that a fish like this had brought them a new idea. Logically speaking, such a big carp should be sent to between the clouds and the water to be sold. If people saw this fish and wanted to buy it, they could directly ask someone to cut some of it and make it into a dish. This way, the price would be much higher. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who were in a good mood, couldn't care less. Such a big fish was enough for everyone on the boat to eat. The fish head could be used to make soup, and the meat of the fish would taste good with other dishes. They could even make spicy boiled fish. If it didn't have chili, then they wouldn't add it. If they didn't add chili, then it wouldn't be spicy boiled fish. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also planned to let the chef on the boat think of a way to make it. When the time came, everyone would have a meal together. By the time they reached the small bridge next to Zhuangzi, the meal was already ready. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and wrote a letter. He then waved at the patrol boat that had been following behind them. Send this letter to the pier in Huayuan County. Ask someone there to pass it to my father, Zhang Xiaobao said as he handed the letter over. The patrol quickly took it and didn't ask any questions. He ordered someone to steer the boat quickly towards the pier in Huayuan County. At this time, the boat stopped. The meal was ready, and they couldn't go ashore without eating. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate a big meal before they were lifted onto the small bridge. Where do we go first? Zhang Xiaobao came to the bridge and asked Wang Wan. Wang Wan originally wanted to run to the corridor to play hide-and-seek with the children on Zhuangzi. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's question, she thought for a while and said, "Let's go find Grandpa Bai first and ask him if there's anything going on over there." It did not matter to Zhang Xiaobao where they went. He nodded and pulled Wang Wan towards the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Although the old man's house was built next to the manor, it was impossible to find him unless it was the middle of the night. Otherwise, it was impossible to find him at that place. The old man's fishing skills were very bad, or rather, average. He couldn't be compared to Wang Wan, but he still liked to fish in the pavilion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan always thought that the old man had some mental problems. He wanted to learn from Jiang Taigong, but he didn't want to do it himself. No one forced him to retire and return to his hometown. Sure enough, when they came to the corridor, they saw the old man fishing from a distance. His fishing skills were really in line with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's idea. He didn't even look at the fishing rod. Instead, he drank tea on the stone table next to him. The dozen fishing rods were placed there with bells hanging on them. When a fish took the bait, the bells would ring. If it didn't ring after a while, they would have to take back the fishing rod and put the bait again. The bait would definitely be eaten. The fish didn't have to take the bait to eat. Not only was the old man there alone, but there were also a few young people standing there cautiously. It seemed that they wanted to talk to the old man, but didn't dare to. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't care what those people were doing. They directly ran to the old man's table and looked at the things on it. The old man actually asked someone to cut some cucumbers and put them on the table as fruit. He ate them with a toothpick. This was something done between the clouds and the water in winter. In summer, the cucumbers had already fallen, so why would he do this? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had just finished eating and were a little thirsty. The old man's teapot was placed there, and there was no charcoal burning. They thought that the temperature wouldn't be too high. Zhang Xiaobao picked it up first, put it to his mouth, and gulped it down. He handed it to Wang Wan. "Just right. Drink it to quench your thirst." Where did the old man get this tea? Why isn't it Junshan Injin? Why do I feel like it tastes like West Lake Longjing when I drink it? When Wang Wan heard this, she immediately took it and drank 2 mouthfuls. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "That's right, it's West Lake Longjing. How did Grandpa Bai get it?" Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao knew that this method of making tea was unknown to others. Even if you really got West Lake Longjing, it would still be a tea dumpling, the fermented or semi-fermented kind. It was impossible to produce such an authentic taste. The two of them spoke loudly on purpose for the old man to hear. Before the old man could say anything, a young man who was standing respectfully at the side stood up and scolded, "Which family's little kid is so insensible? Is this how the family's elders usually teach him?" Zhang Xiaobao really didn't care about the first part of the sentence, but when he heard the latter part, his expression immediately changed. Who dared to talk about his family? It wasn't easy for him to have a family, so he definitely wouldn't allow anyone to do that. Wang Wan was also stunned for a moment and looked at the person who spoke in surprise. She understood that Zhang Xiaobao's obsession in this area was purely a kind of mental illness, and it was the kind that couldn't be treated. It's over. This person is over. Of all things to say, he just had to say this to Zhang Xiaobao. When his illness acted up, it was called killing without batting an eyelid. Wang Wan thought for a moment and didn't have any intention of stopping him. For such an old person, didn't he know to look at the situation before speaking? The old man reacted and said to the young man who had just spoken, "Didn't your parents teach you well?" Listen to what Zhengjia Zhuangzi usually says. If the son doesn't teach, it's the father's fault. If the teacher doesn't teach strictly, it's the teacher's laziness. You didn't teach strictly, or you didn't teach the child well. When did it become your turn to speak? After scolding this person, the old man said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, you haven't come to see this old man for so long. Have you forgotten about me? Some people are just a few years older, but they're not even as good as a child. Don't bicker with others. Tell me, what do you think of this old man's tea?" The old man couldn't do anything. He knew Zhang Xiaobao's temper. If he found the people of the Miao protection team, they would just beat that person to death. Such a young child, what could they do to him? Besides, he had the protection of himself and some people. Even if the emperor asked, he could just say that someone insulted his parents first. He still remembered that when Zhang Xiaobao was exchanging conditions, the first thing he asked was for his father to be in the top 3. Usually, when he ate with him, he would always put food in his bowl with cuckoo. As long as he ate a few more mouthfuls of food, he would definitely serve it directly next time. This kind of respect for the elders was not fake. When Zhang Xiaobao heard the old man's question, he took 2 deep breaths. He also knew that his behavior was a disease, but he finally had a family, so he was sick. After glancing at the person who had just spoken, Zhang Xiaobao finally controlled himself and said to the old man, "Grandpa Bai, this tea must have been picked for Westlake, but how did you make it? Only a few people in my family know the recipe to make this tea. Did they leak the secret?" When the old man saw that Zhang Xiaobao no longer cared about that person, he said with a sigh of relief, "What secret? I asked someone to pick the tea and send it here quickly. I directly handed it to the tea maker in your family, and they made the tea. Isn't it delicious?" Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "It's delicious. It's really delicious. I'm used to drinking the original tea. When I drink this, the taste is different. Grandpa Bai, if you have time, you can ask people to go to other places to pick more tea, such as the ones in Wui Mountain and Sichuan. There's no need to pick such green shoots." "Oh, there's such a saying?" The old man was interested. "Of course. For example, the tea in Suzhou can be picked. The tea in Yellow Mountain is also fine. It's not too far from here. The tea in Lu Mountain, the north of Dongting Lake, and the east coast of Jiang and Zhang Xiaobao finally got the opportunity. They were all good tea. He listed them one by one. Chapter 368. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't come here to talk about the tea, but since they saw it, they might as well mention it. After the old man was promoted, he didn't have much to do other than teaching others and fishing. When they heard Zhang Xiaobao mention so much tea, some of them still remembered it and agreed one by one. "Xiaobao, we could talk about the tea. Tell me about your family." The old man remembered the tea and asked Zhang Xiaobao about Huayuan County. After all, his nephew was earning money there. "It's all right. There's a lot of money in the Yaman's account. We won't be able to use it all in a short period of time. We'll repair the mountains and roads. After this year's autumn harvest, the people's lives will be much better. Grandpa Bai, in a few days, some scholars will come here." Zhang Xiaobao didn't hide the things in the county from the old man. He mentioned some things and told him the details. The old man listened to them and asked about the food and drinks of the people when they were working. After he understood, he said happily, "It seems that Huayuan County will become a Shan County next year. It's good to be a Shan County. Not only will you be promoted, but there are also other benefits. You heard it. Tell me, what other benefits are there? The first part of the old man's question was directed at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The second part of the question was directed at the young men who were still standing there respectfully. The person who talked about Zhang Xiaobao just now was reprimanded by the old man. Now that he heard what the old man said, he finally knew that he couldn't afford to offend these two kids. Now that he was asked, he decided to show off. So he answered first, Minister. I'm not a minister anymore. The old man didn't want to hear this title now. Elder Bai, if you're promoted to a county, not only will you be promoted to a county magistrate, but you will also be promoted to a county magistrate. This way, when you are promoted in the future, you can only be promoted to a higher position. This is the benefit. This person changed his words quickly and emphasized the official's rank. The old man nodded and then shook his head. Anything else? Even if County Magistrate Zhang is not promoted in the Shang County, he will definitely have a good official position in the future. This is not important. More? Also, in Shangxian, the bailiffs and the yamen are allowed to carry knives, so the commoners don't dare to cause trouble. The person added. Anything else? The old man was a little disappointed. This person was always talking about promoting people and not daring to cause trouble. This was not what he wanted to hear. That person moved his mouth in panic, but in the end, he didn't say anything. The people beside him also thought of these 2 points. The old man sighed. These people didn't care about the common people at all. If such people were really reminded, they might become like Jia County Magistrates from Sanshui County or Huayuan County Magistrate, one from Huayuan County. The old man looked at Wang Wan and said, Cuckoo, tell them, what's the benefit of being promoted to a county? Wang Wan nodded. Grandpa Bai, we have to start from why we could be promoted to a county. A county needs to send more money to the imperial court, have a large population, and have some places to educate the commoners, such as academies, schools, and so on. In other words, to become a county, we need to have money. Not only do we have to send more money to the imperial court, but also the commoners. That way, we can do more business and pay more taxes. If the commoners have money, their lives will be better and they can send their children to school. This is the most important point. Whether a foreign official is good or not depends not on his knowledge, but on what he can bring to the commoners. Grandpa Bai, am I right? Wang Wan could have said it more clearly, but she was a child after all, so she had to pretend to be young. Fortunately, the old man was not young, so he didn't have any psychological burden to pretend to be young. Yes, Kuka knows more. The benefit of being a county is actually the benefit of the commoners. Listen carefully. In the future, study hard in the academy. Don't just learn how to take the imperial examination, you also need to learn how to do something practical for the commoners. The old man liked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan from the bottom of his heart. They were sensible, smart, and filial. It seemed that all the good qualities that could appear in people could be seen in these two children. They were not as naughty as other children. Since he saw them, he didn't see them do anything wrong, nor did they cry endlessly after falling down. At this time, when he heard Wang Wan say the same thing he was thinking about, he happily patted Wang Wan's head and gave a few words of advice to the people standing there. They really didn't expect that the benefit would be like this. It was not about what they could get, but about the commoners' lives. These were not important, but the last sentence was important. Master Bai, you mean we can go to the academy to study? The person who spoke just now asked happily. Yes, teaching without discrimination. Although you are not good at learning and think less about the commoners' lives, this is what the academy wants to teach. In the future, the monthly exam will test you on this. If you are below average for 3 months, then you don't need to study anymore. The old man suddenly thought of this. He originally planned to teach students like other academies, but now he found that many people were only good at learning but bad at other aspects. When he decided to teach them, it would involve some content in this aspect. In the future, anyone who graduated from the academy, whether they were officials or scholars, must always remember this. The monthly exam was not too difficult. There were 2 levels above that. As long as you didn't slack off, you would not be bad. The few people stood there and nodded vigorously. They would think about the future monthly exam later. Being able to enter the new academy was what they were looking forward to. It was good that the minister retired, but he could still contact people in the imperial court. No matter how good his knowledge was, he still needed someone to recommend him. When the time came, they would have to submit an invitation, but compared to the old minister's words, it was far worse. Xiao Bao, are you still here to learn literary selections today? The old man didn't care about the happy people and asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao waved his hand and said, "Not now. I will go home and learn from my father. In the future, if there is something I don't understand, Cuckoo and I will write to Grandpa Bai to ask. Grandpa Bai, when you are free, you should go to Huayuan County to have a look. The Yawang Mountain there is good. There is also the Fragrant Mountain. My family plans to build a big lake at the Yawang Mountain. The scenery there is even better." "Okay, good child. Then accompany this old man to fish for a while. I will use the fish I catch to cook something for you to eat." The old man didn't force Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to learn. The 2 children were already very hardworking. Some things that people in their 20s couldn't understand, they had already started to understand. The old man spoke casually, and Zhang Xiaobao answered casually. However, the people standing there were different. They suddenly felt a great pressure on them. How old were the 2 children? They were already learning literary selections. Did that mean that they had already learned the simple 1,000-character classic? They had also memorized the Analects of Confucius? "Okay, we will eat the fish that Grandpa Bai caught in a while." Literary selections. Now my father asked me and Cuckoo to stop for a while. When we learned if there is a person in the Shishan, we can't quite catch up. The words are difficult to understand. Cuckoo and I are reciting area. We will return to learn when we are almost done. Zhang Xiaobao told the old man about the progress of his and Wang Wan's learning. Wang Wan nodded at the side. The old man smiled comfortably and said, "Good. It's good that you know not to force yourself to learn. If there is something you don't understand in the future, remember to write a letter to ask. Just go to the 2 counties' official stops. It's faster." This time, those few people were completely stunned. They had only learned the first poem scroll, but these 2 little brats had actually learned the first poem scroll and the Mountain Ghost scroll. They had even deliberately stopped to recite area. Could it be that the children of the top scholar were so powerful? "Grandpa Bai, let's go back and eat after fishing for a while. I caught a big fish and ate the meat. There's still fish bones left. Together with the fish maw that I saved, we will eat minced fish maw tonight. We will roast part of the fish bones and steam the rest for Grandpa Bai. In the future, you have to eat more often. It's good for your health." Wang Wan began to talk about her fishing. When she talked about the fish bones, she suddenly remembered that these things also contained calcium and had the same effect as beef bones. The old man listened happily. After Wang Wan finished talking about the whole process, he said, "Eat." Cuckoo said to eat, "Then I will eat in the future. Ever since I came to Zhuangzi, this old man's body is getting better day by day. He even specially made a menu for me. You 2 are so considerate." The old man sighed with emotion and began to fish again. The few people did not intend to leave and stood there respectfully. Zhang Xiaobao took out some soybeans that were popped from the popcorn pot and shared them with Wang Wan and the old man. He said, "Grandpa Bai, in a few days, the people who participated in the individual competition will come. Coincidentally, the academies will be opened at the same time. Grandpa Bai can see what they are like. If there are good people who do not have an official position, please stay. In the future, we can build more academies in other places and compete with each other often. They can learn from each other." Zhang Xiaobao said with a lisp while chewing the soybeans. The old man looked at Xiaobao and suddenly laughed. "Now your family is going to make money again. They may not be able to spend much money on the competition, but there will definitely be some people who will come to watch the fun, especially those with daughters who are waiting to be married off. They naturally won't miss this opportunity to choose a son-in-law. Tell me, what are your plans?" Hey, Grandpa Bai, you can't always think like this. My family organized this competition. It's troublesome to organize it, but it's also a kind of labor. Of course, you have to get something out of it. In fact, my family will spend a lot of money. My father is going to build more schools in Huayuan County and Sanshui County. When the children are young, they will study in the school first. When they grow up, they will enter the academy. The school needs someone to teach them. Some people who did not pass the exam and have no money can be found to teach the children. During the teaching, they can revise what they have learned before. They can also eat and live and get some money. Chapter 369. The river murmured as it flowed quietly into the distance. It meandered and the sun shone brightly. Jinjia became the academy, educating people for 100 years. The sound of reading echoed in the fields, like a fantasy between the clouds and the water. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had stayed in Zhuangzi to watch other people's competitions, heard the sound of reading coming from the academy as soon as they walked between the clouds and the water. All the children in Zhuangzi went to the academy to study, except for those who joined later and those who were too young. The old man found some teachers and divided them into several subjects. Zhang Xiaobao didn't let the Jinjia Academy teach the things written by Wang Wan. Those things would be learned in Zhuangzi after school. Similarly, he didn't teach some subjects related to medicine and technology in the academy. The technical subjects were taught in specialized engineering schools, and the medical subjects were taught in specialized hospitals. When the Yawang Mountain was settled, he would set up a medical school. It would be best if he could pull in a few doctors from the medical school in the capital. The sound of reading echoed in the academy not far from between the clouds and the water. The people eating between the clouds and the water, as well as the villagers, didn't find it noisy. Some even stopped to listen carefully, as if it was a pleasant thing to hear others read. The old man was old, so he woke up earlier. He was doing the 8 animals exercise in the small pavilion. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he made a few gestures and walked to the main restaurant between the clouds and the water. He wanted to eat with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Grandpa Bai, some people have come in the past few days. How many students have you accepted? There are some new faces in the academy. Wang Wan walked forward and asked the old man. I've taken in 11 people. 4 of them are from good families, and the other 2 are recommended by my old friends. Tomorrow, when those people arrive, I can choose some more. I can't be like what you think, where I'll only take in those who are rich. Also, we agreed that the Zhang family would pay for their food, clothing, and housing. We can't be lacking, especially their food. Even if we don't eat meat every day, we should at least add an egg. I've seen the food that the children in your farmstead eat. It doesn't have to be that good. It's fine if they don't have enough milk. The old man pointed in the direction of the academy and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't expect to collect tuition fees, and they wouldn't specifically accept rich students. They wanted to train more people and expect their help in the future. Of course, they would take care of small things like food, clothing, and living expenses. Wang Wan followed the old man upstairs and said, Grandpa Bai, don't worry. We don't lack money. We promise to have a meat dish every day, but it can't be too good. According to the boxed lunches we sell now, in the morning, there will be a bowl of porridge or soy milk, tofu pudding, 2 tea eggs, vegetable steamed buns or deep-fried dough sticks, and 2 small pickles. For lunch, there will be 2 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish. There will be rice, steamed buns, and egg soup. In the evening, there will be 2 vegetarian dishes and 2 meat dishes. They will rest for a while after eating and continue to study. Those who don't study will only have 2 vegetarian dishes. They will do whatever they want after eating. Those who study will have a bowl of fish soup before going to bed in the middle of the night. In terms of living, there will be 3 seasons of bedding a year. In spring, summer, winter, and autumn, there will be no need for that. There will be 2 sets of clothes a season. If they wear out, they can mend it themselves or buy it. We will take care of the ink, paper, and inkstone. There will be a fixed amount every month. If you need extra, you can ask. Those who are good at learning will be given more. They can also copy books while they're studying in the academy. We will give them different amounts of money according to the thickness of each book they copy. After all, they have to practice themselves. That is to say, as long as they are willing to learn, they will not only not lack things, but also save some money. Those who are rich don't care. If they feel that the food in the academy is not good, they can eat outside. Between the clouds and the water is only a few steps away. They can also buy their own clothes, but they must be made according to the uniform style of the academy. They also have to embroider the words of the academy on their clothes. They are not allowed to go home or make trouble outside. They can choose to live in the academy's house, which is free. They can also rent a courtyard between the clouds and the water, but they are not allowed to come out after a certain time at night. Grandpa Bai, do you think this is okay? We've done everything we can. The old man did not expect that Wang Wan would say so in detail. It seemed that her family had mentioned this when they came out. He thought for a while and asked, "What if someone is sick?" "Of course, we have to treat the sick. This is free. We can't use 100-year-old ginseng for every illness. We could just give them ordinary medicine. If it's too good, it depends on how well they are learning. If they are ranked first in the academy, we can give them 100-year-old ginseng." Zhang Xiaobao continued. It was normal for people to get sick, but it was not right to use the best medicine on anyone who got sick. If someone really got sick, there was nothing that could be done. That's good. Then your family will have to spend a lot of money. The old man was satisfied. It was enough to treat the sick. He did a little calculation. If there were 200 students in the academy, the Zhang family would have to spend 4 strings of coins a day, especially on those meat dishes. In a year, they would have to spend at least 2,000 strings of coins, including clothes. After all, there was also the money for copying books. Copying books was indeed a way to learn. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also knew this, but they had to spend money for a long-term plan. It was the same for the medical school in the future. Wang Wan said to the old man at this time, "It will cost a lot of money. In summer, there will be crystal sugar mung bean porridge and sour plum soup. In addition, there will be ice when it's too hot. In winter, there will be charcoal and coal. Every one of them will have to spend money. And there will be tea to refresh them at night. We plan to give each of them 1/2 kilogram of tea leaves a month. According to our method, they can only drink it themselves. They are not allowed to sell it. Ordinary tea will do. We can't let them drink tea that costs dozens of taels of silver." The old man was even happier. In this way, if the students in the academy did not study hard, he would drive them away mercilessly. Your family will spend a few years of money first. When they're successful in the future, they will definitely repay your family. No one dares to go against you. As long as you tell them about the academy, no one will continue to be friends with them. What do you want to eat this morning? The old man also understood that the students who graduated from the academy would be good to the Zhang family and Wang family in the future. The money would not be wasted. It was a win-win situation. Drink milk, eat cake, and a few fried eggs. Ask them to fry a big goose egg. Wang Wan said to the waiter waiting at the door. The cake was baked in the oven that used to bake fish fillets. Milk was not available all the time, so they could eat it when they got there. After a while, the waiter served the food. In addition to the few things that Wang Wan said, there were a few pieces of baked ham and some pickles. This way of eating was only seen in some restaurants owned by the Zhang family. Many people were not used to it, especially the cake. It was good to eat as a snack, but when it was eaten as a main meal, they always felt that it was not full. It was not as good as steamed buns. The old man had gotten used to it these days. He was a little fatter than when he first came here. His weak body had also recovered. Now he did not need to eat a fixed amount for a meal. He could eat a little when he wanted to. He could eat more than 1 meal a day and eat less every meal. There was a set of special recipes for him. What do we have to compete in the academy? The old man asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as he ate a piece of salted fish wrapped in egg white and fried in flour. Painting, calligraphy, poetry, and political criticism. These were all in the academy. As for the couplets, we can put them outside and compare them while we look at the scenery. Grandpa Bai, we should ask them to make more couplets. At least when they are writing poems, they should compare them. Also, the archery competition is at the foot of the mountain. Zhang Xiaobao talked about the competition. Couplets were usually not valued. It was difficult to compare couplets outside, and it could be used to test people. After this competition, people who were at a disadvantage in couplets would often use them. They did not have to wait until the Song Dynasty to develop it. It was not known whether the Song Dynasty existed or not. In fact, the most important thing was that Zhang Xiaobao wanted to let the people in Zhuangzi who had learned the couplets recited by Wang take advantage of him. The old man did not know about Zhang Xiaobao's narrow-mindedness. He felt that this arrangement was not bad. He nodded and said, "Then let's do it this way." It is said that many of the people who came have no food to eat. You have to take care of them. That's not a rumor. It's just like that. Some people have already come over. Every day, the people who sell box meals at the farmstead will prepare a meal for them. They can choose any dish they like, 3 vegetarian dishes and 1 meat dish. Some of them are even preparing to teach children in school. Wang drank the last mouthful of milk and picked up the cold water beside her to rinse her mouth. The old man did not say much about this. The world was so big that it was impossible to take care of everyone. When they were studying, they did not do much work. When they were in the family, they would be short of labor. Those who studied for a few years and finally got the status of a tribute to the village. But when they came to the capital to take the exam, they did not even have the money to go back home. Most of the time, some families had their own internal schools and found people to teach their children. Ordinary families couldn't do that. They had to borrow books. Under such circumstances, it was very rare for ordinary families to be able to produce talented students. The fact that the Zhang family could arrange something for Zhang Zhong to do was a good deed. Plus, they could set up an academy. When the time came, even if Zhang Zhong did make some mistakes, as long as it was not a rebellion, he could get away with it. Even the emperor had to consider this. When the 3 of them were eating, a waiter ran in and said to Zhang Xiaobao anxiously, "Young master, bad news. Someone jumped into the lake." Jumped into the lake? Even if he wanted to jump into the lake, he shouldn't jump into the lake between the clouds and the water. There are so many other places. Let's eat first. Chapter 370. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang accompanied the old man to finish his meal. After a short rest, they went outside together. "Don't stop me. Let me die. I don't want to live anymore." Before the 3 of them could get close, they heard a person's shouts. It seemed that he was fine. Judging from the voice, he was full of confidence. As they walked closer, they could finally see the person's appearance clearly. At this time, his face was like an eggplant, round and a little flat. His hair was tied up on his head with a rope. His clothes were green. They were wet from the water and were about 4 feet 8 inches tall. He had single eyelids, a short nose, and thick lips. He shouted that he wanted to die. No one caught him. Only 3 Yamen runners took out their knives and held them against his body, preventing him from jumping into the lake. "Don't stop me. I don't want to live anymore. Get out of the way. Let me die." The person saw that many people had surrounded him and shouted even louder. He held the back of the knife and wanted to take it away. The Yamen runner held the knife against his neck and asked, "Where did you come from? What are you doing?" "I want to die. Why do you care where I come from? Don't tremble. You'll cut it." Being held by the knife, the person didn't dare to move. He stood there and didn't even dare to turn his head. However, he still didn't change his mind about jumping into the lake. The Yamen runner was angry. "I won't move. You can move. Don't you want to die? I'll fulfill your wish. If you don't move, I won't move. I want to die by jumping into the lake. I don't want to die by a knife." The person's cold sweat flowed down together with the water on his hair. "You're making trouble, right?" The Yamen runner shouted again, scaring the person. "I'm not making trouble. Between the clouds and the water force me. I want to die in the lake between the clouds and the water, the person said again. The people around him laughed scornfully at the same time. Tell me, how did between the clouds and the water force you? You're working between the clouds and the water? Asked one of the people in charge of between the clouds and the water. The man shook his head, looked at the people around him, and angrily said, It's all because of that curved plow. I had thought of it, but when I was about to do it, someone else did it first. I asked around, and the person who made the curved plow was the boss behind between the clouds and the water. If they didn't make it, then the credit would be mine. If I could be an official and earn a lot of money, I wouldn't be like this now, where I can only repair people's plows and do some chores. Don't you think it's because of between the clouds and the water? The surrounding people let out scornful laughter again. Some even began to curse. What kind of person was this? To think that he could find such a reason to jump into the lake. It was obvious that he knew that nothing would happen if he jumped into the lake, so he deliberately came over to cause trouble. The Yaman runner took back his knife and pointed at the lake, saying, Now you can jump. No one will stop you, and no one will save you. Jump! You want me to die? I know what you're planning. Are you afraid that I'll tell others about this? My curved plow must have been stolen by you, and then you made it out to be yours. I'm going to find my uncle and sue you. My surname is Liu. Remember this. Do you know who my uncle is? The man stopped moving and began to threaten. Unfortunately, Zhangjia Zhuangzi didn't copy him. Even if he did, no one would believe him. The Zhang family made all kinds of things, and they had skilled people who specialized in this. My uncle is a high-ranking official in the capital. When the time comes to punish you, I will definitely find him. Who can lend me some money first? I don't have any money to go back. The man continued, which led to a burst of laughter. Your uncle is a high-ranking official in the capital. Why are you dressed so shabbily? You don't even have a travel fee. How did you get here? Someone couldn't help but ask. I haven't seen my uncle yet. I didn't find the place. I came from somewhere else. My grandfather said that there is an uncle who is a high-ranking official in the capital. He is in charge of many people, and he is also in charge of this curved plow. I walked around the capital, but the place is too big. I didn't find him, so I came to find the person who stole my curved plow. If you are willing to compensate me, I won't mention this matter. When I came, I said that I came to participate in the competition. I didn't spend any money, and I didn't spend any money on food. This person explained to the person who asked him a question. Everyone despised him even more. He pretended to be a contestant and freeloaded all the way here. He even took a free ride on the boat just to cause trouble for others. They didn't know why the boat that was transporting people allowed him to board. At this time, the old man said, Your surname is Liu, and your uncle's surname is also Liu. He is in charge of this curved plow. He is a high-ranking official. Is your uncle called Liu Jiro? He is the current Minister of Works. I know where he lives. Go to Vermilion Bird Avenue and ask around. There's a shop called Anrenfong there. When you see your uncle, tell him it takes some time to come to between the clouds and the water. There is good news. After the old man finished speaking to the man, he said to Zhang Xiaobao, get someone to give him some money. See if it is true. If it is true, he is a distant relative of the Liu family. If it is false, it is not easy for him to come here. Don't catch him. Zhang Xiaobao nodded. The person in charge immediately sent someone to get the money. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang did not plan to do anything to this man. It was easy to lock him up, but the effect was too small. There were not many people who came to find trouble. Moreover, this man did not have any powerful skills. If it was another trading firm, it would be another story. Letting him go would let people see the Zhang family's generosity. That man really did remember the place, the old man said. He repeated it over and over again, as if he was afraid of forgetting. The people around him did not say anything more. They all talked about how between the clouds and the water was the safest place. There was no need to worry about falling and dying. The wine and dishes between the clouds and the water were also good. At this time, the waiter brought the money over. He was afraid that it would be inconvenient for him to take it out and spend it, so he specially divided the money into 100 strings. One of the strings was divided into 10 strings of 10 copper coins. This kind of consideration for details made the people around him start to praise the various benefits of between the clouds and the water restaurant. At the same time, they despised this man who came to make trouble. This man was really not polite. He reached out and took the money. He looked at the people around him and then looked at the old man. He said to the old man, "Who are you? How do you know my uncle? When I mention you to my uncle, I have to say your name. Otherwise, how can my uncle, who is such a high official, remember an old man? My name is Lu Feidong." "Oh, good name. If you really see your uncle, tell him that old man by asked him, 'How high is a minister? Can such a high official condescend to come here?'" The old man laughed and said to Lu Feidong, "How high is a minister?" Lu Feidong did not know. Not high, just a third-level official. The county magistrate of Sanshui County is a 7th-level official. He will be a 6th-level official soon, a little higher than a county magistrate. They all have a hard life. The old man explained and let out a sigh. Only those who knew his original position would understand this sigh. Lu Feidong thought for a moment and said, "A high official, really a high official. I will go find my uncle. When the time comes, I will ask between the clouds and the water to compensate me." Such a high official, the county magistrate does not dare to protect him. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, he went to find a boat to enter the capital. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sighed at the same time. The two of them were really helpless. They did not know how a high official like Lu Jiro could have a distant relative, so they just let it be. When the people around saw that there was no more drama to watch, they dispersed one after another. Some people even wanted to jump down from the window to experience it, but they were told that jumping down was also okay. One jump would cost 100 copper coins. They all gave up on the idea. It was really too expensive. "Grandpa Bai, why are you looking for him? What if this person is a swindler?" Zhang Xiaobao saw that it was quiet and asked the old man. The old man took their hands and walked towards the pavilion. As he walked, he said, "If he is a swindler, when the competition is over, I will have someone call him. If he is not a swindler, it is even better. The Minister of Works is naturally in charge of the Ministry of Works. Let him come over and see what your house made. The place where I live first made that fan. There is not much wind outside, so one end is connected to the water. When the water of the small river rushes over, the fan in the house really starts to turn. Put a basin of ice or water in front of the house, and it is indeed cooling. There are records of this in some books, but there are not many places to do it. I think it is convenient. Maybe it can be used in other aspects in the future. I'll let him come over just to see those small parts and think about it. As for the Book of Nature, after I finish learning it, I will talk to him, especially about the clairvoyance." I am an old man who is about to die. Even if I lose my official position, the Ministry of Works can't just casually send someone over, right? If he doesn't come, I won't give him the Book of Nature. I will only let the person he sends take a look at the clairvoyance. He will be anxious to death. The old man's words left Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan dumbfounded. They did not expect the old man to have such a mischievous side. The thing the old man was talking about was naturally the fan that the two of them were thinking about. He gave the general idea and blueprint to the craftsman. With his experience, he really made it. The first family in Linshui was working on a certain house at night when no one was there. The old man lived in a 2-story house. It was more convenient, so he fixed it first. He didn't expect the old man to have so many things to consider. The old man became interested when he talked about this. He said to the two of them, "When you go back, let your family think about this little thing and see what it could be used for. When the time comes, it will benefit your family, especially Xiaobao's father. If he has more credit, he will have an excuse to be promoted in the future. Otherwise, people will not accept such a young job." It is still early. No matter what, we have to make Huayuan County into Shang County. It will take at least 2 years. Zhang Xiaobao said. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.